Hello everyone. Today we are going to build Autospace. It's a parking application. This is a Monorepo. We are going to have 4 front-end applications. This is a customer-facing application. I have hosted it on autospace.kartiktech.com, and we have a cool 3D scene here. We will build this from scratch using 3JS. It's interactive, and we have this is a manager application. You can see from here, and also we have this cool logo here. Okay, like vehicles parking in a parking slot. And then we have an application for, this is the application for the valets. This is the application for the admin. And I could not host more than 3 applications in Vercel from the same GitHub repository. So I chose to not host the admin console online. And this application has 2 APIs. You're gonna build this REST API. I'm using Swagger UI, and we can actually interact with the backend. This is actually backend. Okay, we can actually interact with the database using this REST API interface. And predominantly we are going to use the GraphQL one. So that's what we are using in the applications. So I'm using Apollo Explorer. I like this interface. It's much simpler than actually typing the queries ourselves. So these are the stuff we are going to build. Let's have a simple demo. I have already logged in with my Google account. We can log in with credentials and Google in these projects. I'm already logged in with the Google account, and I'm going to search for garages. So I have some sample garages created here. We have 3 kinds of filters happening here. One is the geo query. Actually, when I move here, you will have additional things, right? This is basically whatever comes inside that lat long rectangle, the bound. We are going to do that location geo query. Second one is the date query, which is we are going to meticulously keep track of the number of slots each garage has. And when already, if there are no slots available in this particular interval, then we won't display that garage itself. So that's the second filter. That's a date filter. Third one is we can do these additional filters like types. That's we support 4 types of vehicles. We also support the price per hour. Okay, no parking slots in that interval. And also we have client side caching. When I do 10 again, we won't actually do the query. The same thing happens for everything else. You can also reset it. We do some advanced stuff using React hook form here. So once we are happy with the date, maybe I'm going to book for tomorrow. And when I select the start time, now currently the start time is later than the end time, right? And you will get this error message here. Automatically it pops up. So tomorrow 6:59 to 7:59. So now the dates are fine. Also we have this cool icons that appears based on the time we select. And also this arrow specifies the passage of time from and to. Okay, so I ended up giving okay. Let's do a booking. So I'm going to search for a car slot, and these are the slots. Okay, so let's do this. So imagine I need a parking near the Central Park. So I pick this. You also have this carousel here. I used AI playground for generating these pictures. I have to select the type, and also remember this start time. This is actually another form, but we get the time start time and end time from the search form. Let's enter the vehicle name, phone number, and we can also request for valet drivers. Okay, when I enable that, so that is the garage location, and I can request a driver from some other location. For example, so the parking slot, the booking starts at 6 o'clock 6:59, right? So at 6:59 I cannot come here, but I want some guy, or yeah, some person, a driver near this Empire State Building. Okay, and we automatically calculate the charge for pickup and drop off. You may select a different location for the drop off. Okay, so what happens is that the plan is, so at 6:59 I'll be here, and the next day 12:59 I need my vehicle to be delivered at the airport. Okay, and we calculate the charges for that. So we have, this is like 18 hours of parking, 15 hours per $50 per hour. We have the pickup charge, drop off charge, and this is the total amount. So let's go book that booking. This is a Stripe interface, but you can see that we have a really good listing of charges, starting from the parking, valet pickup charge, valet charge, drop off. So let's do the booking. Okay, so I have entered my card details. Let's proceed to pay. Once the payment is successful, automatically we will be redirected to the URL/bookings page, and you can see the booking there. And this is actually a link. On clicking this will actually open Google Maps with that location. Okay, that's the location of our garage. Also, you can see the timeline of the booking here. Okay, let's log in with our Valet account. Also, I reuse the same 3D scene here, but this is not interactable. We have some rotating camera going on. I'm going to log in with my Valet account. Okay. Okay, I'm logged in now. Okay, so you can see the two assignments in the Valet interface. One, we have a pickup at 12:29 a.m. on May 23. So that is going to happen at this point, and this is the starting point, this is the end point. The B is the garage. So this is from the pickup location to the garage. This is also a link. On clicking this, it will open the Google Map along with the directions. Okay, that's the directions, and the driver can follow that. So I'm going to accept this assignment. Once accepted, this thing will disappear from the pickup, so that not anyone else can access that. Now in the my trips, that is showing up, and also it is displaying a secret code. Now from the customer, they can match their secret codes, and the Valet can pick up. And when the Valet picks up, the status changes, and the card still exists here until the Valet checks in. So I'm going to go here. The manager has to open the bookings for the particular garage. So that this is the garage, this is the vehicle. That is the same code, right? Also, they can see the timeline of the happenings. Also, we can search for the car number here. Now the manager is going to check in. Once check in, that card will automatically move to the out page. You can now see the updated timeline. And when we refresh, now in the my trips page, that card will disappear. Basically, that assignment is done for the Valet. Now I'm going to go and accept the drop request. Okay, this starts from the garage that is near the, okay, it's a static map. Okay, that's the garage location, and the user requested to drop the vehicle in that airport. So I'm going to that's 11 kilometers, and I have to be there at 6:29. So I'm going to accept the request. and that disappears from the common valet assignments. Now that starts to appear in my drop page. Again, there is a secret code. Now the valet is assigned for this assignment. Now the valet reaches the manager or whoever in the gate. They check out the vehicle. Now it goes to the resolved, and now when the valet refreshes, the drop button enables. The valet takes the vehicle, goes to the location, and they match the passcode and they drop. And the action is successful. The card moves out from the drop. Now the customer, now they don't have any ongoing parking bookings for the customer, but in the past they can have a look at. So started with the booked state, valet assigned, picked up, checked in, assigned for checked out, and valet returned. Okay, let's create a new garage from the manager interface. So you can click on the new garage. I have created some data. That's the display name for the garage and a description. Also, AI wrote a note in the description which says, we promise not to judge you if you cannot parallel park. Okay, yeah, that's so kind of you. Also, we have this address. I don't know where that address go inside in the New York City. I'm going to be display somewhere else. Actually, yep. So you can actually technically take this address, get the lat long, and then you can automatically place that. But that's an improvement you can do. I'm going to place it here because that's where I did not see a parking slot. Fine, and I'm going to get some pictures for this. I have some real pictures from some amazing people like John Matty Chuck. Okay, that's a shout out. I'm going to have a few pictures, and the next one from Igor Misnik. These are very helpful pictures. Thanks. Raban Ajik. Let's get the pictures. So these are the 3 pictures I just downloaded from unsplash.com. Open that. You can also reset and re-import the pictures. So this happens before uploading actually. So once you are happy with the form, okay. So I have not created the slots actually. So I'm going to generate like 5 slots. We are also getting the height, width, the size of the garage so that people can actually use filter them. So I have let's create 6 slots for car, and also I'm going to have a few for 4 slots for heavy. So that is a bit costlier, $40 $30 per hour for a heavy one. This is a huge parking slot. That is 15 into 30. Fine. So that's those are the two types of slots we are going to create here. So once you're happy, I'm going to submit. So first the images will get uploaded. We are using Cloudinary, and then the garage is successfully created and the form is reset. Now we can go back here. Also we have pagination. So this is the newly created garage. Now you can add more slots. Okay, maybe we can introduce bicycle slots. Number of slots, 12 bicycle slots. It's going to be tiny, 6 and 2 feet width with some height. So you can add more, or maximum 10. Okay, yeah, I forgot. So it automatically updates here, and the manager can view the garage here, the bookings in the garage here, and this is the admin console. And from the admin console, you can, so that's a newly created garage, and the admin can verify the garage. Okay, now from the search page, let's have a look at the newly created garage. I kept it here. Okay, so that is the newly created garage. The carousel works, and these are the three types of three types of slots we have. A cycle, you can set the start time, end time. We can set the vehicle number. I don't know if cycles have vehicle numbers, but yeah. So you can technically get help for your cycle parking as well by selecting these pickup and drop off locations, and you can book it. And we already saw this flow earlier. And we have other stuff like the managers can manage valets. We have like 2 valets right now. They can create more with the license ID and so on. The admin can manage the garages and also manage the admins. Right now, this is the only admin, that is me. Okay. So yeah, that's it. That's the demo. Let's get started. Hello everyone. Let's get started. I'm going to start with an empty directory in the desktop. And we're going to create a directory called Autospace. And let's open that in VS Code. Let's create a new project with pnpm. Am I okay with the name? I'm going to delete the main property because it's the root of the monorepo. We don't have anything to execute, so we don't want the main file, main property. And I'm going to enable private, so it's not publishable. Let's delete the script. That's okay. Now I'm going to create the pnpm workspace YAML file, and I'm going to specify the packages. So whatever that goes inside, whatever projects we have inside the apps directory, whatever projects we have inside the libs directory are going to be part of this monorepo. Let's create the directories, apps and libs. And let's also create a .gitignore that will have the .env.next. So these are build directories, build dist.next and node modules. Obviously we don't want to commit that in our git repository. Don't want to commit the .env. That's it. Now let's create the projects. I'm going to initialize the git repository in the root, and then let's go inside the apps and let's run. First I'm going to create a next application. Let's call it web. And also meanwhile, let's also initialize the nest application. This is what we are going to use for the backend. We are going to create a REST API, GraphQL API in the same project. I'm going to call this API. So both of them are asking a few questions. Which package manager would you love to use? How to use? I'm going to specify pnpm for the backend because that's what we are using in the monorepo. And Next.js is also asking a few questions. I'm going to enable TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind, SRC, app router, and no for customizing the import alias. Now both our applications, the API is done. The API, if you go to the main file, you can see that by default it runs in port number 3000. I'm okay with that. So by default, Next.js also runs in the port number 3000. If 3000 is not available, it will go to the next port number. But instead of that, we are also going to have multiple front-end applications. So I'm specifying 3001. And when we create the front-end for the manager, admin, valet, we will increment this port number. So this is easy, right? In the development. Let's clean up the terminal. Let's allot some terminals specifically for the web and the API. So these two are for the API, these two are for the web, this is for the root. Fine. Now a problem is the API files are not being tracked in the root git repository we initialized, because when we initialize the Nest application, it creates its own .git. It initializes its git repository, which I'm going to delete. You have to be careful about doing this. Okay, this can ruin the project. So make sure you're inside the API directory and you just started, right? So I haven't even committed anything. So I'm going to delete the .git and refresh the source control panel, and you will see the API files getting tracked in the root git repository we initialized. That's it. Now we have two applications. Let's do the initial commit. Before that, I also want to maintain a naming convention. I'm going to have a Autospace before our applications and packages, libraries. Okay, so yep. So this add commits and git alias, I have that adds everything and commits automatically. Initial commit. Fine. Now let's create a sample library. Inside the libs, I'm going to create a sample lib. Oops. Let's create a directory called sample lib, and inside that I'm going to initialize a pnpm project. And before that, we also need to install, this is for the root. You can also rename that. This is for the root, this is for the web. Yeah, caps is better. Fine. From the root, we also need TypeScript. I'm going to install TypeScript as a dev dependency, but we also have to specify this -w, that's the workspace root flag. A lot of times I accidentally install some dependencies from the root instead of going inside the library or application. So they have this feature. So I have to be mindful about this. So I have to specify this -w flag. Now the TypeScript is created. I'm going to have a simple TS config, a basic one. We will actually extend this from inside our libraries also. tsconfig.json. Fine. So I created a tsconfig.json file, and I'm going to have a few compiler options. The target is going to be yes next. I'm going to have CommonJS as a module because we have both the front end and back end code in the Monorepo. So CommonJS works fine, good. And I'm also enabling the strict to true, and I'm excluding the Node.js node modules. So that's the basic TS config. Now inside the sample lib, I'm going to create one more TS config that will extend the root one with some more configurations. So tsconfig.json. So I'm extending the tsconfig.json from the root. I'm also adding the out directory, which is going to be dist, and the root directory is going to be dot, which is whatever inside this directory. Fine, let's create our code now. I'm going to create a index.ts that is going to have a simple add function which gets two numbers and it returns the addition of that. Fine. Now we already have TypeScript installed in the Monorepo. So I'm going to have the build command, which is just tse. Okay, and we have also specified the out directory and other configurations, compiler options, extended them from the base ts config. Now we can build this inside the sample lib. I'm going to run pnpm build. That is going to run the tse, and we get our build dist folder. Okay, this is a module.js JavaScript compiled code. Also, let's modify the dist, the main, to target the dist/index.js. And also we have to add the autospace / inside that. That's the naming convention we are going with. We have our library ready. I'm going to now install that as a dependency in both our web and API project. just like we do for any other dependencies. Fine. Now you can inside the API in the node modules, you can see the at autospace / sample lib. Now we install more dependencies like forms, network libraries. You will get everything inside this at autospace directory in the node modules. We have our dependencies. Now in the page, let's clean up. Let's run the application first. Let's rename the start dev to dev because that's what we are using. The backend is running, the front end. Fine. That's the backend. This is the front end. We have both our applications running. Okay, let's also clean up the front end, the page. We don't want all these things. Let's delete that. Let's also go to the globals file, and I'm going to delete all the dark mode stuff installed, created by the Next.js. This is the front end, this is the back end. Now let's consume. Now let's import our sample library. Import the add function and let's render that. Now we will get that number here. Okay. Similarly, let's do the same. Let's import. Maybe let's go to the app controller. That's what we're getting this message. Hello world. Let's go to the service file. I'm going to import that because we installed it in both our applications, and I'm going to return plus add. I'm going to have some number here, and for the backend you have to actually refresh because that's an API call and we get the response. So that's how we have a library. We build the library, we import that, and we are using that library. Okay, so we have a basic monorepo setup. We have two applications, both we have one library. We consume that library. Now I'm going to have a validate script that's going to run the formatting, linting, type checking in the whole monorepo. Let's do it. Let's start from installing the prettier. Also, you have to specify that -w, that workspace root flag. In the scripts, I'm going to have three scripts. First, we're going to have the format script that we run the prettier. That is this. We're running that. I'm targeting all the TS.js, JSON files inside the apps and libs, and I'm ignoring whatever inside the .kid ignore. That's the format, and we can extend that with that -- check and -- write. The check will only check the problems in the whole monorepo based on the prettier configuration. So NestJS already came with this prettier RC. I'm going to just drag that into the root, and I'm also going to enable semi to false. Fine. Now we can run the format check to see any formatting issues in the whole monorepo. There are a lot of issues. You can now run the write. Actually, when you go to this, we have actually semicolons here, right? When I press Ctrl S, that will be fixed. But here actually there is a problem with the ESLint. ESLint is struggling to work with the prettier. I'm going to turn that off. Turn that one particular thing off about the prettier. I'm going to inside the rules in the ESLint, I'm specifying the semi to false. Okay, now ESLint is happy about it. Happy about not having semicolons. So you also need the prettier configure, a prettier extension. So when you just Ctrl S, automatically it will be formatted. You can do file by file, but I'm going to just run the format write script. Okay, that will automatically fix a lot of formatting issues. You can see right? All these things are formatted. You can see the comma, the semicolons went away. This mostly the semicolons. Also this double quotation, I enabled the single quotes, right? Fine, that is format. Now on writing, I'm doing the format right or format check, that checks the whole monorepo. Fine, the next one, I'm going to use the pnpm parallel. This is recursive, so it's going to recursively look inside all the applications, packages, the apps and libs inside the monorepo, and it runs the tsc command if it has. Okay, I have to add it. You already have lint, so probably when I add lint here, okay, now we have lint command in two applications. The Nest.js, the backend one, has this lint command. We have the ESLint, we have the ESLint configuration. We just added the prettier rule, right? Similarly, we have the lint in the web also, the front and the Next.js. Both already came with these lint commands. So here I'm just running the lint recursively, and also they are going to run in parallel, so it saves some time. Now look at this. When I run pnpm lint, it ran first apps/api. It started this command, so you can see that they started in parallel. The API was done first, and then the web was finished. ESLint, the lint checking finished later for the web. Okay, so I'm going to also add a tsc command. tsc, we already have TypeScript, right? We enable TypeScript for both the front end and back end, so we can use the tsc with a no emit flag. Fine. Similarly, I'm going to have the same command script in the front end also. So this runs the tsc, but it won't generate any compiled JavaScript. It just checks for type issues. Let's do the same for the sample lib also. For building, we use the tsc. For type checking, we use the tsc no emit. Fine. Now from the root, we can now also do the pnpm tsc. Now we are going to have three projects run. So you can see all three started in parallel. The web one finished first, the sample lib finished second, the API finished third. That happened in parallel. So we have two command. We have all three ready. Fine. Now let's create the validate script. I'm going to first run the format write, and then I'm going to run pnpm tsc, and then we will run the pnpm lint. This is not parallel, this is sequential. We first fix all the automatically, we will fix all the formatting issues, and then we will check the tsc and linting. Let's run the validate script. So it runs the formatting first, and then it started, and then it ran the tsc commands throughout the monorepo, and then it did all the lint commands throughout the monorepo. Fine. Now I'm going to do one more thing. Let's also add the build command. Okay. Sometimes while building, we catch some issues. This is going to target all the build scripts, right? We already have them in the in the API. We have the build. In the web, we have build. Also in the sample lib, we have the build. So when we run pnpm parallel recursive run build, we are going to run build script in all the three applications we have right now, three projects. Now let's do the validate script. It runs the format write first, it runs the tsc commands, it runs the lint commands, it runs the build commands. And I really like the format. You can clearly see which command generated this log. The API one did not generate much. Nest build and then it just done. This is also the sample lib also simple. It ran TSC and it's done. Next.js generated some log and it's done finally. So we have a really solid validate script now. Now I'm going to create a pre-commit hook. We can manually run this anytime, nothing stops, but I'm going to run this in a pre-commit hook so that nobody can commit without satisfying these checks. Okay, so I'm going to use the Husky init package. I'm using pnpm dlx. It is an equivalent of npx, so I don't have to install Husky init locally, or I don't have to run any outdated versions of Husky init. pnpm dlx Husky init will set up Husky in the whole monorepo, and then we will install the dependencies that it added in the package.json. Okay, so it added this .husky directory with some husky.sh. I have no idea what it is. What all we have to do is go inside the pre-commit file and add our pnpm validate script there. Now whenever we commit, it runs a validate command script, and if it fails, the commit is going to fail. And it also added a prepare script in the package.json. It added Husky. It installed Husky as a dev dependency. That is it. Now let's commit the code. Before committing code, let's have an error. Okay, that's a type error. Let's commit the code now. So this add.com alias will add everything to the stage. It will stage everything and then it commits the code. So add validation script. This should fail actually. It runs all the formatting first, and when it reached the TSC, it failed, and it clearly shows where it failed and what error is. How cool is that? Okay, so wherever you can have the error in the sample lib, you can have the error. Let's put this bug in the sample lib. Okay. Oops. Okay. Num. Yeah. So that's a type error. Now I'm trying to commit it again. Fine. Now you're seeing that where the error happened. Oh. Yeah. Fine. That. Yeah. The error is here. Okay. Cannot assign num because it's a constant. Remove that. Now you can commit the code. Okay, we have a pretty good monorepo setup here. We have applications, libraries, consuming the libraries. We have a really good validate script. We have pre-commit hook setup. Fine, now let's create a local database. I'm going to use Docker Compose. You have to make sure that you have Docker desktop installed and running. So I'm going to create a simple Docker Compose file inside the API. I'm going to create this docker-compose.yaml. So we're going to have only one service, which is, I'm going to call this Autospace DB. We're going to use the Postgres image. I'm going to use the port number 2000. Maybe let's change that to whatever port number you have to expose. I'm having some simple environment variables here, Postgres password. But when you are dealing with a remote actual production database, you have to be really careful about these environment variables. But this database is going to run in my local computer, so yep. And also we have one volume to persist the data. Fine. Now I have the Docker desktop installed and running. Now go inside the API. I'm going to run the Docker Compose up -d for detached. Something wrong. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, I have been testing, so I already have a container with the same name. I'm going to delete that. Let's run the Docker Compose once again. Now you can see the Autospace DB is running. Fine. I'm going to use Prisma ORM. So let's install setup Prisma. I'm going to install Prisma as a dev dependency, and you can use Prisma init to initialize Prisma in this project, which created a Prisma folder with a schema file, which is empty right now. It will also create this .env direct file with this database URL. Now let's configure this database URL based on the Docker. The environment variables we added in the Docker Compose. So it is Postgres, and password. The username is Postgres. The password is password. The port number is 2010, and this is database name, that is Postgres. That is it. We have the database schema now. I'm just checking if I can access the Prisma Studio now. Okay, so it has error because now we don't have any model. So it is asking me to create any model. It is also giving me a sample. Let's create a basic database requirements that is required for the authentication. We are going to use Next-Auth for this, and we are going to actually manage all the user information in our database. We are not going to use any third-party libraries. So we use Clerk, the previous versions, the previous videos. This video we are going to manage our own user information in our own database using Next-Auth. So these are the models. So we have this user model with the UID. We manage the created and updated dates. This at default now will make sure that whenever a row is created in the user model, we will track that date automatically, date time. Also, this at updated make sure that whenever we update this row, database will keep track of that date time. And we have the name information. Now let's go to the admin. Actually, admin also needs the dates. Why not? Right. So we have this UID, that's the ID, and this primary key has a foreign key. Is a foreign key to the user table as well. Okay, so we cannot create an admin with an user ID that does not have an entry in the user table. Okay, now then we have this credentials and auth provider, and the credentials we keep track of the email ID and password. Okay, the password is going to be hashed. We don't save plain passwords in the database. The email has to be unique. We also manage the dates. The last table for authentication is auth provider. So right now we enable Google under credentials. We can add more, but that's what we are doing in this project. This credential will need this credential entry for the user with the email, hashed password. For the Google, we cannot have the password hash, right? So for the Google, this credential is not going to be there, but just the auth provider with the type of Google, and this UID is going to be the primary key and the foreign key for the user table. That is the minimum setup we have here for storing the authentication information. I have updated the schema file. Now we can do the database migration. pnpm prisma migrate dev. Okay, this error happens because I am actually forgot to clean up the volume. We deleted the existing service, right? But I forgot to delete the volume. So I'm going to reset that volume. Okay, I was just testing, playing around, so I'm okay with resetting that. Init Okay, so the database migration happened, and also it generated the Prisma client. Now we can open the Prisma Studio. That is going to open in localhost 5555. We have 4 tables. We can do basic CRUD operations here. Okay. Yep. So in this section, we set up a local running Postgres database. We set up Prisma. We did the migration. Now our database is ready with the tables that are required for doing the authentication. Okay, so we have our basic Monorepo setup ready. We have our front-end and back-end applications created. We have a local database running, and we have set up. Yeah. So let's set up GraphQL. In this section, we will be creating a simple CRUD operations through GraphQL that is going to interact with our Postgres database. So first, let's start with installing the dependencies. We'll start with the core GraphQL package, and then the Apollo/server. We are going to use that as a server, and then the NestJS/GraphQL to integrate the GraphQL with the NestJS, and NestJS/Apollo to integrate the NestJS with Apollo. Fine. Now let's go to the app module. Here we have to import the GraphQL module. The installation is going on. Okay, now we can import the GraphQL module. So in the for root, we are going to set up the Apollo driver and so on. So here we have to pass a type, the Apollo driver config. Here we have to pass a few things, like driver is going to be Apollo driver, and I'm going to enable introspection. So the client sometimes wants to, the client which is consuming the GraphQL API may want to get the schema information. So I'm enabling the introspection, and I'm going to enable guards, add guards, the field resolver enhances. So basically in the field resolver, sometimes we may have to add auth guards, where we will be creating that in the upcoming sections. To protect field resolvers, we have to enable this. And let's also specify the schema generation, the location. This is going to be the current directory. From the current directory, we are going inside the src, and we'll be generating the schema/schema.gql file here. Whenever the NestJS file, NestJS server runs, it looks for the whole app module, the GraphQL modules inside it, and it will generate a GraphQL schema out of that TypeScript classes. So that's why this is a code first way of generating GraphQL API, creating GraphQL API. And finally, I'm going to enable. So by default, the number scalar mode is float. I'm modifying that to integer. So basically, we are creating TypeScript classes, right? So there we are going to specify a number, the number property type. And in GraphQL, we have both integer and float, right? So by default, I want numbers to be converted into integers in the GraphQL schema file. So we can switch between float and integer here, but I'm going to go with the integer. So we have set up the GraphQL. So next we have to install the NestJS config to use the environment variables. So I'm installing the NestJS/config. I'm importing the config module, and we'll add that here to the root app modules imports. We have one more thing. Okay, we just installed a few dependencies and we have just added this code, right? We have one more thing. The NestCLI.json, I'm going to add a plugin here. So first let's start with the at NestJS/GraphQL. We will also come back here and we will add the NestJS Swagger for the REST API. Okay, so we have to add this. There are some benefits. Okay, so that's the CLI plugin I'm adding here, right? The Nest.js GraphQL is added as a plugin in the Nest CLI. So we have some benefits like annotate all input objects automatically. I don't have to specify all the fields with a field decorator with a field type, and the nullable will be automatically be derived from this question mark syntax, and the type will be automatically derived from the type of the property. And finally the comments will also be derived and inserted in the schema. So that's why I'm adding this. Fine, we have set up, we have installed the required stuff. Now I'm going to generate a resource. Okay, we're going to create a whole module. It's going to ask for a module name, the resource name. Let's give it users because we already have a user table, and we will just create a simple code operation for the user. And we are going to do code first way of GraphQL. So I'm selecting that. Would you like to generate code entry points? Yes. Now this generated automatically, see the NestJS ran, and we got this schema file automatically because the NestJS server was running. It was stuck in an error, and when I generated, what happened is in the app module automatically it imported the user module. The user module exists here. It comes with one entity. It comes with 2 DTOs for creating and updating. The resolver is going to have 3 mutations for creating, updating and removing, and 2 queries for finding one user. The service file is going to have all the business logic. The resolver file is like a router, like it gets a request. Like here you can see like 3 mutations and 2 requests, 2 queries, right? So we will have all the business logic inside this service, and we will just use that method. We will try to keep this resolver file light. Fine, let's create a Prisma service. So here I'm going to just copy this Prisma service file. I'm going to create a util folder. We will delete this. We will delete these things. I'm just copying inside it. Okay, we are just importing the Prisma client from the, this is the generated one. Whenever we do migration or whenever we do Prisma generate, it will generate this types, and we are just extending it, and we are just calling the connect on module init. Okay, now the Prisma module, we can add the Prisma service as a provider. So later we will simplify these processes, right? We will create a Prisma module. We will make that a global module so that we don't have to keep injecting the services into the providers. So I have to do this first, and then inside the service I can now inject the Prisma service as a parameter of the constructor. Now we have to do, I missed to do one thing, like we have to first modify the DTOs and the object type. Let's have it as have the schema file side by side. So only the UID is the required mandatory field, right? The name is optional. These are auto generated. Everything else is optional. So also I don't have to annotate every field with the field decorator. The UID is string. Okay, this is going to be same for all other DTOs as well. Okay, UID string. Update is also UID string. Fine. Now, okay, I was in the, okay, so there is a type error. I have to pass the UID here, and also, okay, ID is string. Let's just use string there. Now we can just use this Prisma instance to create the user data, and we can just pass the input object, and TypeScript is happy. And let's do the find all user.findMany. That's it. Okay, now I'm going to use the Apollo Explorer. Okay, studio.apollographql.com/sandbox/explorer, and you specify the URL here, which is localhost 3000/GraphQL, but it's giving me an error. You can just copy paste that given to see the problem, to diagnose the problem. So is address correct? Is the server running? Connection refused. Actually, it's running. The server is running, but when I try to access it, okay, so I think it's a CORS error. So in the main file, I'm just going to enable CORS. Okay, now you can see the query is showing up. Actually, we will come back here for enabling CORS. We will be actually specifying the actual exact origins, what from which origins the API can be hit, including our own domain, this playground, the local host, and so on. But right now this is sufficient for now for testing a CRUD in a GraphQL. You can see the query and mutations here. You have two queries for users, mutation, create, remove, and update. Let's do the create one, because that's what we implemented. I have to only pass the UID from here. Let's say we have, okay, user 1. Okay. Now in the queries users, we get back the user, the newly created person. Let's do one more mutation. Let's do 2 more mutations, and we will come here. You can fetch the data. Okay, this is a light way of building GraphQL. We don't have any sorting, filtering capabilities yet, right? Think about it. When you have, right, there are a few problems. So this entity is not directly connected to the schema we have, the database schema, right? What if I change this UID to ID? This guy won't know, but actually we will get an error here. Okay, so this create user input will have the ID, and this will have a different, the Prisma will be expecting a different one, but that is not a reliable way, right? So the next section we will be using this package. Okay, this package, this is just a Codegen package. It's not a dependency I wrote. You can generate a GraphQL resource that is going to create a lot more DTOs for filtering, sorting, finding, pagination, and so on. And everything is going to be derived from the Prisma types. You can generate a GraphQL resource. You can generate a REST resource. Okay, this will be a lot more simpler. And automatically it will generate all these commonly used types, Prisma service with a Prisma global module, common input types, and auth decorators, guards, and so on. So we will just start using this package to create our resources, and our GraphQL API will be a lot more deeper and rich compared to what we have here. So we have a really simple GraphQL setup here. We have a query, we have one mutation ready. I did not implement the remove user and update user because I'm going to delete that code, and we will use this generator instead. Okay, it's just a Codegen. I'm going to create this extensive code that has both the GraphQL and REST modules. Okay, this is one module with both the GraphQL and REST API in place, and we will have this resolver for the GraphQL, controller for the REST API. We have DTOs for the REST APIs, really in-depth DTOs for the GraphQL that has this find args with pagination, skip, take, cursor, where filtering, sorting, even distinct. Okay, all these things are there. We have this create, update, and everything is going to be is going to implement the types from the Prisma. So whatever we build in the API will directly relying on the types that got generated from the database. So before we get started, I'm going to clean up. I'm going to delete the code we created, including the Prisma one. Okay, so we have deleted the Prisma code and the users model, and also let's in the user app module we have to delete this. When we have reset back to where we were, now we need to add a few more dependencies. First one, the dependencies that we need for implementing the REST API. I'm not going to go too incremental. We saw a simple example how to create it using Nest.js CLI generator. We did not have all these facilities, right? So initially I was planning to go step by step. First, maybe we could have created the GraphQL first, and then we would have created the complete one. But I'm going to directly create the complete version with the GraphQL and REST API. So let's install the required dependencies. Go inside the API. We need the Nest.js Swagger. We need class validator and class transformer for creating the validations. Okay, so we also want to include one more package called NestJS/JWT, because this code is also going to generate this Next-Auth decorator auth guards. We will come back to that. We will focus on that in an upcoming section. So in order to satisfy the TypeScript, I have to install the Nest.js JWT. Nest.js JWT. Okay, this package. This is what we use to sign and verify the JWT tokens. Okay, we have all our dependencies ready. Now let's create. I'm going to use this Codegen. I'm going to create a complete version for the user model, and then later we will create for other models as well. Now I'm going to just add for the user. This will automatically create the common directory with all the auth guards, even Prisma service and module types file. You will see. This won't ask any questions. We rely on the flag actually. So I'm also printing all these files and folders got created. Inside the comment, we will come back to that. I don't want to overwhelm. So these are the common DTO. This is the DTO for the REST API. We have skip, take the number. This is a search value, the order value. Actually, we will further extend this base query DTO inside the model. We are searching, but which field? We are sorting. This is sort order, but which field, right? There we will actually extend the enum, the fields of the particular model, and we will set that as the field, the search field and the sort field. This is the common DTOs for GraphQL. We have all the datetime filter, string list filter, which is an array of which will help us to filter an array of string, int filter, float, location filter. We need this project because we have geo filtering of garages and also pagination input. So we have the Prisma service. This is exactly what we had last time. We have Prisma module, which is this is a global module. We have to actually add this in the app module. Let's do it. We have to import the Prisma module. Now we can automatically inject. This is a global module, so we can automatically inject Prisma service anywhere we want. And we have simple types here, role and get user type. We will come back to this when we deal with authentication. That is all the common files. We have the users. Now let's work with the GraphQL now. Starting with the entity, you can see that the user class is implementing something. The restrict properties is a custom type utility. So it gets the class, it gets the type. So we get the user type from the Prisma client. The user type has these scalar types, UID created at name. These objects, these are the joins, other tables actually, credentials, auth provider, and admin. So it restricts, okay, they can only have these properties and also along with the type, okay, key of T, type of T. They cannot have anything else. You'll see it in action. So you can command period control dot, you can implement the interface. Okay. Now you cannot remove a property. This class, the user class, has to be in sync with the database. You cannot remove a class. You cannot add an additional class. Okay, TypeScript won't allow. Okay, you cannot have anything. This has to completely match the database schema. Okay, all these things. And you may wonder that what happened to this admin, auth provider, and credentials. These are field resolvers. Okay, we will deal in the GraphQL use as field resolvers. We will resolve these fields. Fine. Now, one drawback is we cannot do this. The name is optional, right? In the schema, the name is optional, but you cannot do this because of the design I came up with. Okay, that's a shortcoming. Okay, when I was trying to create this sync between the database and API, this syntax we cannot use. So for that, we have to use the nullable field decorator with a nullable property called true. Fine. Now what if I want to differ from the database schema for some reason? If, for example, if we have a password here, I don't want to include that here, right? So in those cases, you can use the omit utility type. You can mention, for example, let's mention the name. Now you cannot have name in your class. See? But I don't want to do that. But this is a pattern we will use throughout the application. Okay. Let's add the name. Let's also decorate that. Fine. Okay, let's move to the DTOs. Create DTO. I'm using pick type from the Nest GraphQL. So I'm going to pick the UID first and the name. The good thing is I mentioned the name as a nullable property, right? I will show you in the generated GraphQL schema in a bit that will get transferred. The nullability or nullableness, I don't know the word, that null factor will get transferred to this create user input object as well. Also, when you want to, you can also add more things here like age for some reason. If you want, you can add, nothing stops, right? This is the create user input DTO. The update I'm extending the partial type of whatever we get in the create user input. Obviously you can add more. Here I'm making the primary key mandatory. The primary key is not user, it's not ID, it's UID, right? Also I'm not like doing this, right? Oops. UID, fine. Now I'm not doing this. Even the type I'm getting from the user object, that is from the Prisma client. Okay, UID is string. So when the database changes, when I go to the database and change the UID to number, I don't have to come back here and change. So we modify the entity, we pick the type from the entity. So this is the entity, okay, the class. I'm picking whatever I want for creating the user. Also remember, you can add more fields here. For the update, I'm getting the partial type of the create user input, and I have to specify the primary key. Okay, that's all for mutating DTOs. Let's look at the queries DTO. The first one is the find many arguments that has all. This is for filtering, this is for sorting, this is for pagination. Actually we will use skip and take for pagination in this project, but we are also going to export this as an API as a product. Okay, API as a service. So the clients can use a cursor, and also they can ask for distinct values in a query. Now you are having an error here. On hovering over it, it says that UID is missing in the type. UID string is missing. Okay, what's in the type? This is auto generated, right? So I generated for majority of cases, which is ID number, but in this case it's UID string. Let's update that. Now you go back here, TypeScript is happy, fine. Let's move on to the next one, which is, let's work on this where input. Also, one more thing I wanted to say, everything is optional, right? I don't want to add this. I don't want to add a field, nullable, true to everything. So that I'm creating this object first, this class first, and then I'm extending a partial type of that. Okay, so I don't have to declare, I don't have to decorate that. So this will be used in our array resolver. We will see that. Okay, let's work on the user input type. Now the same technique we are using here also. I don't want to mark everything as nullable, so I declare a strict type and then I make everything partial. Okay, let's implement the Prisma user input. These are the properties, but I don't want everything, right? So I'm going to ignore these three. Let's use the omit. Okay, fine. So I omitted these three, so I cannot have that. I don't want anyone, even the admins, to filter or sort, or actually filter based on the credentials. Fine. And also this is not understandable by the Nest.js, right? They cannot take this and convert that into GraphQL. This is where the common DTOs come in place. You remember this file? You have all the string filter, int filter, bold filter, and so on. Let's do it for the date filter as well. And this is string nullable filter. Everything is nullable in a filter. So I just use the string filter and everything is nullable, becomes nullable partial because of this partial type. And whenever we use enums, we have to actually decorate it. Nest.js cannot. Nest.js can understand what this is. This is an input type. I don't have to decorate that. But whenever it comes to a enum, we have to manually, explicitly decorate that field. Fine. The where is done. Let's move on to the order by. Let's do the same thing here. And let's do the same thing. I'm going to omit the credentials, auth provider, and admin. Fine. Now we have to remove this. And there are sometimes there are two types like order. It makes the nulls. But I don't want this. And whenever, so it's an enum, sort order is an enum. So we have to decorate it, or else you are going to see an error. Maybe we'll see that error and come back here. Okay, that's it. We started with the entity. We picked the type for the create. We made everything from the create user input into that as partial type. We went into the find args. I had to update the cursor, and we went into the where. We implemented the thing. I modified this right from the common DTO. Also in the order by, I just implemented it after omitting the unnecessary, the fields which we don't want to sort. That's it. Let's go into the resolver. We have a couple of problems here, and this problem is actually specific to this user model because I am getting this. This is a requesters user object. Okay, this goes through this auth guard, and we get this auth object. I named that user, so I'm getting some conflict here. So let's just rename that. Also, you have to make sure that it's UID. Same thing happens here. I'm just fetching the information. Actually, this itself makes sure that I'm just making sure that whoever is trying to update the user is the owner of the property, is the owner of the row, right? I'm using, this is the UID sent by the user, the requester. So I'm getting the user object, and I'm comparing that this is the requester. Okay, this is not the user sent input. This we get from the header of the request. So I'm just making sure that the requester has rights to update the row. And also this is a bit interesting. This checks the row level permission. If the requester is an admin, then the whole request will get just bypassed. Okay, that's the logic. Now I have fixed the code. Let's also go into the service. We have a couple of problems because in the generator code, I'm assuming that the UID ID is the primary key. So I just have to modify it. As you can see in other models with the primary key of ID number, this is not going to be a huge problem. You don't have to modify a lot of things like I did in this model. Okay, let's also go into the REST. I try to reuse the same entity class. Okay. But I had issues. I'm still experimenting with it. The decorators are different. Last time I was using field with a nullable property, remember? But this time I have to use the is optional from the class validator. Here also you can use the omit. I'm using the same utility type utility. Everything is same, but I could not use the same entity for the REST API. Here I have to use this, right? I could not use the same user entity I created in the GraphQL here. This did not work there, so I had to create one more entity for the REST API. This is going to be simpler actually. For the create user, I'm omitting type. You can also pick type, but this pick type is coming from the NestJS Swagger, not the NestJS GraphQL. So I'm picking the UID and the name. Fine. And the query, right? So we saw this base query DTO. Now I'm extending that. I'm adding two more fields. One is sort by. The value is going to be coming from the user scalar field in enum, where these are the fields that the database table has, the user table. When we add more tables, when you do the migration, this Prisma client will get regenerated, and that new field will occupy here. Okay. And you will see in the Swagger UI, this will be a drop down. Okay, you cannot pass anything else for the search by or sort by. It has to come from the fields that the table has. Fine. Similarly, in the UID, I am doing the same thing. The partial type coming from the NestJS Swagger, and you have to specify the primary key, which is UID. Let's go to the controller. We are creating it. I'm using the row level check here. I'm getting the DTO object. I'm using the Prisma instance to create that. We'll come back to all these maybe another section for Swagger decorators. For find all, this is interesting, right? If the skip is valid, if it's not null or undefined, I'm creating this object and I'm spreading it. If the skip is null, undefined, if it's not defined by the user in the request, then null will get. I'm destructuring the null. I'm spreading the null. If you spread null, you get nothing. Okay. So that's how we conditionally add a property inside an object. Here we have to do certain things. We have to change this ID to UID, and the UID is string. Okay, let's do that here also. Here also I have this user name conflict. Let's modify that, and then I have to modify this id into uid. id to uid string. I'm also renaming this user info. It's going to be simpler in other models. I keep saying that. Fine, I have worked with all of these things. Now let's just restart the server. There is a problem. Oh, I did not actually add the user module in the app module. I have added it. Now we still have an error. Is this about the sort order? Oh, JWT service. Oh, okay. So I installed the JWT, right? Now I have to import that in the app router, app module. Okay. So after we configure the config module, I'm going to import the JWT module from the NestJS JWT. I'm making it global, and okay, we also have to, in the environment variable, we also have to declare this JWT secret. Okay, I'm having a simple string here, but in a production deployed server, you have to make sure that this is hard. This is strong password secret. Also, I'm going to actually have a util library to store this max age, because we also have to have this in the front end where we are signing the JWT. We need the same max age. But for now, I'm going to have it here. And this max age is expires is in seconds. So I'm just making that this 1 day, 24 hours. Maybe let's quickly have a to do. Move this to util library. Fine, I have added the JWT model, because this JWT model is being used in the auth guard. Okay, JWT service. We use this JWT service to verify the token. Fine. Now let's see what error we get. NestJS is still not happy. It says cannot determine an input type object. Make sure your class is decorator with an appropriate decorator. Okay, so this error is really tricky. It does not say, okay, fine. So it says the error happens for the UID. Okay, it does not say which class name or which file name. The error just says cannot determine a GraphQL input type object for the UID. So when you get this error in the Nest.js, you just copy that, search for that, and look for the class names. This can be understood, right? This can be understood by the Nest.js. The string filter can be understood. String is understood. Everything is fine except this one. Nest.js does not know what is this. So that's what it's saying, that the object cannot be assigned to this UID. Now let's add that. Okay, I've added that. Now the error should say something about the created at. Okay, cannot determine a GraphQL input type object for the created at. When you search for that, everything is NestJS can understand what a date is, what this date time filter is. It's just an input type. You cannot understand this, so I have to decorate that. Okay, so let's just decorate over everything for the whole sort by arguments. Now the Nest.js is running. Let's open I'm going to use this studio.graphql.com. That's what I'm using. That's what we used in the previous section, right? Okay. This time it's different. Okay, this time it's personal. We still have the same queries. We still have the same mutations, but look at this. How cool is that? We have filtering and sorting capabilities. We have pagination. Let's start from the pagination. Okay, we have all these users now. Fine. Okay, let's start with the mutation so that we get more data. Let's check the create user mutation, getting everything back. We also have this create user. What happened to the name? This is user 4. Can I pass the name? Something is wrong. Okay. Maybe I should refresh it. Fine. I think now you will get, okay, yeah. Now you get both the, there was some cache issue going on. Now we have both the, maybe I'm going to give my name. No token provided. Wow. Okay. We have not implemented the authentication yet. So user resolver, I'm going to just comment these parts out so that we can test this. Okay, that got created. Let's just have some users created. Fine, we have some users. Now let's check. Okay, let's enable the authentication again. Let's fetch all the users. Okay, we have all these users along with the users we created now. Let's just the pagination. Skip 0, take 2. That is going to give us these 2. If I skip 2, we get the other 2. If I skip 4, we get the last 2. Okay. So similarly, you can use everything in one go. Actually, pagination, filtering, sorting, everything in one go. But I'm going to go step by step. Let's sort. Let's sort by name. Ascending. So let's start with the K, yes, and then it's null. Okay, so it started with a D, and then we can also check the descending. It starts with the null first, and then skd. Fine. We can also sort by the UID. Okay, so it starts with the, it's descending. So it starts with the user 4, user 3, 3, 2, 1, yes, and D. Fine. So that's sorting. Let's quickly do the filtering. Okay, filter by. We can also have an array. Okay, I'm going to just filter by. So look at this. All these things can be used. Okay, I'm not really worried about the performance now, but look at the power. Like, look at the depth we can go while filtering. Not just this. When we include more models, you can do nested filtering, nested sorting in multiple levels. So I'm just using contains here. Again, just not completely, we're not worried a lot about the performance, but okay. Nothing has a user. We also have to, we can specify the mode to insensitive. That's still error. Okay, so it's UID. Where UID has a user, you can filter that. Okay, what if UID has car? So that's name. Fine. Okay, you can filter based on insensitive, sensitive. Okay, so that's the GraphQL. In the upcoming sections we will, let's also set up the Swagger. Okay, so we have our GraphQL API working with just one module, which is the user one. We will build more later, but before that, let's work on the REST API. So this is what we have when we open the API, the NestJS project, the home page. I'm going to set up the Swagger. Let's open the main file. So before we start listening, I'm going to create this config. Import the document builder from the Nest Swagger. So we can set the title for the document. I'm going to call this Autospace pipe Karthik Raghavendran. And I'm going to have so this is how we create the document. That's the page. And I'm going to set up a description. It says the Autospace API, looking for the GraphQL API. The home page is going to have the REST API, the Swagger UI, which is interactive. We will see. I'm asking, looking for the GraphQL API, go to /API /GraphQL. You might also have to need to use this will open. So right now, when I go this, we have a GraphQL playground. Okay, but we don't get to choose those fields. Okay, I really love using this interface. This is easier. I don't have to type much. So I'm saying that go to /GraphQL. You might also need to use and the link goes to the studio.apollo GraphQL. The endpoint, we are actually passing the endpoint here, which is this, and also document. So whatever we pass here will come here. Okay, so automatically on clicking it, the URL will be populated, the document will be the query will be populated. You will see in a bit. That's it for a greater experience. Apollo Explorer. As well, I'm going to set a version 0.1, add bearer auth, and then build it. Okay, that's the document config. Now I'm going to create a document using that config. Okay, we need the Swagger module from the Nest.js Swagger. I'm creating a document. I'm passing the app and the config. We get the document back. Now I have to use the Swagger module to set up the app and the document in the home page. That is it. Now when I open the port number 3000, you will see a different interface. Okay, Autospace. This is the header. This is the description, but I don't know why this is. Oh, okay. I'm having this as a hatch. Okay. You can have more. On clicking this, it will open a new tab with this Apollo. GraphQL Playground. You may need to use Apollo Explorer. On clicking this, it will open a new tab. The URL will automatically be populated. The user, we have the query. Okay, the users can just click it and can interact with that. Now we have, this is interactable actually. Let's get all users, try it out, execute. This comes from our database. Okay, now what happened to the parameters? Okay, that is because I did not add the Nest Swagger as a plugin. Okay, I've added it. Let's restart the Nest.js server. Now let's go back to our UI. Okay, now we get the parameters. Let's get all the users. Now you can specify all these things. Okay, this is okay. I have to try it out now, and you have to select the field which you have to sort by. I'm giving it a UID. I'm going to go everything in one go. Everything by UID. Maybe search by name. Okay, search by UID probably. Search string is going to be user. Take skip. Okay, 0, 2. Order by string. I'm going to order everything by descending. Let's try it. So it gets 2 items. It's descending by UID. Okay, and also it is looking for the term user in the UID. If I take these two, you will get every entry that has the word user in the UID, because in the controller, in the user's controller, I'm really sorry, yeah, there are a few issues here. I did not implement the search here. Okay, I just followed the same technique here. If the search by is true, then I'm including the where condition. I'm passing the key here and the value. The value is going to be inside the contains. This is opinionated, right? The GraphQL API was much more versatile. The client can actually specify what kind of filter they want to do. But here I'm giving a opinionated contains. I'm passing the search value here, and I'm making insensitive. Every search is going to be insensitive by default. Now we can come back here. Let's do something else. Car. Okay, we don't have that. Okay, so user. Okay, so we have 4 items, the UID with user, and it's also insensitive, right? Okay, let's maybe sort by the name, descending. Now we get the name starting with a null in the beginning, and then we will go to the K. Search by name string car. Now we will get one value with the name Karthik. Okay, this is REST API. Let's also post a user. This is the request body. Ganguly. Okay, I think, okay, this has to stop. Actually, we are going to get unauthorized. Okay, no token provided. Okay, I'm going to disable the allow authenticated API bearer auth. Also this. Let's now do this. We will come back and go through that authentication in NestJS in the upcoming sections. Now the user got created. Now we can go back here, execute it. Now we get all the users sorted by name in a descending order. Okay, it starts with a U, ends with D. Fine, let's also quickly find one user. Let's look at the newly created user. We have to pass the UID, and we get back the response. Okay, maybe let's delete one user. This also needs this authentication. I'm going to quickly comment them in order to do this. I'm going to delete this user 4. Try it out, give the UID, execute. You get back the deleted user so that we can show some dialog or a toast message about the user who got deleted. Let's also delete the user 3 and user 2 and user 1. Okay, we have deleted those generic users. Now let's come back to let's fetch all the users. The interface is actually a bit clumsy. You can have a sidebar, have these routes, and we can select here, and we can have a playground sort of stuff in the right. Okay. Now we have 3 users. Where did I go? Okay, the user 4 has my name. Okay, so it is gone. Now we have only 3 users now. And yep, that is REST API, Swagger user interface. So one problem is I make sure that it's is optional, but that is not being reflected here. Okay, it did not reflect here, but as you can see, when I create a user, the name is optional. Okay, but the documentation is not showing that. In action, this is the exact entity I'm using for extending the create user. That's what I'm using inside the controller for creating, right? And I am able to create the user Gavaskar without passing the name. Okay, but the user interface is still showing this asterisk symbol, making it look like it's mandatory. Okay, maybe I'm missing something, but functionally it works good. Maybe I have to decorate more to satisfy this, but I'm just going to move on. Hello everyone, our backend, the GraphQL API is working good. The REST API is also working good. Now let's have a quick walkthrough about how we implement the authentication in our backend. So we create this decorator. So first we are setting some metadata. We are getting an array of roles, which is this. Okay, we can have more. Maybe I'll just have the manager here. But remember, we don't have the manager table yet, but in the upcoming sections we will set up all the tables required, and everything will make sense. So this decorator now can be called like this. In a comma separated way, we can specify the roles that this particular decorator has to allow. So first I'm setting the metadata, and then I'm using the auth guard. I'm passing the auth guard inside the use guard. Okay, first this happens and then this happens. So let's have a look at the auth guard. So basically we are first getting the GraphQL context. We're getting the request from that, and we are passing that request to do two things. First, the authenticate user. So inside the authenticate user, I'm getting the header, the token. First I'm getting the header, I'm getting the token from the bearer header. So this is how we will pass from the client. If there are, at this point, if there is no token, then we have to show this error. I think we faced this error when we try to create the user or something. So if there is a token, we will use this JWT service. So remember, in the app module, we imported this JWT module where we pass the secret and also other assign options like maximum age, right? So that's what we are using here. We are importing the JWT service from the Next.js JWT, and we are injecting that. So we get that instance and we verify the token, and we get the user object back there, which is the payload, whatever that is inside the token. And I'm just attaching that to the request. So after this part, if there is no request, I'm giving another error, which is different, right? This is no token, this is invalid token. The second one is authorize user. This authorize user, first I'm getting all the, okay, actually this has to happen later. First I'm getting all the required roles from the get metadata. Remember, in the decorators file, we are passing an array of roles. That's the metadata. Okay. And I have a helper method here that helps us extract the metadata based on, this is the key. Okay. I'm also passing the context. So this is how Next.js wants us to get the metadata which we pass using the set metadata. Okay. These are decorators. Actually, we can use it above our queries and mutations. separately, but I'm combining two decorators into one. Okay. Using a reflector, passing the key. We also have to pass the context get handler, get class. This is the syntax NestJS asks us to do. So that's what I'm doing to get this roles. So this is going to be an array of roles. If there is no role specified, the decorator we saw, right, allow authenticated, can be used like this without any roles. So this means that that particular route, the query or mutation, should only be accessed by the authenticated user. When we start specifying the admin or something, now that is the required roles. I'm going to delete that. Fine. So if there are no roles specified, we return true. We are bypassing the whole method. If not, I'm getting all the roles that the user has. I have another helper method here, which just why don't we have just like this? This is okay. So I'm declaring an empty roles array, and then inside a promise all, I'm having an array of promises which fetches multiple rows from our databases. When we have the Valet and manager table, we may have to look for those roles as well. If that user, if a row is present for that user ID, then we are just adding that role inside this, and I'm just returning that. That is all about the get user roles. Now we have the required roles. Now we have the user roles. Now I'm checking if some of those roles are present in the user roles. Okay, if the admin and manager are allowed to access that, we are checking that if the user has either admin or both, right? At least one has to be there in the user. That's all about the auth guard and auth decorator, and this is a row level permission check function which gets the user object which has these roles and UID, the requested ID. This could be something that the user trying to modify, right? In the update mutation, the user has to pass the primary key. When they want to update the user, they passes a primary UID in the update in the input request input. There is the UID in the request header, right? The request header is we get from the JWT. That is a safer way to know who is calling. We are matching if this user ID, if both are same. Also, we are having a bypass here. If the requester is an admin, okay. If the user requester is admin, this is also an argument, right? That's a parameter. They can specify anything. They can even specify the manager here. Okay, so both the manager and admin can modify resources that belong to others. So we are just checking if they are same, and if they are not same, this is the third type of error, forbidden. The first error is no token, the second error is invalid token, the third error is forbidden. Okay, now I'm going to just go to the look at the GraphQL. Let's go to the users resolver. I'm going to just use this one to test to see our allow authenticated decorator in action. Fine. So now not everybody can access, but the only authenticated user can access. Okay, let's try that route. This is the user route. I'm just fetching something. What? Oh, okay. So I was testing. So before this session I was practicing, so I added the header. Now we get the no token provided. That is the first error. No token in the header. Now let's fabricate a token. For that we need the secret. Okay, this is the secret which we will use in the front end to create that. Okay, when the user logs in, this is the token we will create this is the secret we will use to create a token. Now let's fabricate a token. So I'm passing the secret here. I'm opening this jw.io. I'm giving some payload here. This is what we will get once we verify the token. Okay, I'm giving a value UID called Ganguly. We have a user called Ganguly here. Okay, this is a token, valid token. Copy that, add a new header, authorization, bearer, followed by this string. Now I can access. Okay, let's also put a console log with auth guard. That is the payload, right? Payload, JWT payload. Fine. When I test this, you get this. Okay, that's the payload that we put inside the JWT. That is the first test. Only authenticated users can fetch all the users, and that is working. Now let's create a wrong token, right? I'm giving a wrong secret. Copy the token, pass as a bearer token. Now what we have to get a different error. Invalid token. So this is the second type of error. First we were getting the no token error. Now I am passing a fabricated token, fabricated with a signed with a wrong signature. Now we are getting invalid token. Okay, let's fix it, get the right one. Now the third, let's try for the third token, third error. For that I'm going to enable a role here called admin. Only admins can access. Okay, one more thing. Actually, while explaining this, I told you that this is the third error, but actually the forbidden happens here also. So here, when we are checking two arrays, making sure that the array inside has some of the required roles, that the user at least has some of the user role. When it fails, when we return false from here, we are going to get a forbidden error. Okay, that's, we are not manually doing it explicitly, but when this call can activate, returns false, we are going to get this error, forbidden resource. Okay, when we manually do it, when we explicitly say it is forbidden, okay, we'll come back to that. That's a fourth variety actually. Third one is forbidden resource, because only admins can access it. Now how to make this guy an admin? So that's the UID. Let's make that person an admin just for testing. Go inside admin, add record, Ganguly, save. Now Ganguly is an admin. Now Ganguly can view this. Okay. Now one more case. What if we give a UID which is not there, right? That's a case which I should have tested earlier, but let's do it now. Forbidden resource. Okay, no. Even if the admin is not there, that person is not even in the database. Okay, I just found a loophole in the system. So in the auth guard and the authenticate user, yes, we verify the token, we get back the user. We are expecting the user to have the UID. This is the payload. Maybe let's just call it a payload. Okay, the payload must have UID. If it does not have, then again it's an unauthorized exception. It's an invalid token. Okay, For development, I'm going to just call like no UID present in the token, something like that. And then I'm going to find the user where UID is payload. Let's assign this. Assign the UID from the payload, and then we can use that to check. The UID is not there, you are throwing an error. If the UID is there, we are getting the user from the database. If the user is not there, we are throwing a different error. No user present with the ID. So I'm making these elaborate error messages for testing, for development, okay, for when we are dealing with a consumer facing, client facing application, we don't have to be really clear about these errors. Also, I'm going to make this product as an API first also. I mean API as a service. You are going to expose API, both as a REST API and GraphQL API. So sometimes an elaborate error is helpful for the consumers, but again, this is in a development stage. So, and I just wanted to add that giving elaborate error can lead to people finding loopholes in the system. Now I just patched the problem, okay? So the UID, the payload now has the UID. If there is a UID, the UID has to present in our database. If that user does not present, then we are throwing another error, okay? Now I did not change the bearer token, but I changed the logic. Now I'm trying it. Come on. Oh, okay. So I need to await this. Okay, I'm sorry. Now I'm getting invalid token. Okay, so actually I have to rethrow that error from inside the catch. Now I have a right token, but with the wrong UID. That UID is not there in our database. When I try to access, invalid token, no user present. Okay, now let's check that other one with the wrong secret. Now we will get that error message, which is invalid signature. Okay, fine. So this happened when we tried to verify. This thing failed and we got caught here. You can also see the token validation error message. We are console logging, right? JSON web token error, invalid signature. We are again throwing that, right? So we get it here. Invalid signature, it's an internal server error. Fine, we are protected from different directions. Now let's look at the authorization. This is a valid UID, valid signature, but that guy is not an admin. Let's enter the valid one, and in the resolver, user resolver, I'm going to make it only admin only access. This is a valid token which we got the results. Now we get the forbidden resource. Fine, right? So we have like tested like 5 levels. I actually explored found a problem with the authentication system and I just patched it. Now finally we have one more thing, like okay, for testing, let's do this. Let's say this resource can be accessed only by the owner of that row. Okay, that person has to be authenticated. Now we get that authenticated user by using this get user param decorator. Let's have a quick look at that param decorator. This param decorator gets the context, the GraphQL execution context. It gets the user.request.user. Remember that we set the request.user here. We set the payload, which is the user information. Also, instead of authorize user, I'm also setting the roles inside the user request dot user. We are just getting it. Instead of using this param decorator, you can use this code directly inside the query or mutation. This saves some time. Now what I'm going to do, check a role level permission. I'm passing the user here, and then I'm going to pass the args.where.uid. So the requester and the UID sent through the input has to be same. Okay, let's try that query. User, I'm fetching all the information here. Now I have to pass the UID here, right? The UID is Ganguly. The header is already populated. Ganguly can access the data. But if I want to access the data of the Dravid, it is forbidden. This forbidden is coming from this place. Okay, forbidden exception. Can I pass? Nope. There's some random message to see if that is what. Okay. So that forbidden is coming from the row level permission. Yeah, so now I can go back here. I can create another JWT with another UID and come back here and try to access a different user, but you will get this the forbidden error. That's the auth guards, decorators, and the row level permission. Okay, so our GraphQL REST API are ready along with the authentication. We have our auth guards ready with our decorators. Now the problem is the routes for creating user is not clear, right? That this is not how we create users. We will use Next-Auth and we will register user when they interact with Next-Auth. So we need two routes here: register with credentials, register with provider. Let's work on that. So instead of this create user input, I'm going to have two. First one, let's call it register with credentials input. We're going to get name, email, password, and optionally an image. The second one, I'm going to rename this register with provider input. I'm going to, oh, we don't have image actually. Okay, no need for image, but I'm going to get the auth provider. In this mutation, we know that the auth provider is credentials, but when somebody is using a provider route, then we have to know what type of provider the user used to register. Right now we only have Google, but later when we introduce more, the user actually needs to send this. So these are the two DTOs. Now let's work on the mutation. Okay, let's import both the register with credentials input, register with provider input. The resolver is going to be simple. This is the register with credentials. We need to create this service method. We will do that. A lot of noise. So basically we are getting this input type. We are calling a service method. That's all this mutation is doing. The second one is similar. This is register with provider. Okay, actually let's just simplify. I don't want to have a try catch here, because whatever we do inside the service, we can throw an error. So that is not required. I'm just returning let's just simplify it. Okay, so basically we created two types of input types, and we are just created the mutation, one for registering with credential, one for registering with provider. Now let's implement the user those mutations inside the user service. We don't want this anymore. Okay, we can delete that. Register with provider, that is the first mutation. So we are getting the name, UID and type. Let's quickly do a mutation. Okay, let's add the, I forgot to add image here. I've added it. Let's do a migration. pnpm Prisma migrate dev, add user image. Fine. Now in the create user, we can add the image here. Okay, first we have to add the entity. Also, when you reload a window, you will get some type error here, because we just did a database migration and the API and the database are not in sync. Now immediately we get this type error, and we cannot build the project now. We have to implement that. The image is nullable, so I have to do this. Also, let's update that REST API. Okay, that guy is also complaining. Okay, image optional, fine. Now in the create DTO, I add image here. That's it. Let's proceed. So we were working with our service file. Now we can get the image, name, UID and type. The register with provider is simple actually. It is just a mutation. I'm just using the Prisma instance, using the user.create, passing the, okay, actually we have to pass inside the data. Now we can pass the UID, name, image, and then I'm going to going to the auth provider, create new, pass the type. Okay, that is one mutation. Now we have the resolver. We have done this. Okay, now we have one way of registration done. Let's implement this register with credentials next. This is a bit tricky. We are going to create a UID, we are going to hash the password and so on. Let's do that. The next one is register with credentials. Okay, that is going to get the register with credentials input as the input. We get the email, name, password and image from that. Okay, first we are checking if the user exists already with the email. If the user exists already, I'm going to throw an error. Maybe let's call it bad request exception. User already exists with his email. And then I'm going to hash the password. First I'm going to get a, for this we need to install the bcrypt.js. We also need to install UUID for creating a unique ID. So let's install both of those dependencies, UUID. I think we also need to install the types for them. Okay, now I'm going to import bcrypt.js. Also I'm going to import the UUID. So that's how they export it. So it's going to be like v4us UUID. Now we got the bcrypt. We got the password hash. Now using we generated a salt and we used that. We passed the salt and the password to create the hashed password. Let's create the UUID. Okay, that's a unique ID. That is it. Now we can create our user. So just how we did in the register with providers, user equal to await just dot prisma dot user dot create. We're going to pass the data that is going to have the UID first, the name, image, and then I have to specify the credentials, create, email, password hash. That's it. And then I have to specify the auth type. The auth provider, create, type is going to be type. Type is going to be credentials. Fine. So for this so in the return type, I'm also going to, after the data, I'm going to include the credentials as true, because when we register it from the Next-Auth, we need the credentials back. Fine. So actually we can just return that. We don't have to store it inside user and return that. Okay. So basically we check if the user is there. If the user is there, I'm throwing an error, and then I'm creating a hashed password, creating a UID, and just register that user in the user. That's it. Now everything is almost ready. The user registration. Okay, I have to actually run the application. Now you'll see different mutations. Oh. Fine. See some type errors. Actually, I'm going to omit the image because I don't think the image URL is a valid thing to filter users. So you see the point, right? When I did a database migration, you have to fix the API. Okay. For updating, I'm going to get this. Maybe let's just get the user from the entity. That works. Okay. For updating, you can pass anything here, but you have to mandatorily pass the UID. Okay. Fine. There's one more error. Okay, that's for sorting. Okay. Here it is complaining that the user has an image and you don't have that in the order by. I'm going to omit that from sorting. Okay. That the image cannot be used for filtering or sorting. The URL has no meaning. Now the API is ready. Actually, it is showing some error. Oh. Okay. So this is an enum. So I have to decorate that. Okay, here I am decorating it. Oh, okay. One more thing is, whenever you deal with the enum in the Nest.js, I keep inventing these gotchas, but in the common input, you would have seen that I am registering enums, right? The query mode is a enum. I'm registering that. Similarly, I'm doing one more thing. The sort order is an enum. I'm registering that, right? So similarly, I have to register the auth provider type before we can use it. Before we can use it here, we need to register. Okay, so I'm going to, shall I just do it here? Register enum type, auth provider type. Okay. So that's one more thing we have to keep in mind. Whenever we deal with the enums, you have to register it. Also, you have to decorate that. You have to explicitly specify that in the field decorator. Now you have the GraphQL working, and you're seeing two types of mutations. Let's try to do one thing. Let's try to register. Let's register a user using credentials. So we have to pass all these 4 values, and I'm going to skip the image. email, karthik@email.com. Password. Okay, now we got back the user information, the newly created user. The image is null, the name is there. We generated a UID. Let's also go look at the hashed password. Okay, this is a newly created user, Karthik. That's his credentials. You can also see the hashed password there. Okay, that's one mutation. Also, the auth provider is correctly specified as credentials. Let's do the next one. Register with provider. Getting everything back. And also, so you can see that I'm typing very less here, right? I'm gonna call this Karthik Google. You get this amazing drop down, right? It's cool. Also, you have to specify the UID here, Google ID. Okay, that mutation went ahead. User got registered. Okay, this Google ID, this is the newly created user. I'm seeing the Google name here. The credential is null. We don't have credential there, but we have the auth provider which says Google. Hello everyone, I forgot to add the login mutation. So we start with creating two types, one input type. I'm extending the register with credentials input. I'm just getting only the picking email and password from this, and I'm declaring a login output which has only the token and string. Now in the user resolver, I'm creating, let's focus on one mutation first. I'm creating a login mutation. This is the login output, right? Which has the token string. That is the output. The input is login input, the email and password. And I'm creating a new method in the user service. This is the login method. So we get the user email and password. We are making sure that we have the email, we have the user there. If there is no user, I'm throwing an error, invalid email or password. And I'm making sure that I'm comparing the password. This is the password from the input. This is the password hash from the query. This is the user row. We include the credentials when we query the user, and we can get the password hash from the credentials. If the password is not valid, we are going to throw the same error to confuse the hacker, So if everything is fine, I'm creating a JWT token. I'm again using the JWT service, right? We used this to verify previously. Now I'm signing in. For the payload, I'm just passing the UID and I'm mentioning the algorithm to be HS256. That's it. I'm returning that token. Let's have a look at that. First, we will register a new user. Let's call it user1@email.com. This is the user1 with the same password. Okay, we have registered that user. Now we will see that user here, user1 with a custom UID there. And then let's try the login mutation. Login, select a token. The email is user1@email.com. Let's pass a wrong password. Invalid email or password, right? If we pass the wrong email, we're going to get the same error. Okay, now let's pass the correct password. Now we get back the token. Okay, now we can put it inside the JWT.io to see the payload. It has the issued date and the expiry date. The expiry date is 1 day from now. Okay, it is 4:45 a.m. So 24 hours, right? And yeah, so this happens because we specified the max age here. This is 1 day. We declare we imported the JWT module in the app module. So when we use the JWT service anywhere in the application, we will have all those properties together: the max age, the password, the JWT secret, everything, right? We don't have to keep giving those values here. Fine. So this is important, right? Even though we are going to use Next-Auth from the front end, we are not going to actually hit the login route, but we are also going to expose this as an API. So people have to be able to register and log in, get the token, and then they will be able to hit the authenticated routes, right? That's why. And I also created one more route here called who am I. Okay, this won't get any arguments. This just gets the user from the header. It returns the user object. Let's try that. In the who am I query, who am I? Select everything. We don't have any variables to pass. So initially it's going to complain no token provided. So we have to add the header authorization bearer. I think this is the new token A95. A95 is user 1, right? Let's add that, call it. Now you get this data. Okay, A95 user 1 without passing any variables. Okay, these two routes were not planned actually, but I wanted to add so that the API can be used independently. Okay, there are some drawbacks, like this is an unauthenticated route. Registration usually is unauthenticated, so people can keep creating new unwanted UIDs. Okay, but we are not sending back anything. We are not sending a token or anything, so people won't get access, but they can spam the database. Okay, they can keep creating dummy stuff like this. Okay, so that is one small drawback. No drawback is small. Okay, hello everyone. So we have a problem. I faced a problem making the Nest.js work inside a pnpm monorepo. The problem is, so we rely a lot on this Nest.js GraphQL plugin, right? It does things like it automatically annotates all the properties in the input object, all the properties in the classes with the field decorator, right? Also, it automatically gets a type from the TypeScript and conveys it when building the GraphQL schema. So all these things, this thing was not working. Okay, it has something to do with the reflect metadata. I'm not sure. I was discussing with in the NestJS Discord server, and I cannot make it work. So the options we have are, we can actually go inside, and it's a huge GraphQL project, and also we go really hard at building the DTOs and so it's going to be really hard for actually manually annotating all the properties in all these modules. So instead, I'm going to just switch the package manager. So it has something to do with how pnpm stores the node modules. In the yarn, there is something called a no hoist option, and I cannot find an alternative for in the pnpm workspace. So I'm going to switch the monorepo from pnpm to yarn. Okay, let's proceed. First, so all these are empty folders. I don't know. Okay, I was building, and when we actually check out the previous commit, the empty directories are not automatically deleted. I will clean that up. Fine. So first we have to So instead of the pnpm workspace YAML file, I am going to open the root package.json, and we are going to have the workspaces option there. It is still private, and inside the workspaces we're going to specify the packages. So we have this no hoist packages to block from hoisting to the workspace root. So that's what we're going to do to avoid or to host all the dependencies of the NestJS to the root of the monorepo, and that's all the problem. Okay, so the packages is going to have all the apps and their libs and everything inside it. And also inside the no hoist, I'm going to specify NestJS. Okay, come on. Fine, now I have added it. I have deleted the pnpm workspaces. I am going to delete the log file here. And you also have to make sure that you have yarn installed. You can simply install npm I globally yarn, and that will install yarn for you. So basically I deleted the pnpm workspaces and the log, and I added the workspaces here along with the packages and no hoist. Now from the root, okay, I also have to delete all the node modules. Okay, yep. Now I'm going to do this yarn. That is a short for yarn install. No log file found. It's going to take some time to create that log file, and we will be good to go. And then actually we are going to we need to convert a few change a few things. Like, this is not how we add dependencies, right? Okay, so yarn was already complaining that. Instead you have to just specify the version number, which is, I'm going to just go with a star, any version with that. I mean the latest version. I'm not sure about it. Okay, when I give star, what version is going to take, but I'm not going to worry about that. Any version, maybe the latest version is good. Okay, that's a change I have to do. Now I'm going to try to install it again. Okay, the installation is successful. We also get this yarn lock file, and everything is fine. Now I have to change this pnpm, right? I'm using pnpm for running the scripts. We can, I could not find a parallel for doing this. We're just parallelly running all the scripts named TSC throughout the monorepo. So I'm going to use NX as a, so the NX is for the monorepo. It's a build system for monorepos. We are going to use it for running the scripts, basically to replace this version. Also, we are going to get some local and remote caching for that. So I'm going to npx nx. I'm going to initialize nx in this project, latest init. This is going to ask a few questions. You have to run that from the root. I'm not going to enable any plugins here, just bypass it. So which scripts you need to run in order? I need to run the build, dev, ts and lint. Okay, so I'm going to enable all these things. Which scripts are cacheable? Build, lint, tsc. Fine. So what? Okay, I have to change the font size. Okay. What does the build script create? Any outputs? Yes, it creates the .next, build, dist, lint, no, tsc, no. Fine. So our nx is being initialized. We will get an Next.js on here. Would you like to remote caching? Yes. So that is done. Now we have to can run this. So this will run all the build commands. This is an alternative for this. Okay, but the nx is much more, have more features like local and remote caching, as I mentioned. This is how you build. Let's try to build it. So it builds the sample lib first, because both our applications are using that library. So it builds a library first, and then it moves to build the API and web. Okay, all three are done. First it ran. It took 3 seconds. The API was finished in 3 seconds. The web took 11 seconds. Now if I run the build command again, it's going to get that output from the cache. Fine. Now let's replace this with the yarn nx run many t build, and similarly here it has to be lint, here it has to be tsc. Also here, yep, yarn format, I just changed that to your pnpm from yarn, pnpm to yarn, all these things. Fine. Now I think we don't have any pnpm. We have to change the readme. Right. And also in the husky we have to run the yarn validate. Fine. Now let's try to run the yarn validate here. So this will be executed when we actually commit. We will do it. We will see that in a bit. I'm running this script here. Also you can see that we did not change the file, so automatically we got all the build outputs from the cache. And we are, remember, we also added the lint and tsc to the cache as well, right? You can see everything is taking a few seconds here. Now when I do the yarn validate again, I'm going to do the format from scratch. Formatting took like 1 second, and then all the tsc existing outputs match the cache. All the tsc and lint were taken from the cache. Okay, you can do it any number of times, and you're going to get that done in 2.55 seconds. Most of the 2.5 seconds were taken by the formatting. I think we are good to go. We have updated the pnpm workspace into yarn workspace. Okay, let's start building Autospace. So go to the Prisma schema file. Right now we only have the user, admin, and the credential, the models that are required for doing authentication. And we also saw the login mutation, the auth-related mutations, right? Now I'm going to add the models that are required to store the data. Basically, we're going to create the tables that are required for building Autospace. Okay, so for the user, you already have admin. We're going to have 2 more roles. So these roles are going to be tables. So basically the role-based authentication goes like, we will just make sure that the UID exists in one of those tables, and those tables are going to be protected. Not everybody can write to it. So that's how we do the role-based authentication. And the admin is going to have an array of verification. So I have the Prisma's extension installed, so that is giving me this suggestions that manager is neither a built-in type or nor refers to another level, another model, custom type, or enum. We will create that. Okay, so those are okay. Now let's create the manager and Valet. Okay. One more thing is we need to also have the customer. Everything is optional. A user may have, a manager may have, an admin may have a Valet customer table relationship. So the customer is going to have the UID. Also, we have to link back the user. Have the UID as a string, and that is the UID. That is a foreign key. That is a primary key that acts as a foreign key for this UID in the user model. Fine. And the customer is going to have an array of bookings, an array of reviews. I'm not sure if we are going to implement the reviews in this project. Actually, I was very ambitious in the beginning of this project, and yeah, I trimmed down a few things, but let's just have that. I may extend it later. Yeah, and then we also have this auto-generated timestamps. This automatically makes sure whenever a row is inserted in this table, we will create that. We will store the time in the created at, the updated at updates at the time of insertion, and also whenever we update a row in this customer model. Okay. The manager, we can have the display name, and we will connect the user model, having the UID in the field and the reference. We also have these dates, have the display name, and each manager is going to have one company. Okay, and one company is going to have a number of managers, and the manager is going to update the booking, right? They have to check in, check out. They may cancel a booking based on whatever. They can cancel if they want. So these are the booking timeline where the manager interfered. And the valet, when we have the UID, we have the user. I think it has to be caps. Okay, every user needs to be caps. That is the convention I'm going with. All the joins, table joins, the property names, we are going to be capitalized. We're going to capitalize them. Yeah, this has to be capital U. And once we migrated, once we do the database migration, we have to go back and modify if any of these existing ones used to the auth provider. Okay, so the valet is going to have the user. So we cannot create an item here without having the UID, that particular UID in the user table. That is the constraint we are creating here. We have our dates, display name, we have a optional image, license ID, which is a string with a default value of empty string. And each value is going to work for one company. They're going to have this. We already saw this. We already saw in the manager, right? The booking timeline. Similarly, the valet is also going to check in, check out, pick up the vehicle from the customer, and so on. So we can, in the booking timeline, we can see what are the updates done by the valet. And this pickup assignments, return assignments, these are the assignments that the valet committed to. So it will make sense once we finish the whole model schema. And let's go into the company. The company has an integer ID. We have the dates, display name, description, and each company is going to have a number of garages. Okay, so I have to register a company first, and then I can establish garages anywhere using a map. Each company is going to have a number of managers, and from the manager can work for only one company. That is the reason we are going with. And each company is going to have a number of valets, and each valet can work for only one company. Okay. So if we want to make valets work for multiple companies, that is possible also, but it complicates the system further. So this is what we are going with. Yep. So next one, garages. A garage is one physical establishment with multiple parking slots, and yeah, that is going to belong to one company. Let's start from a garage is an auto incrementing integer. We have dates, display name, description, just like a company. Maybe I think we also need an image or logo for the company also. I left it, but yep. Each garage is going to belong to one company. You're going to have an address, verification. So initially I was, so we have this facility actually. The admin is going to verify the garage created by the manager. Okay, and the garage reviews. This I told you that even in the customer we have the reviews part. We are going to implement that in the backend, but I don't know if we will have time to implement that particular feature in the product, but I will try. So the garage is going to have multiple slots. And then the address, we're going to have the ones where we always have the ID and dates. This is going to be the string address string 123 New York thing. We're going to have the lat and long latitude and longitude as floats, and each address is going to belong to only one garage. Okay, why is both of them optional? Okay, actually I can remove that, or can I have like this? I think that's okay. I'm going to leave this, and when I suppose when I finish all these errors, this is going to show me an error. You must make at least one thing optional, because right, I know in my in our mutation we are going to create a garage along with the address, but a database won't allow. But let's see. That is the address, and let's create the slot. The slot is going to have this ID and dates of the display name, price per hour in float. We have the dimensions, length, width, and height, and the type of the slot. The slot type is going to be these are the slot types we are going to deal with: car, heavy, bike, bicycle. Even though we have slot types, we also have this dimension, so that we are also going to have a really cool filter dialog where people can filter parking slots based on the dimensions and also the type. The user may want a really huge parking for a car, right? A slot is going to belong to one garage, and we are going to also manage all the bookings that happen to this slot. Okay, then comes a big table. Is booking. We're going to have the ID and dates, price per hour. So we so this price per hour, we can get that from the slot, but the price may change, right? The owner of the slot, the garage, can change the price of the slot, but we have to keep track of the price the user paid. So this is price per hour. That is the price at the time of booking. The total price, if that is price per hour, right? So if the user books the slot for 5.5 hours, then we will calculate the total price. That is also going to have valet charges for pickup, drop, or both. And then we have the booking times: start time, end time, vehicle number, phone number, passcode. We're going to have a passcode, generate a 6-digit passcode where the manager, valet, and the customer are going to agree upon based on one booking. And we have a enum called booking status. The booking status is going to have, let's keep the enums in the bottom. It's going to start from booked, valet assigned for check-in. This happens when an ally, when the valet assigns himself or herself, assigns themselves for the booking, and the valet pick up the car. If the booking did not require valet, then the state goes like booking, checked in, checked out. If it has valet, then booking, valet assigned for the check-in, valet picked up, check-in. This is the valet checking into the garage facility. And then for checkout, somebody has to assign themselves to take the car, the vehicle from the garage facility to the destination where the customer wanted to drop the car or vehicle. They check out. This is the valet checking out the garage facility, and the valet returning the car or vehicle to the customer. Okay, and we have the slot ID and the slot. Let's keep them together. Which slot the booking happened? The customer ID and the customer. And then the valet assignment. This valet assignment is going to have both the pickup and drop information. and again the booking timeline. This is the booking timeline, and we can actually look the timeline of the booking starting from the booked status to whenever the status changed. We're going to have insert a row in the booking timeline table. And also I'm going to index the start time and end time, because we are going to actually look for the remaining slots when we want to book. So if there are 1,000 slots, it's going to be complex, right? Each booking is going to have a start time and end time, and we're going to have run a query to see how many slots remaining between a start and end time. Okay, that is the exact time that the customer requires a parking slot. So in order to do that, I did some performance tuning. So we index the start time and end time so that query is going to be faster. That query of fetching number of free slots between a start time and end time. Fine. So that is the booking table. Let's create the Valet assignment model. So I'm going to have the booking ID as the primary key here, because so we're going to have only one Valet assignment per booking. That is obvious. That won't change, right? And then we also have these dates. We are going to have the pickup lat, return lat. Actually, pickup and pickup location can also be null, because the user should be able to request only for the dropping, request Valet only for dropping and not pickup. Okay, so everything is optional. That means both or any one of the pickup or lat can be populated, and this thing can be further optimized, because what if we have the pickup lat long and not the pickup Valet ID? Okay, that will create inconsistency. We may actually break this down into a separate other table where pickup lat long, pickup Valet ID are all mandatory, right? And that a join will be optional from here. So so I'm going to keep this a simple design. Next one, let's create the booking timeline. So we have auto generated ID. The booking timeline, I don't want to have the created it and updated it. I want to have timeline. This is like a log. I don't want to keep. We can have the updated at. It may help at some situations, but I'm not expecting to update this. Okay. So we have the booking here, have the Valet here, the manager ID. The manager and Valet can actually insert rows into the booking timeline model. And we have the review model, the ID and dates, rating is a number, comment is a string, and who gave the rating, which garage the rating was given to. And then I think this is the last one. The last one is verification. So you can see Prisma is showing the error. The admin can give a number of verifications, and garage is going to have one-to-one relationship with the verification, and we can actually filter based on the verification. We may want to search garages that are only verified. Okay, now everything seems to be happy. Okay, so we talked about this, right? The garage address, and now any one of these has to be undefined. That's how SQL tables work. We cannot mandatory make sure that both tables get updated at once. It has to be either the address or the garage. No. Okay, so let's make the address optional, and that is the whole database model. So we have the users, the roles. We have the user, We have a roles: admin, manager, valet, and customer. The admin can have any number of verifications. That is only a role. That is only duty I have given to the admin. And the customer can have a number of bookings, a number of reviews, and inside a booking is going to have is going to point to one slot, one among many slots in the garage. Is the customer, and an optional valet assignment. So one thing we can do here is we can actually have two properties here, right? Pickup valet, drop valet, and here we can make the location mandatory. Okay, and also the ID mandatory. I'm not going to change everything now. Yeah, and the manager is going to own a company and update the booking timeline. The valet is going to be part of one company, update the booking timeline. Pick up assignments, we're going to keep track what are the assignments the valet took for the pickup, for the return. Okay, let's see. Let's do the migration, and we will start building our GraphQL API. Go inside the API. I have the database up and running. Okay, this is the database running on port number 2010. I'm going to do the database migration. Prisma migrate dev. Okay, so I was playing around, and the migration file we have here under in our database does not match. So I'm going to reset it, delete the directory, or restore the migration file. I'm going to delete it and do the migration from scratch. Yes. Minute. Okay. All our tables are here. Our database is ready. Now we can start working with our GraphQL API. Okay, we already have a base for our API, the backend API. The backend is, yeah, I told you, right? So if there is an existing problem, this is going to be, TypeScript is going to complain us. So it is saying that for the user, we have added the manager, valet, and customer, but I have not added it, right? But instead of doing this now, I'm going to create all the modules that is going to have all the code for the GraphQL and REST API. For all the modules we just created, we are going to use a Codegen. So this is an article I wrote last year. NestJS plus Prisma plus TypeScript equals robust and powerful GraphQL APIs in less than a day. Maybe it should be API. Yeah, so here I'm saying API. Fine. So you can follow this. You can find this article and follow this to create a small reproducible POC. We're going to have a simple comment post, a simple database schema with comment post user. We're going to set up Prisma, create the modules, and for generating, I'm using this. Okay, this is an npm package I wrote. It's just a Codegen package that's going to automatically create the auth, DTO, Prisma, and the types. And also, we can optionally pass the flag GraphQL REST or both. We have to pass the complete for both, and that is going to create all the code required for the GraphQL and REST API. So this section is going to be a bit exhausting for me. At least I will fast forward it. So we are basically going to get help. We're going to follow TypeScript compile time error, and when we fix errors, we are going to have a functioning robust API. Both GraphQL and REST API actually. So yeah, so I'm going to use this. I'm going to create complete. Let's create a couple of scripts. Okay. Entity GQL, NX, NestJS, Prisma, Codegen. I'm passing the flag GraphQL, and for the rest, I'm passing the REST flag, and for complete, I'm passing the complete flag. Okay, just like I have mentioned in the documentation. Okay, let's copy all the model names from the schema. Okay, these are the model names. We already have the user module created here. We don't want credentials and auth providers and everything else we want. Okay, let's append yarn entity complete, and we're going to create. There are 13 modules, and I'm going to just run it. Stop the studio for a while, and I'm going to just paste it. This is going to create a whole lot of files inside these models. Yes. Okay, the code generation is happening, and you can see the folders getting populated, and you can see an insane number of TypeScript errors. Okay, we have like 284 TypeScript errors. It's not going to be cognitively demanding, but physically demanding. You can listen to some music, but you have to do only once for a project. Okay, you take all the model, you generate all the modules for the Nest.js, and you fix these TypeScript errors. And then this is a one-time process. It's going to take an hour for me. Like, I'll be listening to some music, and it's going to be a boring job. Okay, and this creates a really a tight dependency between the database schema and the Nest.js GraphQL schema. So when we change the database schema, we are going to see some errors. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to do this for like one or two of these modules, and then I will be fast forwarding. Basically, I think I will be copy pasting these folders from my practice project, but yeah. So always start from the entity. Let's keep the Prisma schema nearby. So we are working with let's start with the admin one. Okay, and this is the admin. So in order to fill this, you need to populate. So right now this is complaining, okay, we have to look at that restrict properties. So this makes sure that we are passing the class here, the type here, and the class must have only the types this is the class. Okay, this is the admin. We are passing the class itself inside this. Okay, mapped. So it's a map type, and it's going to make sure that the admin class is going to have the types that we have in the admin type. So this is the type we import from the Prisma client. Okay, so this is going to be the type of the admin, and this restrict properties mapped type will make sure that this class can only have types from the properties from the admin type and not anything more. You can do this implement interface. Okay, and since we have the Nest CLI, since we have the Nest.js GraphQL plugin set up, I don't have to decorate it. The whole point why I switched from pnpm to yarn, now Monorepo, is because doing this for all these modules input types is going to be impossible. I mean, it's possible, but it's exhausting, and yeah, now TypeScript is happy. Now one a demerit problem with this restrict properties is that I cannot do this. Even though the property can be nullable, even though the Nest.js GraphQL CLI will understand this and make the property nullable in the GraphQL schema also, I cannot do this because of a limitation of this mapped type. So whenever you see an optional field, you have to do it like this. Okay, so in this case, updated red is not optional. We don't have any optional fields, so we don't want to add that. Fine. So always we start with the entity, and then we will move to the create admin. What it takes to create an admin. Only the UID. Others are auto-generated and verifications. This thing happens once the admin is active and start interacting with the system and creating verifications. And in the update, also we are having some error here because this works for other tables, right? For example, I don't want to update the update hyphen company.input.ts because the primary key is ID and we don't have to do anything about it, but here I need to change. So basically update input gets this, makes everything partial. In this case it does not make sense because we only have one property, but in other cases we can see that for the company we will be having display name, description, and in the update DTO we will have optional display name and description and a mandatory primary key, right? Fine. So in the find, this is going to comprise of all the filtering and sorting pagination capabilities. Okay. In the cursor, even though we are going to use take and skip for pagination, I want to keep this GraphQL API really powerful, wide. So I also have this cursor. Here you can see that the primary key is not ID and it's UID, and the UID is not number. You can also see the error here. You can just follow the TypeScript. Now it says that the number is not assignable for string. Okay, so you can just read it and can follow the TypeScript error. Now it's happy. Let's go to the where. It is unhappy because it is lacking. We are using this restrict properties map type, and it is saying that the types we have here are not available here. We can do this, implement the interface, and NestJS does not understand this, right? So we also have the common DTOs. I'm going to import the string filter from the common DTO, date time filter from the common DTO. You can have a look at this. Okay, this is inside the common. This is auto generated as well from my package, from the npm package. Okay, fine. And the user relation filter, we are going to import this from the user module. Okay, this is going to come from the users var. Similarly, in the admin var also, I'm having the admin relation filter, admin list relation filter, and admin relation filter. Okay, this is for one-to-one relationship. This is for one-to-many relationship. Where is happy? There are no TypeScript error. Okay, I have to actually fix this. Fine. So I'm just creating this network. All these things I'm importing are from the other modules I generated. You can see the errors are reducing slowly. And the final one is order by. I can implement it. And here the problem is NestJS does not understand this. So I have to decorate that because this is an enum. Okay, this is not an object type, this is not an input type. Since the NestJS cannot understand it, I have to decorate it manually. And these are coming from the modules I generated already. And automatically, this is one-to-one relationship, right? The user to admin is one-to-one. You can see that. And this is for the one-to-many. In that case, it just gets the number. Okay. The admins GraphQL is happy other than this one error. It says that here, yeah, I am destructuring I'm looking for the ID in the update admin, but we updated this to UID, so I have to modify this. Fine. And the same in the service, I'm destructuring I'm getting the ID, I'm passing the where condition, and I'm collecting with the rest operator. I'm collecting all the rest data, rest of the information from the update admin input, and I'm passing that as a data. Okay, so that our GraphQL is ready actually. Now the problem is the REST API. I missed one thing. The NestJS is already running, but we were seeing some 275 errors, right? The problem is we did not add all the modules here. Let's do it. I created an untitled one. Okay, I'm going to again copy all the module names, and we'll just import it, or we'll just start typing it. Admins module, customers module, managers module, Valet module. Okay, so I have imported all the modules that we generated. Okay, now we have 270 errors, and let's keep going. The GraphQL part of the admins is done. Let's go to the REST part, go to the entity, implement it. The DTO, I'm omitting automatically. I'm omitting the created it and updated it and UID ID. You can also do this. You can do the type from the NestJS swagger, not the GraphQL. This is for the REST API. And you can only pick one item, that is UID. And other DTOs are happy. I have to modify the primary key here also in the update DTO. And in the controller, we have to do a few things like modifying the primary key from the ID number to the ID string, UID string. Same thing happens here. Okay, I'm going to select all the IDs. That is also doing this, but we will have TypeScript. Now we also have to modify the UID number to string. Fine. Now our controller is also ready. So in this case, I'm going to come back when we are working with the GraphQL front end. We will come back here, and we will make sure that the resolver is protected. Right now, anybody can create an admin. Okay, we will come and this is a role-based authentication. Now this path can only be done. The query, this is mutation, can only be done by the admin, and also finding all admins, finding any one admin, everything is actually authenticated, and they can only be accessed by the admin, not even by the manager. The admin is going to represent the Autospace as a company. The managers or managers of the garages. Okay, so that I wanted to just show. Yeah. Now the admins module is ready. It is showing that 256 error, 257 errors. Let's do one more thing, and I will be fast forward. The entity. Okay. Implement the interface. The display name is optional, so add this. Go to the update. Okay, create customer. I'm going to pick the UID display name. The good thing is automatically when we pick the display name will be nullable in the create customer input DTO also. It just gets that from this class. It's all the same one, same like the admin. For the REST API entity, I'm going to use the is optional from the class validator. The DTOs are happy. And let's fix the controller. Again, the primary key is going to be ID. I'm going to select all the IDs. I'm going to rename that as UID. And UID number to UID string. Okay. Now both our admin and user modules are ready. Now the error stands at 230. So each thing takes like a couple of minutes, and we have 11 more modules to go. Okay. So I went through all the models and modules, and I have, based on the Prisma schema, I have updated our modules. For example, this is the garage, and garage has display name and description as nullable properties. And you can see the nested sorting and filtering also. Okay, and all the REST.js and REST API is also ready, and the API is actually running. I think I showed you, I renamed the start dev to dev. So I'm going to use Apollo Explorer. This one, the Explorer sandbox. Here we can use 3000/GraphQL. Actually, NestJS also comes with this GraphQL playground, but this interface is much more better. That's the API. Okay, these are the queries we have. These are the mutations. Let's try to do a CRUD operation. Let's try to create a company. Okay. First, let's have our database open so we can make sure that we have the user. We have the data. So down Prisma Studio, and it opens here. We have nothing. Let's start with register with credentials. We're running everything. Here, we also have these ones. Okay, I'm going to register a user called user1@email.com. We don't have email verification system in this project, but we have Google. Password is. Yeah, our registration is successful. Now we can go back to see the data the user created there. The user is created, also the credentials. You can see the password is hashed, and basically the user is created. Okay, now let's try to log in with the same credentials. It gives back the token. Email is user1@email.com. Password is, this is the token. Fine. Now let's look at the company resolver to see the create company mutation. I think it's going to be a bit different from, it's summer in India. I have the AC running. It's very hot. Okay, so I think in the front end, we are going to use all these mutations and queries. Okay, so we are going to, our front end is going to have its own access patterns, the way of the way how the users going to register as a manager, create company, and so on. There's going to be a different flow, but I want this API to be accessed regardless of those access patterns, fixed access patterns that our front end use. So that's why I'm seeing what the create company takes. So the create company is going to omit created at, updated at, and ID. So we are going to send the display name and description. You can also see the schema. This is the GraphQL schema created. Okay, this is 1262 lines of code. This is code first GraphQL. All these code got generated from much more lines of TypeScript. Actually, you can see. Let's see if I have the clock there. Wait a minute. I will copy paste the clock script. So this script is going to tell us how many lines of TypeScript code we have. I'm going to ignore the node modules just to build log file package or JSON generated. Right. This is actually the generated is going to be TypeScript code, but we are going to generate it using GraphQL Codegen. Yeah. And actually, we have a whole lot of lines of code actually. Around 5,700 lines of code. Okay. That's a lot of modules, but everything is dependent on the types from the Prisma client. Everything. This is the entity. Okay, this is the create and update DTOs. This is find, and for the find DTO, the input argument type is going to comprise of everything, right? This is also implementing the Prisma slot find mini args. Okay, everything is dependent upon the Prisma. Is it a good thing? It creates some strong typing in our project. So whenever we change the database, TypeScript is going to complain and ask us to update our API, okay, or else the code will not compile. So yeah, let's run this create company mutation. I'm going to return everything. Okay. And one more thing, the very next section, we are going to set up the resolve fields. From the company, we can get like managers name. Okay, that's the beauty of GraphQL, right? That's the point. But we will do it in the next section. Description, parking company. Okay, display name, okay, company name. Really bad at coming up with. Okay, so it's asking for a token because the company's resolver, I'm telling that only the manager can create a company. Makes sense, right? So there are two things. The request has to be authenticated. That means we need to have this token. The token has to be legit. Two things. First, we need to have this token, and then the UID inside the token. You can see the UID here, the payload of the JWT. Yeah, so this is the UID. We have the expiry date, issue date, and this person has to be in the manager. But right now we don't have any manager. You can see this is the UID we have in the token. Okay, so now I have the token. Now let's see what other error it's saying. It is going to say that forbidden resource because the user does not have a manager access. That means the user does not have a manager account. So in order to bypass that, I'm going to just create an manager account. Now I can proceed. Wait a minute. Auth guard. This is for authenticating the user. This is for authorizing user. Okay, get roles. Okay. Actually, I did not include we need to have the manager and valet. We don't have one for the customer. This is going to give back the manager and valet. We are using promise all. Here, I'm going to push the valet, manager, and admin roles into the roles, and that's what I'm going to compare with. Okay. Now the role only has the manager admin. Let's also add the valet there. Fine. Now TypeScript is happy. Our API is running. Now this should go. Yep, it's successful. We have created the company. We can have a look at that here. Have the manager here. Yeah. Ah, okay. Fine. Actually, when I'm creating the company, I'm not creating the manager here. Okay. But as I told, the API. So actually this should happen, but I'm not going to work on this right now because we will come back when we are working with our actual forms. We will decide on the actions of the mutations. Fine, maybe let's just quickly add that. We're going to add the manager ID, which is going to be a number. Okay, and that is mandatory. Now you will be getting some error. The service. Okay, so manager ID is fine. Let's destructure the values and inside the data I'm going to give the description, display name, and then the managers I'm going to connect with the UID. The UID is the manager ID. Manager ID is a string, sorry. So here it has to be string because that's the UID. Fine. Let's delete this company. Let's create it again. Now, but this time we are having this error saying we need to pass the manager ID. Let's pass it. Going to get the manager ID from here and to pass it, and it is successful. Now there is the link. Okay, fine, but still, as I told you, the way we are going to approach the front end, we are going to have our own access patterns, and that's how we will shape the back end. I wanted to show this demo. Fine, now we created a company is created by the manager. The next section we will be creating all the resolve fields. Okay, everything is ready now. We also have to query the garages. Yep, companies. Yeah, I also wanted to show that filtering sorting capabilities. We have one company, right? Yeah, let's create one more company. Desk2. We will delete we'll delete these things. Name to same manager. Okay, so we have 3 companies now. 2, 3, and 4. Now we can do pagination. Skip 1, take 1. So take 2. Okay. So it skipped the first item, which was ID 2, and we got these things back. You can do some filtering. Sorting. I'm going to sort by ID. Oops. ID. Okay, I have to mention. Yep. Maybe, yeah. So variable order by card. So we need to. Is this a error message that we can send back to the front end? Variable sort by card value at. Yeah, maybe, but we can even polish if we are using a API as a service. We can further polish this error messages, but yeah, this is fine. Ascending. When I do descending, we're going to get the 3 and 2 because 4 got skipped here. Okay, 4, 3. That is sorting, and let's also do some filtering. And also it is nested. Okay, I'm going to filter by managers some UID contains. Okay, some text. This what manager UID, right? Okay, so manager UID. So the manager UID has 23. That's not a problem, but I am worried why I am getting only one result. Okay, that is because when I am passing the manager, automatically if the manager can be a part of the demo did not go as planned, but still the manager can be a part of only one company, right? So when basically in the create service, we need to have a check to see if the manager, make it async, use the this dot prisma dot manager dot find unique where UID manager ID, we got the manager. So if the manager the truthful, going to throw new bad request exception, manager is already a part of a company, it's already a part of another company. Okay, so I should have done this, right? What happened is that when I started passing, the manager got, first I created this parking company name, right? And then I created this name 2, and then I created this name 3. The manager got switched to the newer companies that got created. Now if I am passing same manager ID with another company, I'm going to get this error, manager is already part of another company. Fine, so I just wanted to show you the filtering and sorting capabilities. And yeah, in the next section we will be able to create all those resolve fields for everything. Okay, our API is working. Let's create the resolve fields. This is the Prisma schema. So for the user, I should be able to query the admin, manager, valet, and customer. So you open the user resolver file. Okay, let's use the resolve field. Here we are going to return back the user. Let's import the user entity. We're going to just name it user in small case. Here we can in the argument decorator, you can use the parent argument decorator and get the, okay, actually we are actually okay, this is going to be admin. We're going to return the admin entity. Okay, you have to make sure that you import it from here. And in the parent, we are going to get back the user. Here, I'm going to just use the Prisma dot admin dot find unique. I'm going to return the admin based on the UID. Okay, how do we get the UID? From here, from the parent user.uid. Okay, that's how we get the admin. Now we can go here, users, we can fetch everything along with the admin information. Okay, so this one, there are a few things which is not protected enough. Okay, at compile time, can user is admin can be nullable, right? So you have to mention that, or else you are going to get this runtime error. You have to make this nullable true. Now when you try that, you get the user and the admin is null. For testing, I'm going to add admin for that user. Okay. Now when we fetch back, we are going to fetch the admin. Fine. Let's do that for the manager, valet, and customer. 3 times. This is the manager from the manager entity. This is also nullable. Change this. Change this. Okay, this is Valet. Let's change these two things. Finally, this is customer. Fine. Now, when we fetch the user, we can fetch all this information. Yeah. So we created that manager, right? So this user has an admin access and the manager access, and you can see that. Let's go one step further. Let's go to the customers and create the user. Yeah, why not? Just for testing. Customer resolver. We're going to create a resolve field called user. We're going to return back the user entity. I have to import the parent and the resolve field from Nest.js GraphQL. The parent is going to be customer. Okay. Now we can do this. I should have actually added this in an admin or the manager, because those guys have the user account. So it's going to return the user. The parent is admin. Okay. Now from the admin, I can fetch the user back. Okay. I'm just playing around. Okay, so we can do this. So the admin we can fetch. Okay. Yeah. So let's fast forward. And I'm going to create all the resolve fields. In the admin, we already have the user. Let's create the verification count and verifications. So this is how we mention the return type in array. Okay, array of verifications, and I'm again using the Prisma. The resolve fields mostly are going to have one database, like fetch. It could be find many, find unique based on the relationship between the models. Admin is done. Let's do the resolve fields for the address. The address is going to have only the garage. Okay, I fast forward and I created all the resolve fields. In the address, I have the garage, and everything is going to be very similar. Sometimes you may want like a custom resolve field, like this verifications count. Like this is going to return back a number. Okay, just a count of verifications where the admin ID is the requester. Yep. So everything is ready in the Valet. I wanted to show you pickup Valet, return Valet. So just I had this open, and based on these joins, I created the resolve fields. So we are like building upon this database schema. Our GraphQL API directly, so it directly reflects the shape of the database schema. Now you can see plots has bookings, garage information. Right, we don't have any slots yet, but that's all about the resolve fields. Basically, you just reflect what you have in the joins in the database as resolve fields, and you don't it's not mandatory. Okay, also you can have custom fields like this one. Okay, our API is almost ready. Okay, we will actually come back to have some custom mutations and some changes if required, and also we have to secure the API. Not all paths are secured properly. Okay, so we have this API. We want to fetch data, and we want to do that in a type safe way. Okay, not just fetch data, both the queries and mutations. Even for mutation, here as you can see, the variables. What? Okay, yeah. So variable is typed right here in the Explorer. We want same kind of type safety in our front end. So we're going to use something called GraphQL Codegen. So let's get started. I'm going to create a network library. So inside the libs, I'm going to create a new directory called network. So inside that, I'm going to initialize a project with -y. That will set all the default values. This is what we have. Okay. In the network, basically this is going to be a dev dependency. Okay, now we are not going to use this in runtime. We are going to use the codegen stuff in runtime. We're going to generate the codegen in a development when we are building the front end. The codegen is like a bridge between the backend and front end. So let's add dev dependencies. First, we want the GraphQL codegen CLI. This is what we use to run the codegen. And then let's have a look at the plugins. Okay, the first one is a named operation. So this named operation will give back all the names of the queries and mutations, which are really useful for invalidating the cache. We are actually going to use Next.js fetch, okay, for doing static fetching, server-side rendering. That uses the Next.js. Okay. Also, we're going to use Apollo client for doing client-side fetching. Both these things, this named, for example, this is going to be an example. We are going to access you can access the queries, mutations, and fragments, subscriptions, whatever we have, whatever we do, whatever we inputted, the query names and mutation names. The second one is type document node. This is very powerful. We used to have Apollo client, okay? But now we don't have to use, we can just install Apollo client and use the use query. We can pass this type document node directly, and the query, the hook, query hook or use mutation hook becomes typed. Okay. So basically here get dogs, they are creating a query here. Instead of this, we will pass a type document node here, and this data will automatically be typed. Okay, the data will know what type we are going to get back. Similarly, in the use mutation, when we pass, instead of this instead of composing a query like this, when we pass a type document node inside the use mutation, we're going to get the data. The data is going to be typed, and also use mutation typically gets these variables, right? This is going to be typed as well. We will see in a bit. So yeah, those plugins I'm installing. And then also we need the TypeScript operations. So this generates the types for the mutation, queries, subscriptions, and fragments. I think that is it. Okay, so these are the requirements. I'm installing them as dev dependency, and then I'm going to create inside I'm going to create a codegen.ts. This is the script we will run. As I'm going to import the config. It's still installing. The document pattern. This is the document pattern. This is the input file document pattern. We're going to have the plugins, TypeScript operations, named operations, type document node. These are the plugins. And let's create the config. First, I'm going to add the overwrite as true. When we change the input file, the output file is going to be overwritten. And I'm going to, this is inside a Monorepo, so we can directly access the schema file from here. Okay, this is the database schema, the GraphQL schema file. I'm just going back 2 steps, going into the apps, APIs, SRC, and directly getting the GraphQL schema file as a schema. And I'm also going to enable the watch. So whenever an input changes, automatically the output gets generated. Generates. The key is going to be the output file path. In the documents, we have to mention the input file path, which is we're going to have an SRC here, and then QL slash queries dot GraphQL. Okay, this is going to be our input file, and when we update that, we will get back a generated.tsx inside this JQL file, right? And also I copied all this into a separate array so that this looks clean. So you can add more. For example, if you have some seed data here, and if you want to do that in a typesafe way, you can generate a file into this API folder right from the network. Okay, you don't have to keep having this Codegen set up into the applications and projects. Now it's almost ready. Let's test it. So this is the input file. Okay, I'm going to just copy this, put it here, and we need to create a script in the package.json in the network. I'm going to create a script called Codegen. I'm using the GraphQL Codegen, which is a dependency, and I'm targeting the config, which is this Codegen.ts. Fine. Now if I run the Codegen, something is wrong. Okay, so actually I forgot to export the config. Export default config. Fine. Now it tells that, okay, so it asks me to install the parcel watcher in order to use the watch, I think. Okay, let's comment this and try it again. Fine. See, now we got back the generated.tsx. It's going to be a huge file. It has all the types of our GraphQL API. And finally, you will see the register with credentials document. Okay, now we got back this. Let's quickly set up the Apollo client and we will try to do the mutation. Okay, so I'm going to keep the Apollo configuration here. Inside the SRC, I'm going to have a config directory apollo.tsx. Okay, because we are also going to have export the Apollo provider from here. Let's install the Apollo client. This is not a dev dependency because we will be using it directly in at runtime. Okay, I'm importing Apollo client HTTP link in memory cache. Maybe let's keep it simple. This is the interface for the provider because we are going to get the children. We need to wrap the children, right? Inside that, I'm going to create the Apollo client. Okay, so we need to create the HTTP link. Okay, so we need to, this is going to be environment variable, the API URL, which is going to be as localhost 3000 here, localhost 3000 / GraphQL, and we can directly pass it here. We can enable in-memory cache. One problem with the Yarn workspaces is that here the network library, I don't have React installed, right, as a peer dependency, but still I can use this because the root node modules has React. Okay, the root node module has React, so It's not complaining. When we build and push also, I'm not seeing any problems, but I'm going to add this as a peer dependency. Save peer. Okay. I think the save peer did not work. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to. This is hyphen peer to save the peer dependency. The network. Now we have React in the peer dependency, and I think we can remove that from the dependency. Fine. Now let's add React as a peer. Yeah. Okay. Fine. We are actually building the Apollo provider. So we have created the Apollo client with a HTTP link, and I'm just exporting the provider by passing the Apollo client as a client. This provider is Apollo provider. Fine. Now we can simply wrap this provider, wrap the application with this provider, and inside that we can just install Apollo client as a dependency in our application, and we can use this typed document node inside that, and we can fetch that. Yeah. Before that, we have to set up some tsconfig stuff here. We are using JSX, but it does not see a tsconfig to help that. So let's create a tsconfig.json. So first I'm going to extend the tsconfig that is in the root. Okay, we have basic. This is what we want to use throughout the monorepo. I'm extending everything. Then I'm going to have my compiler options. I'm going to have the out directory and the root directory, and I'm also going to specify JSX as React JSX. Okay, now should be happy. Yeah, I think that error went away. Okay, now let's rename this. Is called network, but I'm going to rename this Autospace/network, and we need to add this as a dependency in our web. I'm going to go to the package.json, and similarly I'm going to do the network, add the network, and in the web I'm going to do the yarn to install the dependency. Fine. Now in the layout file, src layout. Wow, all these empty folders. In the layout file, I'm going to import Autospace network /src config Apollo. I'm going to import the Apollo provider, and I'm going to wrap the body. Fine. Okay. So create the environment variable next public API. It's localhost 3000. That's what we are using in the Apollo config. So yeah, we have created the type document node. We have created the Apollo provider and wrapped this. Now let's do the mutation. As I told you, I did not install this Apollo client as a dependency in the web application, but still it is letting me use that, import stuff from that dependency. That I don't like. Create mutation document. Yeah, register with credentials document. That's it. Let's try to use that. I'm going to just show you the safety we get. Okay, I'm passing it. I'm not getting any types of the variable, types of return type. But look at this. We can, okay, this is an array, and we can get the data and loading states from here, and the data is typed. So this is a return type. Remember, this is exactly what we got here. Updated at UID, name, image, and so on. That's not it. The variables are also typed. Okay, register with credentials input. That's exactly the variable name, and inside that also we get what value to pass and which field is optional. Okay, even the optional field is not showing here, but the GraphQL Codegen allows us to do this. Okay, so instead of I chose to um, show you the mutation example here because I wanted to show how the variables are type safe as well, along with the return type. Let's also have a query like these companies. I'm going to just paste it here, and the network is not running. Okay, sorry. Codegen. Actually, it was asking me to install the watcher. Now we have the company's document, right? Now we go here. We have to use the use query, and here company's document, and let's use the use query with the company's document. It okay, actually a query also has all these variables. Okay, yeah, order by, skip, take, where. I think something is missing. The resolver dto find where. Okay, okay, so that is because those are the 4 things I picked here, right? Let's create another query. Let's return everything. And I'm going to select all these things, all the variables. Yeah, I think I did it. Fine, this is the query. I'm going to replace that. Fine, let's run the code gen again. Now in the page, this is not an array. The return type is just going to be an object with a lot of things here, including the data, loading, and so on. The variables now, along the where and so on. Okay, here also you can do this nested filtering. Whatever we saw here is possible in the front end also. Now in the fetching the component, I'm going to just loop through the companies. Company.name, display name. Also you have to specify the key company.id. Fine, let's run the application. The application is inside the API app/web yon dev 3001. Since we are using hooks here, I have to mention this as a client component. Okay, that's not the problem here. Use client. Yeah. Okay, so in the layout, I'm using this Apollo provider. So I have to also mention this as use client. Now the error is gone. Now we can see 3 companies here: parking company, parking name 1, name 2. Let me quickly add some style there. Okay, so these are the 3 names, and we got that fully in a type-safe way. Okay. Yeah, so in the upcoming section, I will be setting up the auth options for the Next-Auth, and we will do authenticated queries. Okay, so our backend is almost ready, and we have built the bridge, which is the GraphQL Codegen, which lets us query data in a type-safe way. Okay. So in this section, we are going to proceed to build the Next-Auth. We're going to set up authentication, and also we will be making authenticated queries and mutations through below. Let's proceed. Okay, let's create the API routes for authentication. API slash auth slash. We're going to. So this is going to be a catch-all. This is going to catch all requests that's going to be like localhost, like the URL slash API slash auth slash anything. Suppose we need to install the Next-Auth in our web. Then we need to create the handler. Going to use the Next-Auth. We have to pass the auth options here that we will create inside our network library. And then I'm going to export the handler as get and handler as post. Fine, now let's go to the network library and we will create this auth options. So inside the config, I'm going to create this auth options .ts. Okay, so this is the skeleton. So basically, we are going to use the Next-Auth options. Let's import that from Next-Auth. So we're going to use two types of providers: Google provider and credentials provider. And I have set up that we have to create the Google client ID and secret ID. You can create an account in a project in Firebase and or even Google Console. I will show you. So create a new account, new project in your Google Cloud Console. Go to API and services, click on the credentials, and you can find the client ID here and the client secret here. Also, you have to add the origins. These are the front-end URLs and the authorized redirect URLs. They are going to be like front-end URL slash API slash auth slash callback slash Google. Yep. So you have to do it. Get these two IDs to the client ID and the client secret. The environment variables as Google client ID, Google client secret. And then I am also configuring the email password authentication. So basically the Next-Auth does not know about the backend, right? So we have set up these providers, Google provider, and we can log in using Google and or using client, but actually we have to manage this client provider, right? We have to make sure that the email password is there in our database, all this stuff. That's what we are doing here. So inside the authorize, we get the credentials here, and I'm going to, if there are no credentials, I'm going to just return null, so that won't pass. I'm going to destructure the email and password, and if the email and password, email is string, okay. Maybe I don't need this. We can throw this here. Fine. Return. Oops. Okay. We don't need that check. Let's have a try catch block. So in here we are going to actually call our login document. So let's make sure that your network Codegen is running. And in the okay, so I have to enable the watch true, so that I don't want to keep doing this again and again. And I need to install the watch parcel watcher. Okay, let's install that as a dev dependency. So the Codegen is asking me to do that in order to use this watch true feature. Fine. Okay, now it's watching. In our GraphQL queries or GraphQL, this is the input file, right? When we post a query here, we will get back the type document node here. So I'm going to get the login document Apollo Explorer 3000/GraphQL. Now let's copy the mutation for login. This is going to give back the token. Fine. Now in the generated, we will see that login document. Right, now let's go back to the auth options. We have to import that from the generated. In order to do this mutation, I'm going to create a few fetch functions inside the network library. I'm going to create fetch index.ts. We're going to basically extend the Next.js fetch to help us accept a type document node. So simply what Apollo is doing here, the use query, I'm not passing any generics. Okay, the return type, the variable type, nothing. This contains everything. So we're going to create a fetch function which is going to just get this type document node, and it will infer the variable type and the return type. Okay, let's implement that. The fetch, this is going to be the fetch return type. Going to get a generic, that is going to be return type, and the error is going to be string. This is going to be the type. It's going to contain either both the data and error are optional, and the data type is going to be passed through the generic. But the consumer of this function don't have to do this. Don't have to pass the types. So this is the argument type for the fetch function. This is the return type. This is the variable type. Okay, and we also have to import the type document node from. Okay, I don't remember installing that. I think this will do us. Okay, this should do. So this is the document we are going to get, which is this. Okay, the type of this is document node. Okay, which is the query and all the variables. That is the document type, and the variable is going to be v, and also we are going to get the other config where the Next.js fetch function gets, like yeah, we're extending it. So I'm also getting this configuration and also the token. This is going to be for the authentication. I have some documentation here so that when we hover over the function, we will get some information about what the function gets, what it returns, how to use that. So this is going to be, this is an async function. It's going to return a promise of the fetch result, which is this. We are passing the data. We're going to get the query from the document. Print. Okay, so the print has to come from the GraphQL itself. And I'm going to return a function. We're going to first give the API/URL. We already have this in the environment variable, the URL/GraphQL. And inside that, we're going to actually do a GraphQL query or mutation, right? The method is going to be post. And the header, first I'm going to have the content type as application JSON. And I'm going to optionally use the token. So if the token is real, this is going to be the JWT token we get back from when we log in, right? If the token is real, we are going to spread this object. So that will basically make the header, that will just insert this property in the header, or else it will spread the null, which is nothing, right? So this is how we optionally add this property in the header. And let's add the body. We're going to do the JSON stringify. I'm passing the query and the variables. And also let's spread all other configurations that we just saw, right? That Next.js fetch function usually gets. Fine. So next, I'm going to get the response here, and get the, how to make this async. We get the data and errors here, and if there are errors, I'm going to just console log it and return the error. So remember the return message, the return type is going to be either the t data of data or error as a string. So that's what we are here. We are returning the error with a string, or else we can just return the data. Okay, this is the implementation. What happens is we get the document. When we consume it, when we use this function, we don't actually use, we don't have to pass these types as t data and variable. T data and variable are going to be received. So when we pass a document here, the function knows the t data and variable, and we will use it. The variable will be the function knows the type of the variable. The function knows the type of the return type. This is the fetch GraphQL. Let's use it in our auth options. Okay, so inside that, I'm going to call this await fetch GraphQL from the fetch inside the, we are inside the network library. So, and then we have to pass a document which is login document. Also, we need to pass the variables. Also, you see that, right? Everything is typed. I'm not letting the function know the type of the variables and return type, but still everything is clear here. Also, we get the data and the error, which both can be optional. And when we look into the data, you get the login dot token. Okay, that is the return type of the login mutation. Okay, so if error is not null, we're going to just throw an error here, or else I'm going to return the ID. Okay, what? Oh, okay, I have to destructure that data. Oops. Okay. Fine. So actually, we have to quickly add the user information in the login also. So let's go to the user service. Here we get this user, right? I am going to add that here, and also I have to mention that in the return type here, along with the token, I'm going to also add the user. Now the user service is happy. Now we have to restart it because this is not, the Codegen is not listening to the changes in the backend, changes in the API. It will look for the input file, the GraphQL queries and mutations, but not the actual API. I restarted it. Now inside the login we get back, oh, what? Okay, so user resolver. I have added this. Where does it come from? Fine, that is fine. API is running. Yeah, we can get the UI, we can get the user and everything here. So we should be able to get the user information. Wow. Okay, I found it. That is, I'm not getting the user here. Okay, the query does not specify the user, and hence so we need the image name, also the email. Okay, UID, name, image, email. So it is saying that the email is not there in the user resolver. So I'm going to create a resolve field here that is going to get the email. Okay, actually the email can be received from the credentials itself, right? So because we use that email to log in, so this is going to be that email is going to belong to the user we get back from the data. Here it is, data dot login dot user.uid. Same thing, image. Okay. So I have to add the image here. Fine. So this is the login mutation. We're going to get the token. We're going to get the UID name and image. Everything is happy. If there is an error, I'm going to just return null. That is how we authorize when the user enters the credentials, email and password. That's how this is how we manage it. We also have to return the name. Okay. We still have this error. Okay. So these things cannot be null probably. So let's make sure if there is no data dot login dot token or error. Now we can remove this, and TypeScript is happy, And that's how we handle the authorization, that is login, using the credentials provider. We still have a few things to do. I have enabled the debug so that we will get more log in the development mode, I think. I have enabled the JW strategy. We also have to pass the max age. I'm going to keep the max age here, but later we want to actually use this in other places as well. So we will be having a util library, and we will have this constant there. And then let's work on encoding and decoding the JWT token. This is going to give us the token and the secret. If there is no token, I'm going to return the token is undefined error, or else I'm going to get the sub, which is going to be the ID, the UID, and all other token props. So now to work with the JWT, we also need the JSON web token. Let's install that in the network, and we can import the JWT like this. I think we also need to install the type definitions for this. Let's add this as a dev dependency, and now we get the JWT. We can work on the encoding and decoding. So let's get the current time. Let's calculate the expiration time. This is the issued at, this is expired at times. Okay, I'm going to sign a JWT token. We're going to just pass the UID, all other token props if you pass anything else, and the expiration timestamp. Yeah, this secret we get in the encode, right? Actually, we have to store an environment variable there. We're going to call, so basically open your .env for the front end and just have Next-Auth underscore secret. You can pass any secret. I'm just having this locally, so I have a weak password, weak secret there, but you can have other harder ones. We will use the same secret in our API so that we can decode the JWT there. Okay, now we have the token, we can just return it. Fine, that is the encoding logic. Let's do the decoding. The decoding is okay. The difference is this token is data. Okay, this is an object. This is an object. This, for the decoding, this is a string. Okay, this object is going to have the ID and the other token props that we use to create and return the token. Decoding is opposite. We get the token, the JWT string, the same secret, and we have to decode and return the object, the payload of the token. Let's do the try catch. Okay. Here I'm going to decode the verify. This is the algorithm we are using at just 256, and we are passing the token and the secret. We decode the token. This decoded token is going to have an object. It's going to have the UID and issued date, expired date, and so on. Yeah, so we also have to import the JWT. You can import the JWT from the Next-Auth -JWT. Okay, maybe import star as JWT. Okay, fine. That's how we. Oh, okay. So if it's an error, I'm going to just return. We're going to throw an error. Return null. Fine. Now the encoding and decoding is done. Now one more thing is remaining, that is two more things. Okay, the callbacks. This sign in will be called for both the credential provider, Google provider, or any other auth providers we use in the application. But when the user first logs in, signs in using Google, we have to create an account for that user in our database, right? So inside that, I'm going to check that account provider is Google. So we don't have to do anything when the user logs in with a email password, because the users themselves created account, registered themselves into a database when they registered. But that won't happen in the Google sign in. So we have to, when the user signs in for the first time, we need to create. Okay, so for that, how to make sure that the user is there already in our database? I'm going to create a new route for that. When the user resolver, I'm going to create a query. It's going to say, it's going to be get auth provider. We're going to basically get the auth provider data, which only contains the UID and the type of the auth provider, okay, which is Google or credentials. That's all. So I am just creating that, and we need to create that object because we did not create a module for auth provider. So let's create the auth provider in the user entity. Auth provider is going to have the UID and the type. Okay, that's it. So this is required for confirming if the user already has the account or not. So let's create the query in our Codegen. Okay, get auth provider. We are returning the UID and the type. Now we can use that here. So if the provider is Google, we are destructuring the ID, name, and image, and I'm using the same fetch GraphQL to do this query. And also we can import this from the generated TSX. I'm passing the variable as from using the ID. If there is no user, if there is no account there, we're going to create a new user. If there are no existing user, then we will, okay, actually we have to create this register with provider document also, the mutation, and schema.ql queries.graphql. Paste this, we will get back the register with provider document from the generated file. Also we can get the, so this generator is going to have a lot of things, like everything that we need in the, that we have in our backend, in our API, including the where type, everything. Okay, so we can get the types into our front end from this generated code. Fine, so finally we have to return true. Basically in the callback, sign in callback, we made sure that the provider is Google, and if there is no account, we are creating the account. And you say the session, if the token is valid, we have to add the data from the token into our session. So here I am manipulating the session object. I'm passing the image from token picture, passing the UID as token.uid, email as token.email, name and as token.name. After we set everything, we're going to return the token. The token is null, then it is null in the session also. Now to satisfy this, for example, you can just click through and see the type. The default session has name, email and image, but I want to have the UID in the session information so that I can get that UID in the front end. So in order to do that, I'm going to have a type definition that will add UID to this. Okay, so in the src, in the root, I'm going to create a next-auth.d.ts. There I'm going to import the default user, which is this. Okay, I'm importing that. And then I'm inside the Next-Auth module, so the session interface, I'm modifying the user object to actually use the default user but without the ID, and I'm adding the UID there. Okay, now when you have this type definition in the root of the network, you won't have the error here. Now this error is gone. Now session is unhappy for some reason. Promise. Oh, I have to return the session. Sorry. Fine. So that is it. I'm also going to have another function called getAuth. So basically, this is an auth options, and this get server session comes from the Next-Auth package. Okay, you can in the server components, you can use this. This is an asynchronous function. You can use this to get the auth object that is going to have the UID, image, email, and name. But I don't want to pass around the auth options. This is simpler. This is shorter than this, right? So I created this helper function. That's all about the auth options. Now we get back to the API route and we will finish this. Now we can import the auth options from the network / src config auth options. Fine, that's it. Now I'm also going to create a token route, which is going to, we're going to get the types, next request, next response, get the cookies. I'm going to set up a get route, and inside that I'm going to get the cookies, the session cookie. The session cookie is going to be saved in this name. Okay, next-auth dot session token. We get that, and we're going to return that in the response. Okay, so we have two routes inside the API / auth. One is, this is going to be response. This is a collect all route. This is going to get all the routes that ends with API / auth / anything. We have a Google / callback also, right? So everything comes here, goes into the auth options, and it gets worked. Also we have the token route, which basically when called, it is going to just return the string, the UID, the JWT token of the logged in user, if the user is logged in, or else it's going to just return the empty string. So we have set up the auth routes, and before proceeding to create the auth pages like register, login, we need to create the UI library. So inside the libs, we are going to basically create a UI. It's a Next.js project. So previously in the previous foundation, I was using Vite. Vite had facilities to actually convert that into a publishable library, but this time I'm going to keep it simple. I'm going to just create a Next.js project as for the UI library. So yeah, when I was trying to commit the code, I got this error. It says that the UID does not exist in the type. the default user, right? We have the type definition here. Now we have to use that. We have to import that inside our application also. Here I'm going to create a types.d.ts, and I'm going to import that. Fine. Now we can also individually run the validate script before trying to commit. And since we are using NX, a lot of things are already cached well, so it takes very less time. Fine. That I wanted to say. Now let's proceed to create our UI library. Inside the libs, I'm going to create yarn, create next-app. The name is going to be UI. And TypeScript ESLint, I'm going to enable TypeScript ESLint, Tailwind, SRC, app router, and no import alias. And inside the UI, the TS config, I'm going to delete the paths. Okay, I don't want that, because that will create problems when I try to import some component from here. It creates problems. These internal paths. Fine, we have to set up the Tailwind. Basically what we are going to do is we are going to set up the Tailwind here, and we are going to delete this global.css. Okay, right now we don't have anything there, but we will have some styles that are about the toast map and so on. So I want to have one CSS file, and that CSS file is going to exist inside the UI library, and we are going to have multiple applications, and everything is going to use that CSS file instead of copy pasting everything inside these separate global CSS. I'm going to delete this, and let's rename the package name here to Autospace/UI. Okay, and in the package, in the web, I'm going to add that as a dependency. Okay, so we have to install that inside the web, run yarn. Fine. Now in the layout of the web, we already deleted the global.css. So I'm going to get that from autospace/UI/src global.css. Okay, fine. Now we have to configure the Tailwind configuration also. We have to set up the theme, primary color, and so on. So I have to create inside SRC. I'm going to create a styles. I said styles, but I typed it wrong. Config.js. I'm going to copy paste all the configurations. We are going to have the brand. We are going to use HSL, hue, saturation, lightness. Okay, so this is easy to even see and understand the color. Okay, this is going to be an yellow. Okay, 0 is going to start with red. It becomes orange, yellow, green, and so on. It is between 0 and 359. This is the saturation, this is the lightness. So it starts bright and becomes dark. Okay, this is the primary palette. We have the gray palette, we have the yellow palette, which is we don't want that. We have the green, red. We have the animations for spinning, spin, reverse, wiggle, slide, wiggle. Yep, all these things you can use. Also, we have to create the keyframes for those animations. This car park is just a funny thing. We will see a brand icon. It starts at 0. It starts somewhere, and then it goes parks, and then it returns. We don't need yellow because the primary color is yellow. Fine, that is the configuration. Now inside the Tailwind config file, I'm going to import the config that is going to have the color configuration, spacing configuration, animation configuration, and keyframes configuration. I will enable the important to true. I want Tailwind CSS classes to be the most important ones. Content. And then the theme, we don't want any plugins. And then the theme, I'm going to just use all the configurations I mentioned earlier, I created earlier, right? Also have some ring color to be primary, outline color, radius by default. So I'm going with a serious look where we are not going to have any border radius anywhere. We're not going to have rounded corners. Okay, just to mimic a parking slot. Parking slot won't have rounded corners, right? I think I haven't seen. So that's the style we're going with. This is the spacing configuration. Also, yeah, remember we are extending it. Okay, the color configuration, we are overriding it. Tailwind is not going to have any other colors. Okay, the blue ones normally Tailwind will have. If you put it inside, it will have all those colors, and it will override only the colors we mentioned here. Can go either way, but I'm going to just be strict about my colors, about the colors we can use in this application. That is the Tailwind configuration. Now go to the Tailwind web, and I'm going to extend the Tailwind configuration from the UI. Okay, as a preset. We don't want any themes or plugins here. I want one source of truth. So since it's a monorepo, I'm just going out into the libs UI, and I'm just fetching that Tailwind configuration as a preset for this web. Also, you have to be mindful about the content. I have to have all the TS/TSX inside this the front end application, and also every TS and TSX inside the UI. Okay, because this application is going to have some pages. Pages need styles. This application is also going to have some components inside the UI library. Both needs to be styled. That's it. Now let's look at the styles. I'm going to give a BG primary for the entire main, and I have stopped all the servers. I'm going to turn that on. Now when you open 3001, you should see the primary color, which is yellow. But can resolve. Okay, the web UI. Okay, src app, it has to be inside the app / global.css. Fine, now it should work. Yep, fine. Now also we have, I did in the global.css, I'm going to delete all these dark mode stuff. It's good. Also let's remove that background gray from here, so that this is the primary color. So basically we created a simple UI library. We configured the Tailwind. We extended the Tailwind, not just the Tailwind configuration, but also the whole global.css file into the application. This is what we are going to do for other application also. We're going to create web-manager, web-valet, web-admin, everything. Every application is going to carry the styles, the same primary color, the same no border radius, every configuration. That is the that's how we have just set up the library. We will create some basic components, and we will start to create our register and login pages. Okay, so in this section we will create a few UI components like HTML input, label, button, brand icon, a few things, and we will create the login and register pages. Also, we will set up a form library that will have Zard, React Hook form. Inside that we will have our schemas and so on. First, let's start creating the components. I am going to follow the atomic design. which divides the components into templates, organisms, molecules, and atoms. Inside the src components, I'm going to create atoms, molecules. Fine. First, let's create the brand icon. Simply it takes some child. By default, it's going to be 100 with a shadow. This is the car. Okay, and we have the animated car park car. Okay, so this is the park car anime config. It's going to take 5 seconds, easy and infinite. It's going to be looping. This park car is going to be inside the keyframe, which starts from translate x 150 and below. So basically, we have some keyframes. We just rotate and we park the car and we go get that out. This is the parking slot. We have the border yellow 500. We have some width and height. Everything is inside. It's going to be flex box. Fine. Also, I am hiding everything overflow hidden, using the overflow hidden, so that we won't see the car won't go outside of the parking slot. Now I'm going to, let's just look at that. In the page, I'm going to import that component. UI/src components atoms and icon. Let's have a brand icon here. Okay, so I have a practice of actually stopping the servers before committing the code. I do it impulsively. I don't have reasons why I do that. Okay, let's remove the brand color here so that we can see. Okay, this is our icon. What happened to the color of the parking slot? Border yellow 500. It's not working. Why? Fine. So I deleted the border yellow. Instead, we have to use the border primary. Okay, now we will see this Nat Geo style of logo along with the car. And if we take that overflow hidden, the car goes like that, which we don't want. It breaks the illusion. Okay. When we have it back, it looks like this. Okay, let's create more components and we will be creating our forms. The next one is the button. So we need to install a few things. We are using a tabular icons React. In the previous videos, I was using Lucid React. I loved it, but this time we will use this tabular icons. Okay, this also has a really good variety of icons. So the button goes like, we have the button sizes, also the variants, text, outlined, contained. These are the variants, and inside that we can mention the, yeah, so basically we have to mention the variant and the color. And I'm just using the basic button, passing the type. The type is button by default. Okay, when we have to specify submit specifically when we want submit buttons. We have some styles. We have the loader there. Let's check this button first. I'm not going to do this for every component, but I wanted to see something here. Button is there. Yeah, this is the button. Let's have something inside it. Hello. This is the button. Also, you can pass the loading to true. It is loading. Okay, this is what I want to see. Okay, that button does not look good. It was like Going back, let's change that. Animate spin. But if you do that, the arrow is wrong. Refresh, reload. This is refresh. This is reload. Rotate clockwise. Okay, we can use reload or rotate clockwise. I'm going to use rotate clockwise. Icon rotate clockwise. What is clockwise 2? Okay, this is clockwise 2. Fine. Fine. Now the button not bad. So I'm going to go with this. So a few more components I'm going to fast forward. Form error, input, and label. This form, we just extend the form. We have some styles, flex box. We have some gap too between the items, and some ring color and text small. I'm also forwarding the ref here so that we can assign some ref into the form. Similarly, the form error is just a div. If the error is there, we are going to have, this is some opinionated thing. Okay, we are going to have some exclamation mark followed by a string. It's going to have some color red. Input again, we extend the same thing with some opinionated styles here. Same goes for the label also, but here I'm also getting that title. I'm destructuring the title and I'm rendering that, and we also have the optional field. Let's have a look at, okay, we will be building the forms. We will see this optional in action. Also, I'm having this form error, right? The label gets the error string. I am extending this here. Okay, I'm extending the HTML label element property with the error and optional properties that if the error is there, we are going to render the form error. And inside the molecule, I'm going to have a simple auth layout. Later, we are going to have a 3D scene in our auth layout. Right now, this is what I came up with. It's a grid layout. We're going to have the brand color here, some children, and the back to home page. You can further simplify this, but as I told you, we are going to have some 3D 3JS stuff inside this path layout. That's why it looks some complicated. Okay, we're going to just wrap the login form and register form inside this auth layout, so it will look good. That's it. We don't have any organisms right now. We can start to work with our login form and register form, but before that, we need to create the forms library. I'm going to just create a forms directory, go inside it, initialize a project, rename the project to Autospace /forms, and I'm going to install React hook form and hook form /resolvers. I think so. I'll make sure. Hook form /resolvers, React hook form, Zod. Okay, these are the 3 dependencies which we want. And I'm going to create a src inside it. We're going to have a schemas file. So let's build our schema first. We need to import the Zod. First, let's create the form schema register. This is going to be a z.object, and inside that I'm going to have the name, image, both are optional, both are string, both are optional, and the email. See, you don't need that regex to validate the email. You can use odd to validate that. And password, you can have complicated password rules, but I'm simplifying I'm just going with a condition that the password should have at least 6 characters. Now I'm going to create the form schema login. A twist is that we can extend that dot pick I'm not going to create any duplicate stuff. It's just email true and password true. How cool is that? These are the two schemas. And let's create the form management hooks. Login.tsx. I'm going to import the use form, guard, form schema login from the schemas. Now we can infer the type of this. Okay, using the z.infer. So that's a plain type that you can use something like this. If I do this, it knows the data there. Okay, so that's helpful in many places. And let's create the use form. This is the form management hook. Use form. We have to pass the type here, and then here I have to pass the resolver. Or it's going to be zard resolver. I have to import that from the hook form. At hook form resolver slash zard resolver. So using the zard resolver, we have to pass the schema there. Fine. You can also have some default values, so and so. This is the use form login. Similarly, I will create the register one. It's going to be very similar. Okay, we are inferring the type. We are exporting the use form register. We are using the use form. We are passing the inferred type as a generic. You know, if you compare this with our fetch GraphQL, here this document contains the both the variable and the every type, right? The return type, the variable type, every type. This one type document type node contains everything. I'm not passing the types here, right? But the problem is here I'm passing the schema. Actually, you can infer the type from the schema, right? So if I'm not passing this thing won't work. When you start using that hook, that thing won't work. So I just wanted to say that the fetch function we created is efficient, right? I mean, at least in the type safety way. Right now we have the schemas, we have the hook forms. We have basic ingredients for the form. Inside the templates, I'm going to create the login form.tsx. Fine. This is the interface. It's going to get the class name. I'm going to use the inside this. Let's import the use form login at Autospace. So we have to install that in the UI. Call the at Autospace /forms. So also you have to do yarn install. Okay. Now you can import the use form login. This is the form management hook. I don't have to pass anything. We get the register, we get the set value, set error, set focus, everything. Like it's a very powerful library. It saves a lot of time and energy. Okay, let's get the form from the atom. I'm going to have the HTML label. Inside that HTML input. Now you can register. This register knows what properties we have for the schema, email and password. Also, let's have the button from the atoms, submit. And as I told you, the type has to be submit because it is button by default. And in the on submit here, we have to use the handle submit here. The handle submit in a callback gives the data. Let's just look at the data. And this part won't be satisfied if the form contains some errors. So that we can get from the form states errors. I'm going to console log that as well. Errors. This is the login form. Let's create a new page in the web application. Inside the app directory, I'm going to create a login slash page.tsx. Let's import the login form template and we will just export it. This is a page. So on the page, I'm just going to return the login form. And the login form. Okay, so this has to be a client component. Okay, this is the form. We have to add some. We can add some placeholders. So right now we don't have any errors, but when I click it, you will see the errors. It says that invalid email string must at least contain 6 characters for the password. So remember, we can pass the error here. It's going to be errors dot email dot message. Similarly, here also I'm going to have the errors dot password dot. So that is a setup which we had. Okay. If we pass error, we will render the error below the box. Okay, like this. This is the exclamation mark followed by the error message. Fine. And also I wanted to see whether the optional thing worked. So the password is not optional, but you can specify that. Okay. Also you have to specify the title. Email. Here it's password. Also quickly have some placeholder. Okay, so when you start typing, oops, the type has to be password here. Okay, so when you start typing here, when it reaches 6 characters, the error goes away. Right? All this functionality we get for very less amount of effort. And also when I type something here, until it becomes an email, it keeps complaining. Okay, it's a really good user experience. So that's how we build up a form. Let's just I'm going to add a few more things here. That's it. I'm going to have a text here saying, if you already have the account, you can go to /register. Okay. Sorry, if you don't have an account, go to /register to create a new account. That's pretty much it. Now, how to actually sign in? So you can get the sign in from the Next-Auth React, and you get this data. And this part makes sure that the data is going to have email and password. So you get that both. You just call that. Okay. So here you can call the sign out. Okay, you need to await that. Sign in from the Next-Auth. You can pass. Okay, this is going to be a type of credentials. You can also do the Google sign in, which we will do. This is credentials. And then I can pass the email and password. I'm also going to set the redirect to false because we are going to manage the redirect ourselves. So if result dot okay, I'm going to use the use router from the next navigation, not the next router. Here I'm going to replace. Okay, you can push, but replace. Make sure that You cannot go back. Once you log in, we will redirect the user to the home page. If the result has error, I'm going to actually we are going to create a toast component from Reactify, I think. Before that, let's just use the alert for now. The error is there. I'm going to alert saying login failed. Try again. That is the login form. Since we already have a login, I'm going to try to log in. Okay, so also in the login page, I forgot to wrap this with the auth layout. The auth layout is inside the molecules. We have the auth layout, and right now so it makes the page look a bit cleaner. Okay, so it needs a title. The title is going to be login here. Okay, this is the page. Yeah, this is the page. Okay, we're gonna have some 3D scenes side by side. Also, you can see your brand. You need a space there. Create one. You can have a space here. Fine, looks good. Now we don't have the register page yet, but let's try to log in. Okay, user1@email.com. Okay, cool. The login is successful and we are redirected to the home page. Now you can go to the application. You can look at the cookies. Okay, session token. And this should have the information about the session, the logged in user, the UID, name, email, and so on. Okay, let's also create the register page. That's going to be very similar to what we did here, but yeah, we are going to actually do the register mutation into our database, and after the mutation is successful, we will do the same thing here. We will sign in using the Next-Auth so that it manages our cookie here. That's what we will send when we hit our backend. Let's create our register form. So I'm just going to copy paste it and we will go from there. Okay, so before that we need to create the mutation, right? So in the user resolver we have this register with credentials. This is the mutation we need to hit. Let's get that type. Mutation register with credentials. I'm going to get back. We don't want much data there. That is sufficient. Open our queries.graphql, paste it. So let's make sure that network is running. It's not running. Let's run that. I think we already have this. No? Yeah. Credentials. Okay, yeah. So we already have this. So yeah, we don't want this. We don't want to create it again. So let's create the register form.tsx. So we are actually using the type here, right? In the common types. We need to create. Okay, let's do that. Let's not keep pushing it. I'm going to create inside the libs. I'm going to create a util library. Go inside that, initialize it, and let's create a types file inside it. Also have to rename it. I'm going to just create a types.ts and keep it here. Now we can use that here also. The register form, I'm going to import that from that Autospace util /srs util/types. So We need to install this in the UI library util. Let's also install dependencies. Similar to what we did earlier, I'm using the use form register from the forms library. Use form register. And I'm going to get the use mutation from the Apollo query. Client. Use mutation. So this use mutation works exactly like how our fetch GraphQL works. Register with, we need to import that. Register with credentials document. So this use mutation is going to give back an array. It is going to give an mutate function, register with credentials. And then it gives the loading, data, reset, everything. All right, I'm going to copy paste the form. It's going to be very similar to what we did earlier. Form on submit, I'm getting the form data. I'm using the, what is the problem? Name is incomplete. Okay. String or undefined. Okay. So our GraphQL API has a problem. Register with credentials. The input. Okay. The name has to be optional. Okay. So instead of this duplication is the problem. If you look at the user object, you know that the image and the name are optional, right? But since I recreated it, we ended up having this problem. So I'm going to extend this input DTO extends pick type. I'm going to use a pick type from the GraphQL. There I'm going to pass the user from the entity, and we can pick the types, which are user does not have the email and password, so we need to pick the name and image from the entity, and we will just add the email and password here below. Okay. Also, you have to specify this as an input type. Yeah, this is credentials input. Let's restart. Okay, the API is running. Let's rerun the Codegen. Let's go to the user register form. Now this part is happy. Right. Now basically what happens is we are doing the registration. If there are some errors, I'm just doing some alert with errors. If the data is if the registration is successful, I'm doing an alert, and also I'm signing it using the Next-Auth. Next-Auth / React. Sign in. Fine. And I'm including the callback as a home page here, but you can also do this like result.ok or something, right? But this will also work. Let's import the HTML label, input, and the button and link. This is the register form. Let's just duplicate the login. I'm going to replace with the register, rename to register, and we will convert this into register form. Let's also rename this. Fine. So now how to sign out? In the home page, I'm going to have, remember we created that get auth function. This is a client function. Okay. So if it's a client component, we can directly get the use session. Okay, so use session is going to have the data status and update session data. So if the session data is there, all these things we will just throw it away. Okay, we'll be having a nav bar in the next section, but still we are just going through. We're just looking how stuff works. If the UID is there, I'm going to, this also gives us a sign out function. Okay, I'm going to just use a button here saying sign out. On click, let's just call it. We don't have to do anything. Or else I'm going to maybe render the user information there. Session data.user.uid. Fine. Oh, session provider. Okay, got it. So in the layout, let's import the session provider from the Next-Auth. I think it won't work because it's we cannot directly import this session provider into a server component. Still, I'm just trying it. So React context is not available. So yeah, so we have to export this session provider from inside a client component, and things will work. Okay, so inside the molecule, we're going to create a session provider.tsx. So basically, I marked this as a client component. I'm importing the session provider React node. I'm basically re-exporting it. Okay, that gets some children. So instead of this, let's import the session provider from our UI library. src components molecules session provider. Fine, now it should work. Okay, so I'm signed in. This is showing we are getting the sign out button. Got it. Actually, this has to be a link because the user won't be logged in, so we won't have the UID there. So login is going to have the href of /login. I'm not logged in, but why am I not logged in? Let's log in again. Okay, now I'm seeing this sign out button, and look at the session cookies. When I sign out, the session will go. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. We need one more environment variable actually that tells the application URL. So open your environment variable, create an environment variable called Next-Auth underscore URL with the URL of the application. Okay, so I have set that up. Now we won't get this problem. I'm not logged in now. Login, automatically we go to this to 3001. Okay, based on the Next-Auth URL, it has to be named this way. Okay, you cannot change that. You can change, but I think when you don't change, you don't have to do any configurations. Okay. Oh, when I give some wrong password, you are going to get this alert. In the upcoming sections, I will be setting up the Reactify. Okay, that will look a bit better than the alert. Okay, so let's try our register page. Again, the register form has to be a client component, and let's do some register. Let's register user 2. Same password, user 2. Register. So we are showing the alert now. When I close the alert, it signs in. After I close the alert, it signs in with Next.Auth and it goes back to the home page. You can see the session here. Now you can do, let's add one more thing. We are doing a query, right? Let's do, but this query, when you look at the config, we don't have any authentication going on. We are not adding any bearer tokens, headers, auth tokens, auth headers, authorization headers, right? Let's add that. Let's add that, and then we will make this get company say. So right now, the company resolver, this is what we are doing. So when I add allow authenticated, okay, only authenticated people can access now. When I refresh, look at the network tab. You can see no token provided. Okay, you cannot access the data now. Now I'm going to update the Apollo client. I'm going to create an auth link. Auth link. For that, you need the set context from the Apollo link context. I'm going to create the, after the HTTP link, I'm going to create the auth link. That is going to give us the headers. I'm going to use the fetch. So remember, we have a token route. Okay, in the API. This will basically return back the JWT if the user is logged in. So when we are hitting this is hit from the client component, right? This is inside the Apollo. We're hitting it. We're getting the token back. And I'm going to return an updated header. Okay. I'm getting the headers. I'm splitting everything inside, and I'm passing the authorization header based on the availability of the token. Let's do something. If the token is there, I don't want to send an empty authorization header, or else null. Oops. Yep. Okay. If the token is valid, we will destructure this. So we will end up having this header. Okay, authorization header, or else we will destructure null and we will get nothing. Okay, that's the auth link. Now we have to concat that. Maybe I think a better syntax would be this, right? But we have to concat auth link.concat, and we have to pass the HTTP link inside it. Also, we need the comma. Fine. That's how we add the header in our header request. Now when we go back here, I'm not logged in and I'm hitting this error, right? Let's log in. User 2. I have logged in now. Still the data is not there. Invalid signature. What? JSON web token error. I think it has something to do with authorization. Let's just revert back to this and refresh. No token provided. Okay, so this invalid signature error happens because I did not add the secret to decode. Okay, so we get this here. We are verifying the token, and in the JWT service, not this, the app module, we are setting this up, right? And we need this JWT service in the environment variable of the backend. Okay, so you have to have the Next.Auth secret saved in the front end. Okay, this has to be same to the environment variable we stored in the backend for decoding the JWT also. Okay, so this is the environment variable I stored in the backend, the API. This is for the web. These two has to be same. And when you name this way, Next.Auth underscore secret, you don't have to This is what we will get in the auth options in the secret. Okay, when you encode and decode, you get the secret here, right? So that's the string you will get here. Now once you fix it, we are getting back the data. Okay, now the API is actually working. Now this is an authenticated route. Remember the company's resolver. We have the find all, only authenticated people can get it. So we have our authentication setup with auth pages like login, register. In the upcoming section, we will create a nav bar with the sign in button, sign in, register links, and so on. Hello everyone. So our auth pages are done, and also we are doing this authenticated GraphQL query. In this section, we're going to create a nav bar, a header with a sidebar with some menu, and we will work on automatically closing the sidebar when the route changes. We are going to use for UI styling, we are using Tailwind. For components, we are going to use this headless UI. This is from the team behind Tailwind. Also, we have a list of components, but we need more, like a range slider, stuff like that. For that, for additional components, we are going to use a material UI. And material UI has tree shaking. So when we use one component, we are not going to import the whole library. Okay. And for toast, I'm going to use this React Toastify. It was simple to use. You just use the toast container and use the toast function to generate these toast, and we will actually customize the look to match our style. Okay, there's nothing here, but we are going for an yellow and black style look for the application. Yeah, so let's start by installing the headless UI. Okay, let's do this. Inside the UI, install the headless UI React package, and let's create the sidebar. For the sidebar, I'm going to use the dialog component from the headless UI. So this is the code. I just used this code. I made the body. I changed the animation to come from the right, and also I gave some styling to make it occupy the entire height and having a fixed width in the right end. Okay, so inside the organism, I'm going to create a sidebar .tsx. I'm going to copy paste this component and we will walk through that. And at the time of my development, they introduced this version 2. We changed a few things. So it used to be like dialog.panel, dialog.title, and so on. But they have introduced some changes. It used to be like transition.root, transition.child. They have introduced some changes. Okay. So this component sidebar exposes a button. So it packs the transition, hides the dialog, and it exposes only the button. The button is going to have the menu. We are using this tabular icon. There are other options for menu. I'm using this menu too, the hamburger one. And on clicking it, we're going to open the dialog. Okay. So this is the dialog overlay. Okay. I'm going to import the sidebar into our page, and let's have a look at it. And okay, so the sidebar, okay, so it needs children. Let's have some children. So this is how it's going to look. We will have this in a header here at the end of the right corner. We will be having this hamburger. Clicking this, the menu will open and you can close it. Okay, so there is this transition. Okay, so the sidebar is working, and you can simplify if you don't want the overlay. You can take that, but that so having an overlay brings some attention to the sidebar. I really like it. And even if you want to simplify, you can even remove the transition altogether and just have the dialog appear and remove. Basically, the transition works like we have this enter from enter to, leave from leave to, and we just set it's like keyframes. We just set this states. It could be positioned like you see here, or it could be opacity and so on, along with the duration, and you keep the children inside it. We have two transition children here, one for the overlay, one for the dialog. And the dialog is much simpler. We just have an absolutely positioned button in the top 0, right 0 with some margin. We have icon X there. That's what we used to close the dialog. Okay. Fine. So let's start. Let's use this sidebar in a header component. So before proceeding with the header, we need a brand component. So goes like, we get the class name, we get the role. Basically, in the header, near the logo, we are going to mention what application is this, like manager, admin, valet, and so on. And it's also optional. So basically, if it is short form, we are just going to go with the brand icon, which is the parking slot with a car coming and going, right? Having a space followed by a dot. If not, we are going to have the brand icon and with the Autospace and my name. And we are having this type. This is the brand name and the type. The role is also optional. Type, we'll make it optional. Let's import the brand. Let's also create a container component. The container just uses the container Tailwind class with mx auto in both the margin and the both sides. I'm also having px2 to create some space, some gap in the border. It's a preference thing. We can remove it. We don't like it. Okay. We also need let's say a type here called base component. I use this in a lot of applications. It comes with a children and class name, which I think I use in pretty much most of the components. I need children, I need to pass children. I also need class name. That's a base component type. So the header properties, we are going to get the type here. Actually, this is prop drilling. Okay, we will use this header in the layout file, and from the layout we know which application, right? We have, for example, this layout file belongs to the web application that is consumer facing, customer facing. We will create more applications here: web manager, web valet, web admin, so that the layout files know what application they belong to. So we pass the type into the header, and we again pass a type into the brand. Okay. Let's also create that menu item type. Go to the types page, and you're going to have the label and the href, the link. So again, we are going to set the menu item from the layout page itself, because the menus are going to be different for different applications. So we are making the header and sidebar reusable. Let's import the menu item and the base component. Let's create the header. We need the UI information. For that, we are going to use the use session from the Next-Auth React package. And do you remember we created a custom type declaration in the network library? We have this, right? And also we extended that here. We just imported the type declaration into the web application. We need to do the same for the UI also. This types.d.ts is the file is going to have the type declarations. We can add more if you want. If you are like, this is actually we are customizing type of an existing package, right? This is not our type. This is the type that Next.Auth came up with, and I don't want the ID here. I want that UID. Okay, so that I changed it. So if you want to update, modify types from a different package, that's where I use this kind of type declarations. And when you use the same package in another library, you have to import the updated type declaration. Fine, now the error will not be there. Let's start with the header and a nav bar. The nav bar is fixed in the top. Okay, it's full width. It's going to cover the whole thing, and then I'm going to have the container inside it. So I have some styles, like I have some transparency for the nav bar, background blur, I have some shadow. This is too light actually. Okay, full width, top 0, and it's fixed. And inside the container, first let's introduce the logo, which is a link to the home page. Okay, and based on the responsiveness, based on the page size, I'm displaying the brand or the brand with the short form. Actually, you could have done something like manage the responsiveness here. Okay, but this is what I went with. So automatically this will be hidden by default, and when the screen is small, we will render this one with the short form, the parking slot followed by the a dot. For the bigger screens that is small and above, we will be rendering the full version, that is a parking space, Autospace, and my name. Let's use this in the layout and we will build that. Initially I was having storybook for this development. It was taking too much of my effort, so I got rid of it. Hopefully in the future we will see a project which uses storybook for UI development. Okay, let's forget about the menu items for now. Context. Okay, we need to make this a client component. Okay, so this is the header. Okay, this is the icon. And as you can see, there is some content behind the underneath the nav bar. I'm going to use a shortcut, which is that this is a fixed layout. So below the nav bar, I'm going to compensate this height. Now we have this. Okay. Now any page that uses the nav bar, we are going to have a fixed nav bar, but the content will start below the nav bar. There won't be any overlap. Content is not going to be hidden behind the nav bar. Okay, let's keep the. So we already have the UID. So based on the login status, if the user is logged in, we're going to display a sidebar, which is the hamburger menu. On clicking it, we will show the sidebar. If not, we're going to just display the register and login buttons. They are actually URLs. Well, we need to create that user info component. So the user info component again uses the base component. Gets children and class name. We get the session information. I'm storing the image, name and UID, and I'm just rendering them. Okay, it's a whole flux box. We're going to have the image in the left, name and the UID tagged in the right. In the sidebar starts with the user menu, and then we loop through the map menu items, and we will render links. Let's also create this logout button because I think we use this in another place also. I don't want to keep doing this. Okay, we are just importing the sign out. It's just a button, not a link. Inside that, I'm having this icon door exit from Tabler. Door exit. This is the logout button. We have some flex box, a simple component. I'm actually worried why am I using a button component inside a link. Okay, so since I'm logged in, I'm already seeing the sidebar. Okay, I'm going to have a default image. So that's what even in the user info, I'm using this user.png. So I'm going to copy that user.png to the public directory. Okay, I just created a simple one like this. Maybe it's not perfect, but it will do the job. Okay, so it looks massively misaligned. Maybe let's have a border in the image. Okay, not bad. Right. Also, I want the logout in the bottom. Header empty auto, but still it did not listen. It has to be maybe let's use the justify between here, and we will bring the logout button inside it. Okay, that worked. Okay, so let's have a padding bottom, and yeah, the logout button looks good. That is a sidebar. Let's add some menu items from the layout page. We're going to have the search, bookings, and about pages. And wow. Okay. Why introduce another flex box inside to render the list? And I'm also having this hover style. On hovering, I'm transitioning. I'm including an underline with an offset. Okay. And also I'm adding some padding left. Okay, so that's the navbar. Let's create a dummy about page and we will see. Okay, that's the about page. When I click the above, wow, okay. Now one more problem is the sidebar is not closing, right? Sidebar, we use state, and on clicking we are managing the state, but the sidebar does not know if the URL changes. So let's create a reusable hook. Okay, I'm going to create inside the util, I'm going to create a dialog. Yes. So basically we create this use state open and set open, and we are returning the open and set open. But in between we are looking at we get the path. So this gets triggered, this gets updated when the path name changes. We said that, we also said that as a initial path name using useRef. So when this changes, it won't retrigger. It's just a placeholder. And whenever the path name changes, we are checking if the path name is same as the path name we saved in the useRef. If it's different, we are going to close the sidebar, that is setting the open state of files, and then we are assigning the updated path name to this initial path name. So instead of the use state, we can use the use dialog state from the util. Okay, fine. Now let's look at go to the home page, go to the about. Now the sidebar closes. Okay, so we have our basic UI setup ready. We have the navbar, sidebar. We have our pages. We need to create those pages. We can also log out. If the user is not logged in, then we will show the register and login buttons, and we can log in. Okay, we have a few things going on here. Let's clean up. That is from the page. Okay, so I'm going to remove everything except the query one. Okay, so in this section we're going to create the search page. Okay, so we're going to basically search garages, and the garage should be having free slots, and we will always also be trying to filter the garages based on the types of slots it has. So we have like car, bike, bicycle, and heavy vehicles, right? So let's get to the garages resolver. This is where we are going to keep the search garages query. So before creating the query, I'm going to create some input items, input DTOs. I'm going to call this search filter.input.ts. Here, first, we need the date input filter, which is going to have the start and the end dates. So we get string for both of them, right? Okay. And the second one, we should allow people to filter the garages also. So we already have this find many garage arguments. This we're going to have the where order by cursor, distinct, etc. I'm going to only pick the where order by skip and take. And finally, we will also return a slot count. per garage. So for example, if we are looking at a garage and we need how many slots per type of slot, how many number of slots available per type. Car 17 slots, bike 12 slots. That's that kind of information. So this object type will return that. We're going to send the type, price, and then the count, that number available. Okay, back in the resolver, let's start creating the query. This is going to return back an array of garage. Okay, I'm going to name this search garages. So the arguments, you're going to get the date filter that gets from the date filter input which we just created. The location filter is going to come from the common input. Okay, so we have this. So this is the bound, not lat long northeast, long northeast, lat southwest, longitude southwest. This is what we use to filter the garages. Okay, this is we are going to just use a basic where condition to look for the latitude and longitude that exists inside the rectangle. And this garage filter is something that we pick the where order by skip and take. And also the slot where filter comes from the slot DTOs. Okay, this is one. This is the slot filter. Actually, I need to update something because we are going to pass an array of types. So users can search slots with the slot types car, bicycle, and bike. So they should be able to do that. So right now we can pass only one, right? That's not the case. Our filter is going to allow multiple types, mention multiple types when filtering. So I'm going to create another input type called enum slot filter type. Says equals, that is the equivalent of this, right? We can pass one slot type. So this slot type actually comes from enum start slot type. Okay, this is the, we can pass only one slot item. We are basically empowering the front end. That is the whole point of GraphQL, right? So in here we can pass an array of slot types. Here we can pass an array of slot types, and Prisma will ignore those things. I mean, filter. Okay, that's an opposite of in, right? Not in. But not is opposite of equals. So slots except this one type. Now we can just pass this. And I don't have to explicitly mention this because this is already an input type. So Nest.js will recognize that. That one I wanted to do. Then let's proceed with building the resolver. Let's get the start and end time. Let's convert the dates. So these are string. So I'm converting that into dates, and also I'm finding the current date. Now we need to do some validation. We are going to have some validation in the front end as well. Using Zard to calculate to have conditions like the end time has to be later than the start time and so on. But still, this API can be accessed by as an API, right, without using our front end. So we also need to have some conditions here. So I have set this start time, but I am making sure that the start time is, if the start time is less than current time, I'm just setting the start date to the current time, current date. Okay, and then I'm finding the difference in seconds because we have one more condition. If the start time, start date dot time is greater than the end time, I'm going to add the difference to the end time, the end date. Okay, if the difference is like 2 hours, the booking is 2 hours, the start date, there is some data corruption. Okay, we can basically return an error here, but I'm doing some, yeah. Okay, maybe, yeah, returning an error could be a better option, but I'm doing this. So basically, I push this start date to this date to the current time, and then if the start date is greater than the end date, I am taking the difference. And wow, okay, actually, we have to do this here because we have moved the start date, so we have to move the end date also. Let's do it. Difference in seconds. Let's find the difference here. Okay, and if this error happens, we should just throw an error. Throw new bad request exception start time should be earlier than the end time. Fine. Let's get the filters from the garages. I'm extracting the garage filters and I'm making the where condition an empty object because later we will be spreading that. That's it. Now let's return this prisma.garage.find many, spreading all the garage filters. Okay, so TypeScript will make sure that everything is typed. We created this garage filter. Okay, from the find many garage. Okay, so TypeScript will know that okay, these types are same, so that goes right into the find many function. Fine. So we have, so inside the where condition, first I'm going to spread the where. I have destructure, right? So this is the default value. If the where is not specified, then we are passing an empty object. Okay. I was expecting an error here, trying to destructure. It not nullable. Okay, so I'm going to just make it an empty object and let's move on. The second condition, the important condition, is the address. I'm going to, this is the where condition. Okay, the lat of the garage has to be less than or equal to the northeast lat. That is the boundary print and sent, right? When we move the map GL, we get the boundary northeast and southwest corners, and we will pass, and we use this condition. We should be greater than the southwest lat. I have to destructure that. Okay. Similarly, for the longitude also, we're going to have the less than NE longitude and greater than southwest longitude. Fine. And that's not it. We also need to filter based on the slots, the slot type, and so on. So slots, so slots and garages have one-to-many relationship, right? Garage and slots have one-to-many. Each garage is going to have multiple slots. So that's why we had to use this sum. That is by the Prisma, which helps us filter this one-to-many relationship. Inside it, we want to make, this is the second important filter. The first one is the address. Second one is the slots. The garage should at least have one slot. Without slot, they cannot book. We are also not going to return the garage if the garage does not have any slots available. So here we are checking none of the bookings. So we'll have a OR condition here. The first one, none of the bookings must have this condition, the start time to less than end time and end time greater than start time. That's the first condition. The second condition is start time greater than start time, end time less than end time. Okay, so that we are basically making sure that the time requested by the customer does not overlap with any of these slots, already booked slots. Actually, I wanted this to be like really complex. Think about it. We can create hourly slots, okay, 78, 89 something, but this is much more flexible. 714 to 858. It's not hourly charge. Mostly parking slots book hourly charges, right? Maybe they round the hours but here customers can actually book in minutes or seconds actually from the front end. That is the search garages. We have one more query, which is available slots. This is what is going to get us the number of slots per slot type, and also the price. Okay, so we're going to get the parent will give the garage information. We are also passing the same date filter, okay, that we pass here. You will see how we compose a query. Okay, we pass in one hook, we pass the garage filter, date filter and everything, and we will share those input into these two queries as search garage and available slots. So let's restructure the start and end. Let's convert the string into the dates, and then I'm going to create. So this time we need to do some manipulations. I'm going to first get the group by slots information by awaiting this .prisma .slot .group by. I'm going to group by. Okay, so I'm going to group by type. Okay, second one, I need the count. Let's also have a where condition here. Destructure all the slot filter, and the garage has to equal the garage from the parent garage.id. We get that. Here also we have the same condition here about the bookings. The bookings should not overlap with the requested date time here. So we get this. This is going to be an array, and we're going to get the count and type. Okay. Also we need one more information, which is I'm going to get the minimum of price hour. True. Okay, there are going to be different types, and the same type can have multiple prices. So I'm going to return the count dot type. So we need to clean this up. So basically the count is going to have the number, the type is going to have the type, bicycle, car, etc. Minimum is going to have the price per hour. Let's clean that up. We already mentioned the return type is going to be type price per hour and number. So I want to clean this up. So basically I'm looping through that. I'm getting these things, and I'm returning a simplified object. Type is type, count is count dot type, price per hour is minimum dot price hour. So these are the two resolvers. Fine. Now let's move on. Let's see if our backend is working. Okay, everything is working. Now let's move on to create our forms, we are going to actually use Zod and React Hook form to have the search information. So yeah, the API is done. We will move on to work with our forms library. Okay, actually before going to the front end stuff, we have done the back end part. The query is ready along with the input and output types designed, and we can do the bridge actually, which is the GraphQL Codegen part. So I'm going to compose a query. Okay, search garages. Going to pass the slots filter, garage filter, location filter, date filter, and inside that I'm going to pick the ID and the address. We are going to pick the lat long and the address, which is a string. Maybe this is a bit confusing. We can rename this, but and getting the images, available slots, price, type and count, type, price and count, and also verification, verified. So we're going to display that in the front end. Okay, actually the available slots is the resolve field. Okay, I was wrong. I thought, okay, I was mistaken. I was mistaking this as a query. It's a resolve field so that we can just keep it inside this search garages query. Okay, so we have this date filter must not be null. Okay, so I'm going to actually use this, generate the hook, and we will actually access that from the front end. So we will open that query.graphql is the input file for the Codegen. Go to paste it and let's run the Codegen in the network library. It is successful. Now in the generated, you can find the search garages document. Okay, so in the page, I'm going to just try to access the data to just use this query. Use query as a search garages document from the network generated. Okay, and we can also specify the variables. So everything is available slash filter 2. Okay, that does not make sense to me. Okay, so there is something wrong with the resolver. Okay, so this comes from the available slots filter. Is the garage, the resolver is not a problem, but the query, the way we composed this query is the problem. So that generated that this variable type. Okay, so when we had to select, we have to select both of them, first one, and we don't want to give that another name. We can just reuse the existing names from here. Date filter, right? I'm going to name the date filter. That's what we use here, right? So that when we pass one thing, it will be shared. We want that to be shared, right? We don't want any mismatch between what the search garage is searching for and the available slots is searching for. The available slot is doing the search in the slots table. We don't want two different things. I did not notice that when I composed this query. The second one, the slots filter. Let's use that and we will clean up. We'll clean up these types we don't want, these variables. Okay, fine. Now copy that, paste that in the queries.graphql, replace this existing query. Okay, this was creating the problem. Replace this. Now the code gen automatically refreshed. Let's go to the page and now the variables should be clean. Let's just give some dates. I'm not sure about the format here, but we'll work on that. 12 and 13. So the variables is guiding us that we miss one more thing, which is the location filter. Let's create a dummy garage here. Garage 1, we will delete this. Let's use a company here, and let's create an address and attach that to the, we will create the mutation in a bit from the manager console. I'm going to keep this 00 just for testing. We will assign the garage to the address, and let's also create a slot, because we in the query we are also getting the number of slots back. It's going to be $10 per hour. The dimension is optional. Okay, type is car, garage ID. We don't have any bookings. Let's also create one for the cycle. You can name this anything, but our mutation, we will be creating this display name, the slot name, based on the count of the type of the slot before the creation of that particular slot. So this fictional garage has 2 slots. Now let's do the query. So for this testing, our lat long exists in the 0 0, right? So this is the bound. The land northwest is going to be 1 1, southwest is going to be, northeast is going to be 1 1, southwest is going to be -1 -1. Oh, okay. So this is the date format. So let's get it from 14th December to 4th December. Okay, now let's go to the front end. Now what are we getting? We need to display the response. Now everything is type safe. See, garage.id. Okay, let's just do yes on stringify, just so that we can just see the response without having to render them and style them. Okay, so what do we get? We have 2 results. Let's create some indentation. I'm going to use the pre tag and also the spaces. Okay, so this is the response we get back from our GraphQL. We will get the same when we do this here also. I'm not going to again type everything here. This is what we will get the response also. So we get this garage, we get the ID, we get the address. We don't have any images, and this is a resolve field, and this is returning us 2 objects in an array. First one is the car, the count is 1, the price per count is 10. Bicycle, count 1, price per count is 3. Now there is a problem in this thing. Okay, I'm going to add one more thing. I'm not going to solve this problem because I think the product is already getting too complex, and I'm not going to make it worse. So just reminder. So we have one more bicycle here with a price of 4. Now the problem is, if the 3 is already booked, the 4 is empty. Okay, this is cycle 2. Now let's do the query again. We're going to get the count as 2, the price per hour is 3. If there is a booking, if the 3 is already booked here, if the 3 is already booked, the cycle 1, we will still get this. No, sorry. So the garage filter, actually we take care of that. In the available slots, we have this condition, right? This is one query. We are not, this is one query. we get these bookings. Okay, fine. So sorry, I take that back. If this booking is, if the 3 is booked, then we will actually get the count as 1 and price per hour as 4. Okay, so we're not going to have that problem. Sorry, I don't have the problem now. I forgot that. Fine. Now we have made some good improvements, right? We started with our backend with good types, input types, argument types setup with one query and a resolve field. We composed a query for the Codegen here, and we consumed that hook here with a basic variable setup, which is a date filter and the location filter. Both are mandatory, and we got back the response. So in the upcoming section, we will be creating the search page. We will create a sort schema for searching. Okay, I think that the React hook form is a state management library like a Redux. So we're going to have a provider in the search section, and we will be manipulating the types. We will be using the range slider from the material UI, and yeah, we will be working on the search page next. Okay, so one thing, let's go and update this lat long to 0.1 0.1. Now they are flat and now they are float. When I try to access this, the servers are not running. I did the commit. When I try that again, we are going to get a runtime error. What went wrong? Let's refresh. This is the query. Okay, so we got the data, but also if the error is there, now I'm actually thinking, why didn't the data display? We got the garage here. You can also get the error and loading states. Let's console log. Okay, so that is why. When there is an error, even though we get back this, right? Get the error, we get the data here, we get the error here. For some reason, Apollo is making the data undefined. That's why we are seeing nothing here. This problem, we created that. In the app module, when setting up the GraphQL module, I convert this number scalar mode to integer. So it is float by default. If I comment that and refresh it, I have to API is running. Now we will get that, but I want to, for example, okay, so let's just ignore that. Okay, so I started enabling this the number scalar mode to integer, because when I was using a lot of integer and the return type were floats. Okay, so yep, I think it makes sense. I'm going to remove this build schema options, so that if I'm not removing that, we should add in the entities. That's for the REST API. In the entities, we have to mention the floats with the field of float. Okay, and the lat long are going to be in few more places in the front end, and this is going to lead to runtime exceptions. So I don't want that to happen. So to be honest, I don't remember why I started using the integer as a number scalar mode in NestJS projects, but we will come back here if we are facing that error again. I mean, not an error, but yep, I don't remember why I started using this. So now that problem is solved. Okay, let's start with our forms. We're going to have some really powerful search form with the filters, the range filters, the radio group. We're going to use icons, pick any number of, any number of slot types for the filter, and so on. So let's start with our form schema. Search. I'm going to create a file here called search garages.tsx. So first, let's import the slot type from the, okay, fine. Let's import the z from the zard. Let's create a new object, start object. First, I'm going to have the end time and start time and end time as strings. I'm going to have a location filter, which is going to be an object. Again, it's a nested object, right? It's an object inside an object. We're going to have a northeast, where this is exactly what we had in the garage filter location, the common.ts. We have this location filter. We have the, yep, this is same. And also I'm going to make this optional. Let's not make it optional. And the type is c.native enum. That's how we mentioned type. Okay, we are going to get an array of types. I don't know why I have this error. Let's import that back. From here. Okay. So we need to set up this is a tsx because we are going to also create a provider component. I need to set up the ts config for the forms library. First, I'm going to extend the root ts config here. So we have all these default options. So I'm extending that, and then in the compiler option that is specific to this library, I'm going to specify the out directory dist root directory dot and this option JSX as React JSX. And now, okay, now the error is fixed. I will add the, so we are going to create a few tuples. Tuple. That's basically going to be is an array with two numbers. Okay, it's a tuple. And let's also have the pagination here. Skip take. Fine, that's it. That's a filter, right? The location filter, date time filter. This is a slot filter. All these things, and then the pagination. That's it. We have our form schema. Let's infer the type here using the z.infer. I'm passing the schema the type of. That's how we infer the type. I'm going to create a few conditions here. Few functions. This is start time valid. I'm passing the whole data, which is going to be this type. And I'm just making sure that the start time is greater than the current time. We will have one more validation function called is end time valid. We are just getting the start time and end time, and we are making sure that the end time is greater than the start time. So I'm going to create custom validation in the form schema search garage. I'm going to first add using the refine option. We can have a function here, okay, that will get called, and if the function returns false, we are going to have this error message to this path. Okay, this is a custom validation function. And I'm also going to have this is kind of an utility function. This basically gets a start time. Okay, 2 minutes. Okay. So basically it gets a start time as 5 minutes from now. Even if the customer is booking right in front of the gate, this 5 minutes will give that buffer. The end time is going to be, by default, it's going to be 1 hour. To ISO local string. That is a custom function I wrote. In the util library, I'm going to create a date.ts. So basically it gets a date, it gets a time zone offset, and we are offsetting that to get the local ISO time. Okay, so there could be a simpler way, but we are going to go with this. Let's import that utility function from the util library. Right, so we have the schema, we have the type, we have 2 custom validation functions, and we are using that inside using the refine from the Zard. We are having custom error messages. The path, this is a utility function. We should probably keep that anywhere else, but let's just keep it here. I'm also going to have, this is the default value for the slots. With that is going to have the array of all slots. Let's create the default values. So it's going to start, the price per hour is going to start from 0 to 200. $200 is huge, I think. With this 0 to 20 feet, height is 30 feet, length is 100 feet. Okay. Now let's create the provider component. Again, the provider is going to get the children so that we can pass the rest of the application that is going to have the search logic inside the provider. First, let's get the inside the provider. First, let's get the current time and the end time. Let's get all the methods using the use form hook. I'm passing the type we inferred from the schema, and here I'm going to set the resolver. So we're going to use a Zard resolver from the hook form resolver. So Zard, here we will pass the schema file, and then we will be setting the default values. Default values going to be an object. The first, we already have this default values. Actually, I think we should type this. The default values of the, okay. So I'm going to use the default values from the React hook form, and we can pass this type here. Okay, so that I think I don't want to. No, we cannot pass any other values, right? We're going to have type error there. So I am going to remove all these type assertions. Okay, we cannot do this. Okay, fine. I'm going to first pass all the default values here from here, and then I will pass the date. I don't know why I'm renaming these things. Fix that. Fine, now we get the methods. We can import the form provider from the React hook form, and I'm going to export that. I'm inside the provider. I'm going to return form provider, passing the children inside, and also I'm going to pass all the methods we received as the props. Okay, this method is going to have all everything like register, set value, set errors, clear error, etc. So we will use the use form context to get this all these values, okay, from the children components. That is the form schema. Okay, let's create the search page. In the app directory, I'm going to create the search/page.tsx. Now we can navigate to the search page. Fine. So here we are going to use a map from React Map GL. This is the package we're going to use. So we need to install these two things. In the map, the UI library, I'm going to install these two. Okay. I've already done that. Install, and you also need to get a Mapbox API key. This is it. So go to account.mapbox.com and create an account, login, go to the tokens and create a new token and copy the token. Okay. And then come to the environment variables. So we have all these things. So create a variable name called next_public_mapbox_token. You can give any name you want, but it has to start with a next public so that we can access in the front end. Copy the token, place it here. Let's proceed. So in the UI library, inside the organisms, I'm going to create a map directory. We're going to have multiple components inside that. We are going to have that actual map component. We'll be having a marker component, panels to position different other components like autocomplete and zoom buttons and so on. Zoom buttons also come inside the map. We'll be also having a custom button to position the marker at the center of the map. So all those things you'll put them inside this organism. Let's go from the first one is the actual map component from the React Map GL. So map.tsx, I'm going to import map.gl, map as map props, use map from the React map.gl. I think we already have the types. So here I'm going to have this view state. It's going to have the latitude, longitude, and the zoom is optional. Let's create the map props. I'm going to get this map.gl. Okay, so I don't want this map props from here. So basically I'm getting what the properties of a component using the react.component props. I'm passing the type of the map.gl, which is a component. Okay, so we get the map props from that. And also I'm going to add height here because we use map in two places and I'm actually passing the height as a property. In one place we have a full screen map, and in the booking dialog we have a half map, and I want that to be customized. That's it. Now let's create the map component. So by default the height is a string, right? I'm passing this style text, and we will just use that inside the style property of the component. Fine. So inside that I'm going to just return the map.gl with some stuff like I want the projection globe so that the user, when the user is too far away, zoomed out, we show a globe. It looks amazing. And I created my own map style. It has a gray, black, and grayish tone. I don't want any colors, so the gray maps go with any design system we have. For example, this product has an yellow black design schema. Yep, style guide, design system. The primary colors are yellow and black, and the yellow and black actually go well with the gray map. I'm again passing the height here. The pitch will give some tilt to the map. I initially I liked it, but it was not accurate because we rely on the boundaries, right? Northeast, southwest. When we tilt it, we cannot get that right. So I removed it, and the scroll zoom, I made it false. Users have to click the zoom buttons. So that's it. It's a simple opinionated props. So we are just returning that. But I'm going to have this style map with which will give some. We're using the use map, getting the current, and I'm setting the styles here. Okay, horizon. It gives some fog. Yeah, we will see in action. So I'm going to create a search page in the templates. Let's export that. Okay, so let's import the search page template inside the page. Fine. So this component needs to be a client component because we are using hooks and so on. The use map. Fine. That is the map. And if I remove the style map, it looks like this. Okay. And hence, I added a high color horizon blend. Space color, I made it a bit darker. And the star intensity, right? So it will start to look like this. What is that? And I have also disabled the scroll. And also one more thing we have to do, this has to come inside the map, go inside the map. For that we need to add the map styles. So we have one source of truth for all our CSS. Go there. I'm going to just import. We can do two things. I'm going to have a separate map CSS file inside the map. There I'm going to import the map.gl CSS file. Okay, and I'm going to import this map CSS into our global CSS. Let's do it in the top. Fine. Now looks good. Now everything is styled. We have this copyright logo. Everything is working. We'll come back to this file to have more styles for the pop-ups and so on. So that's why I have this separate CSS file for the map. So we have the map ready. Let's create more components. The next one is the map marker. I'm just importing the map marker props and I'm exporting it. I'm doing this because this gives us control to further modify it, update it later. The next one is a panel. So basically, the panel is an absolutely positioned component. We have more options. So this is a union of string literals where we have the positions, right? 9 positions starting with the left top, left center, left top, left top, left center, left bottom, center tops. It's not ordered properly, but you get the point, right? The nine slots in the nine positions. So it's absolutely positioned, and based on this, we have Tailwind classes to position that. Okay, so this is useful. We will use this to position components on top of the map. And finally, the zoom controls. So here, so this is the zoom in button. We use a use map. We get the current in the instance of the map. We use the map.zoom in. So it's a button. We have some style. Zoom out again. So on looking this, actually we can extract this as a button separately, and then we can pass the on click on top of it. Fine. And then similarly we have this center button. Again we have the on click here. Okay, let's just extract a button here. Let's call it control button or zoom control button. It's clear. It gets children React node. Then this on click. Get the property type from here. On click. Get the children and on click and assign it. So we use this button in 3 places actually: zoom in, zoom out, and the center of map. Okay, so we can add more if we want in the later. Let's modify this. Let's fine. So that is the zoom control. We have the zoom in, zoom out, center of map, and I'm creating some composite component here. Okay, attaching the components inside this map control. I'm creating this default zoom control which has a zoom in and zoom out button, but later whatever children you add will be added under the zoom out button. We will use this. So that's the zoom control. And finally we have one more thing, which is a current location button. We get the map instance. We use the navigator.geolocation to get the current position. So we get the position and we use map.fly to pass to that location. So on clicking this, basically the map will move to that, move to the user's current location from the browser. Okay. We're also, okay, fine. We're also using these icons. I forgot to mention. Here we are using the icon minus, icon parking, icon plus. So this icon parking is used for the center of map. This we use while creating the garage. Wherever the map is, when the user presses this icon, the button, we will place the parker the center of the map. So that is the basic setup. We have all the map, the ingredients for creating the map. Okay, first let's set up the map. I'm going to have the New York location as the initial location for the map, and also we are going to have panels. Here we are going to have a search box, where we are going to actually hit the Mapbox API to get the places when the users start searching, typing. Also here we are going to have a zoom in and zoom out buttons. Yep. So okay, let's go to the search page. So this is what we have here. Here, when I start using the panel, let's just put the default zoom controls. And we also have to specify the position. What is the default position? So we have the zoom controls here, right? So by default is going for the left top, and I want the buttons to be placed here, right center, position, right center. We have it. Fine. So next one I'm going to, okay, so before going there, we need to set up the on drag end, on zoom end. So in those also the on load. So in those functions, when those actions happen, I want to calculate the bounds. Okay, when I drag it, I want to get the bounds, the northeast lat long, southwest lat long. I'm going to write a function for that. Const handle map change equal to, I'm going to put this inside the use callback. We have a function here. This is going to get the target. The target is view state change event from the React map.jl, and I'm going to take the target. So we can actually get the event here, but the function argument for the on load and on drag end are going to be different. So I'm just getting the target, but this target is going to be same for all these functions. Now we can get the event here, and then we can call the handle map change, and we can pass the e.target. Similarly, on the on drag end, we can do the same. You get that, we call the handle map change, and we can pass the, you can see that the event type is different for both these functions. Also, we need to do the same thing for the on zoom end. As you can see, when we finish zoom, the bound changes. When we drag, the bound changes. Also, when the whole map loads, we need to calculate the bound and we need to get the bounds and we need to fetch the garages inside that. Okay, we will actually implement this function. Before that, let's change the initial view state. So this initial view state, I'm going to create in the util library, I'm going to create a constants file, constants.ts. Okay, I'm going to have this is the location of the New York City, latitude, longitude, and zoom. Let's import that. And when we load when we load the map, we will start seeing the New York. You can also modify the zoom states. When we go higher, it will be more zoomed in. Okay, I think this makes a bit more sense, or even 12. Okay, 11.5. I think this is a sweet spot. Fine, now let's do some calculations, and we will console log. When we drag and when we move, we want to calculate the bounds, and we will just console log it. So we will implement this function. So we can get the bounds now. Bounds equals target.bounds. Get bounds. Okay, let's console log it. Now when I drag it, so nothing prints, right? When I release it, we get this information: northeast lat long, southwest lat long. Okay, that's the data we want. So I'm going to further simplify it to create a new object with this lat long. This is exactly how we get the arguments in our search garages page, search garages query. So now let's print this instead, the location filter. When I drag, when I release the drag mouse, we get this information. Okay, now let's create an autocomplete component. Actually, I'm going to use the combo box autocomplete component from the Material UI. There is also an alternative called combo box in the headless UI. So we already have headless UI installed in this project. You can go ahead and use this, but I'm going to use Material UI because that's what I used in this project. Okay. So yes, I'm going to we are going to also need the Material UI for a slider and a few more components that headless UI does not have. So anyways, also as I told earlier, Material UI uses tree shaking. So when we import one package, we are not going to import the whole package. So yeah, so let's install the Material UI and we will configure the autocomplete to do what we want it to do. So let's install the requirements. Inside the UI component, I'm going to install the Material UI emotional react. So these are the dependencies. Fine. So inside the atoms, I'm going to create a component called autocomplete tsx. I'm going to just copy paste it and we will go through that component. Basically, we will import the autocomplete and autocomplete props. Now I'm going to generate the type for this component. I'm going to remove the render input from this property because this is going to be custom. We're going to have a lens icon, we're going to have input box, we are going to have some style going on. I don't want the consumer to be replacing that style. And also I'm getting a placeholder to provide it to the inner input element. That is the type. And let's Also, we are going to get the type of the object we pass. Type of the object of array actually to pass inside the inside each item, right? Because on clicking a location, we're going to have a drop box, an autocomplete here with some drop down. On clicking that, it's not just string. We also have to get the lat long of that location, and we will move the map to that location. So it's going to be an object. It's not just a string. Okay. So inside that, I'm going to return the material UI component. I'm going to enable the auto select, handle, home, end keys, and this is the custom render input. Okay, so I'm going to have a flux box here. I'm also setting the ref to this div, and inside that I'm going to have an input box, input element, and a search icon. That's from the tabular icon search. That's from the tabular slash icons react. Okay, icon search. Right, I'm having some styles here, and I'm passing the placeholder from here to the input element. I'm spreading all the input props. Okay, you can also destructure to see what this has. So this has the whole thing that an input element will need. Okay, let's export this. We'll use it from the search page. We'll actually come back here to customize the component. Before customizing, I want to actually see how the component looks like by default. So I'm going to have it in the left top, and let's have the autocomplete here and import it. Import it from the atoms, not from the material UI. And it asks me, the options is mandatory. I'm going to pass a simple array of strings, Chennai and New York. So this is how it looks like. We have an autocomplete, and on clicking, we have this data. So instead of this static data, we are going to actually hit the map box element. So this actually works. We don't have to do much, but I am going to configure the styles because I had some time while building this. So this is how we configure a material UI component using Tailwind CSS. Okay. Inside the classes, you can see the individual parts which we can pass different Tailwind classes to convert to reshape it. So as you can see, I have added a boundary here and also a hover effect, and it is also a bit transparent. Okay, you can see this. Okay, so that is the input element. Next up, let's do that map box call, and we will actually render the actual places names, and on clicking it, automatically the map will move to that location. Let's implement that. In order to do that, I'm going to create one more component. So here we directly use the autocomplete. Instead of that, we will create one more component that uses autocomplete. That component will have the map box fetching logic. So let's create a search place box. Inside the organism, I'm going to keep it inside the map because it is related to the map. Search places box.tsx. First, let's go back to the constants. I'm going to have an array here called major cities locations info. You also need this location info. Inside the types, I'm going to have this location info, which is going to be place lat long, okay, which is a tuple. Let's import that here. It starts with Chennai, New York, London, and so on. So we are going to, okay, let's just use this. Okay, that the idea is to use this array of objects as a fallback when there are no results. Okay, let's build the search places box component. So this is the type, the properties of this. We are going to get a function that gets the location info, but also the value. Okay, we don't want that. I'm sorry. So directly I'm having this, okay, on location change, which gets a latitude, longitude, and zoom. So this component works inside a map component as a child, so that we can use this use map, and this component is going to return the autocomplete. So I'm passing the location info as a type of the data of the item inside the array. This is going to have the place name lat long. Okay, let's create a hook called use search location. I'm going to save the search text. This is the text that the user types in the input box. I'm also going to manage the loading state, also the location info state. This is the state that the location of the selected item. I'm also going to implement a use debounce, because when the user types, we want to wait for some 300 milliseconds or so to avoid unnecessary API calls. So this is my implementation of the use debounce. We are going to store the value, and inside a use effect we are having this timeout, and whenever it gets delayed basically, and when the component unmounts, we automatically clear that timeout as well. We can use other libraries like RxJS and so on. They have even further advanced granular control over these kind of things, but a simple timeout will do. So basically we pass the value here, and we get back the debounced value with a delay. And when we keep typing, it's going to wait for, in this case it is 1000 milliseconds. We will modify that. Wait for that particular milliseconds and to give back the debounced value. So we have the search text. We get a debounced search text, and I'm also going to convert this into a 400 milliseconds the delay. And then we're going to, inside a use effect, basically we're going to hit the API, Mapbox API. Basically I'm just going to use the fetch API.mapbox geocoding places. We are passing the debounced search text here .json fuzzy match true. So this I see that it does something interesting with some typos. It returns the place's name. I don't exactly know what logic they have behind it. It's just a fuzzy search. And I'm also passing the access token. We already saved this access token, right? So we hit that, we get the response, and then we filter the data. Okay, so okay, fine. So let's also have the debounced search text as a dependency. And finally, I'm setting the loading state to false. So basically, what we are doing, the return type, I'm not going to handle that. Okay, so we get that, we get the place name from that, we get the lat long using the x dot center of 1 and so this is going to be the longitude, I think. Okay, we will see that. So this is the use search location hook. We manage the search, we manage the loading, we manage the location info, and inside the use we also debounce it, debounce the search text to convert to create a debounced search text. And inside the use effect we are hitting the Mapbox API, we get that, and we return a new object with a place name and lat long, which is exactly the type we are going to pass inside the autocomplete. We set this here, the location info, and also we set the false in the finally. Now let's use this hook and we get all this information there. Here we're going to get the loading state, location info, search text, search loading, and search. So autocomplete, I'm passing the location info. The options is going to be, if the location info has a length, we will return that, or else we are going to use the major location info from here. Okay, maybe we just have to display that like no results found, but yep, this is how I'm going with. Is option equal to value. So this is option, this property decides the selected value, and since the value we pass inside the autocomplete is not a simple string, right? So we cannot directly compare that. We need to compare the place name from the option and also from the value. So that's why I had to add this. And this is a no options text. If the search text is there and there are no options, we are going to give the no options. So this is contradicting this, right? Yeah, I'm going to address that and I'm going to move on. So if there is no search text and no options, we are going to type something. So the options label, the X is the whole object, and we need the place name, that is going to be the option label. And the input changes, I'm setting the loading state to true. The set loading comes from this hook. Okay, and also we set the search text. So the search text gets set, it gets debounced, and then we do the API call and we set the location info. Also we get the loading and we set it here, and on change we're going to get the value. This value is going to have the lat long and the place name, and we already got the instance of the map using the use map, and I'm going to use the map.fly to fly to this location. And I'm also setting a zoom here. Actually we can go further, like the places we get include cities, districts, states. The location is going to vary. Okay, so we can set the zoom based on that. If a user selects a state, we have to have the zoom in a higher number, I mean lower the higher zoom rate, right? We can do that, but I'm going to keep it simple. Essential makes sure that the animation works, it looks cool, so I've enabled that. And then this is the callback. Okay, the on location change. This function is going to set the form state. In the form we want the location, so we also set that. This is the places box. Let's import that from the organism. That's it. Now let's give it a try. Okay, this is the component. When I'm not typing something, when there is no result, this is that major cities list, right? I can click it. Oh, okay, the average zoom is 14, right? Remember, zoom is 14, and that's why it got zoomed. Maybe let's keep it as 12. Let's also go to Chennai. Takes some time. Maybe in the production application, we should not have this level of animation. Also, you can see that the location filter is getting updated. So that is the lat long, the boundary for Chennai. Let's do it once again. Also, yeah, I forgot to actually test the API call. So we have this major cities. Let's go to Tokyo, which is not here. We get all these places names. Okay, new some national museum, Tokyo City. Oops, that's okay. That is not Japan actually. That must be a different Tokyo. Yeah, still that is some different Tokyo. That is still that's Japan, but a different Tokyo, different place. Okay. So when I disable this essential, which we should do, I think let's go to Germany, Berlin. We already have Berlin here. Okay, so that's it. When the zoom happens, the location filter also updates. When the move happens, when we move the map based on the location using the autocomplete, the location filter updates. When we drag the map, the location filter updates. Okay, fine. So we have set up the map. In the upcoming sections, we will call our the query, the search garages query, and we will render the results. Okay, so let's add the start time and end time, and also we will see how to fetch the data. Here, let's start to use the, so remember we have the schema search garages, we are exporting the provider. So first thing, we need to wrap the page. The search page, first we need to wrap this with the provider. Okay, and then here we can use the use form context. The use form context comes from the React hook form. You also need to pass the type, which is the form type search garages. You need to get the form type search garage. Now we can get the register set value. Okay, for example, the set value will be used here. Once we get the location filter, remember we also have this here, the location filter in the same name. So basically we can do this. Set value, first we pass the key, which is the location filter, and then we can pass the data and it matches. Okay, if I pass something else, TypeScript is going to complain. We cannot do that. Okay, so we have that facility there. When we have done one thing, so for the date I'm going to, okay, so we need to make the page. We can do two things. One, we can simply make this page a client component, this one, or else we can make this we can actually export make this a search page content, and we can expose a search page by actually wrapping the search page content with this. But I'm just going to convert the page into a client component. Now the error goes away. We have this. I'm going for the dates. I'm going to do something funny, like based on the times, I'm going to show a different icon like sun, night, sunrise, sunset, those kind of stuff. I'm going to create a component called icon types. I'll just paste that in the molecules and we'll go through that. So the icon types, let's focus on this one. Okay, based, we will pass a time and we get the hours from that, and based on the hours we are basically returning a different icon. Sunrise, sun, which is from 10 to 4, and after 10 to 8 o'clock in the night we'll be having the sunset. Other than that is night, right? 20 to 4 is midnight, so moon and the stars. So this component is important. We'll come here. Actually, I should have this as a different component. You will think about that later. Back to the search page component. I'm going to. So this happens inside the search place box. Okay, under this we are going to have two input boxes with a start time and the end time. I'm going to copy paste that. Okay. So we're going to have an absolutely positioned icon drop down, arrow down. The icon type is the component we just created. And we also have to pass the start time. So we can get the start time by using the watch from here. Here you can get the data, end time and start time. Icon arrow down is coming from the tabular icon. Fine. So what happens here is, this is that component. This has to extend all the way. Okay, so I'm going to wrap everything inside another div and we will, it's going to be a flex box, flex column, and then I'm going to do the item stretch so that we get this. Okay, so this is the search bar. This is the, oh, I clicked that accidentally, clicked Chennai accidentally. This is the start time and the end time. We don't actually have the start and end here, but the arrow shows. Okay, we can make it maybe better, but if I have something like 6 o'clock, it will show the sunrise. If I select something like 12 o'clock, 12 a.m. Okay, it is sun. That is the component. So we set the date, and also we get the register button, register function, and we are registering the end time and start time. We are also setting the set value. So right now what we are doing is we are collecting the, let's just watch the entire thing. Let's call this form data, and we will rename this to form data dot start time and form data dot end time, and let's just console log the entire form data. So you will see the location filter and date filter are being populated. When I load this, the form data already has the height. So these are coming from the default ones, but that it takes the end time, that is 1 hour from now. Start time 1 hour from now. The location filter is already fixed, right? Even before I start to interact, it imagines the start and end time to be the current and 1 hour from now. And it also finds the bounds in the map, and it sets the location filter. Actually, we have all the information to do the query, and we are going to have all those logic. So I need to actually populate the dependencies with set value. Now everything is fine. I'm going to have a different component called show garages. So in here, so this is going to be an organism show garages.tsx. So inside that we are going to actually get all the compose the variables, and we will do the fetching. So this show garages, let's create the component. First we are getting the, okay, first we already have in the generated, we already have the search garages document. I'm going to use lazy query, because the query has to happen based on the variables. Okay, when the variables changes, we need to refetch that. And yeah, use lazy query comes from the Apollo client. So use lazy query, and I'm going to pass the search garage document. So the lazy query is going to return an array. First one is going to be a mutation, the function to query search garages, and then we can get all the called loading data and error. Okay. And then I'm going to just return a fragment with we'll just loop through the search garages, and we're going to have a garage marker that is going to display the data as a parking slot. Let's do that. We also have to do a lot of thing with the variables, and whenever they change we have to refresh also. For now I'm just going to use a empty use effect, and I will just call the search garages here. Let's create the garage marker component. Let's place it. Okay, actually we will keep these two inside a folder called search. I'm also going to get the garage marker inside it. So the garage marker, it's a dialog. We initially we will just show a marker ID, and actually we will show the parking icon. On clicking it, we will display this dialog. Okay, on clicking it, we render this, we switch this state, pop-up state, and it just, the dialog opens and it will just show the marker ID bar now. But actually we are going to have the entire booking flow inside this dialog. Okay, we don't have the dialog. Okay, I think we don't have the dialog component yet. Let's quickly create that. So this dialog is very similar to what the headless UI gives. This is the dialog. Okay, so this is the code. We just have to do a few changes, like because the transition dot child is deprecated. Headless panel, dialog panel. Okay, that's it. Also I'm getting the open and set open. That's okay. That we manage using a simple use state from the consumer of this component. We can pass any number of children using a React node. We are also passing the title here and the class name and the with the class name. So the class name, I think we don't need the class name here. Okay. Yes, I'm going to have the class name here, but I'm not using it here. But the with the class name is being used in the dialog panel. Okay, by default it's I've given the max with the medium, but we can change that. If we want more, we have to pass max width large or max width extra large. So that is the dialog component. It's very similar to what we have here with the transition child. Okay. Finally, I also need a keyboard shortcut that whenever user presses escape, we want to actually close the dialog. So for that, I'm going to create a hook called use key press. I'm going to create inside the hooks, I'm going to create the keys file. The use key press basically gets the keys and the action. Though we are getting an array, so when that keys inside any of those keys from that array gets pressed, we are using the window or add listener, add event listener, and we will also clean that up when the component unmounts. And whenever that one of these keys are pressed, we are going to call this action. Okay, it could be anything. It could be an alert box, it could be anything. But in this case, we are going to close the pop-up. Fine. And let's also import the parking icon. Okay. Let's create the parking icon to atoms, which is just a P. We have a border black, BG primary. There's some shadow with a P. Okay, that's a parking icon. Okay, that is all about the garage marker. Now everything is ready. Let's have a demo. I think we already have a park, have a garage created. Two garages is not defined. Okay, we have to import this. Fine. So right now we don't have any garages in the new arc, but we know. Let's modify that using the Prisma Studio. I'm going to modify the sample garages we created. Go to the address. It is 40 minus 40.7 minus 74.0. Okay, now the garage should appear in the new arc. Oh, okay. So yeah, we are not passing the dates, so we are not getting the, we could not fetch the data. Let's do that. The show garages, when we are calling this, let's use the use form context again. We will get the end time, start time, location filter, and when we do this, we will pass the variables. Date filter is going to be end is end time. Well, let's rename this so that we can simply pass. And then we also have to specify the location filter, which is, I just made all the numbers, the lat long values mandatory. I don't remember why I made them optional in the first place, but now we can directly pass the location filter. We also have populate the dependencies. Fine. Now we are seeing the parking. So that is the garage. So it happened to fall into the, is the ocean? That's New York Bay. Into the bay. Okay. On clicking it, we open the dialog and it shows the number. So we need one more thing. We are going to have a filter icon here. Okay, on clicking it, we will have a sidebar, and that sidebar will give us all the options, like we can configure the what height we want, what length. We can filter basically, filter the types of slots, filter the price per hour, all those things. So this is going to get really complex. Okay, so I'm going to create another hook to manage all the variables related things. Okay, so what I'm thinking is, let's just go with this in the sense, we have a component, we have our fetching function, we get the values through the watch, and we are calling that, right? So later we also have to add more things like the slot filter, which gets the height, length, type, price per hour, and so on. I think this should do. So I'm going to simplify, right? So we'll just go with this, and we'll see if we need to have a separate hook with all those functionalities, we'll add it. Okay, let's create the advanced filter here. The search page. The show garages, right now we are simply getting the date and filter, and we are using in the fetch function from the use lazy query. But this time it's going to be a bit complicated because we are going to have filters that include length, width, height, price per hour, type, and also skip and take for the pagination. So I'm going to create an adapter in the forms library. I'm going to create adapters, search form adapter .ts. First, let's specify the types. So I just take the form type from the search garage schema, and I'm going to pick the times, height, width, the dimensions, price per hour, type, location filter, skip take for the pagination. So we're going to have a hook called use convert search form to variables. So basically we are going to return the variables from this hook. So it is going to take some logic, and we are encapsulating inside this hook all the logic that goes into creating that filter. And it's not straightforward. Here we are just giving the end, we're just passing the end and start, but we are going to deal with the ranges here, like greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, and we're going to complicate this component so that we are taking these complexities out. So search garage's queries variable comes from the generated code. Okay, this is the one which the search garage's document uses. Okay, search garage's document, and we have it here. That is the type of the variables. So I set that type to the use state. That's the variables. And let's use the use form context. Let's also pass the type here, which is the form type search garage. We are going to get the form state and dirty fields. So important thing is we only also we can do one more thing, like instead of the watch you can do use watch, and you can also pass the type here and you get all the data here. Okay, the thing is we get the dirty fields, so we have the default value set up in the here, right? We have the default setup, but if the price per hour field is not dirty, if the user has not touched it, then we are not going to send that in the query. That's an unwanted filtering, right? That's so we are taking the dirty filters, and we are going to just make sure that we only add those fields to those filters to the variables if their dirty fields contains that field. So everything is a boolean. If the value is different from the default value, then that is going to be true. Fine. So I'm going to get this as a form data, and I'm going to use the use debounce to create a debounced form, so that whatever we do in the filter, the whole data, okay, you are going to debounce that whole filter data. That's going to include the date, location filter, the range filters for the height, width, so on. Type is going to be a group button, radio group, something like that. Okay, so we get the form data, dirty fields from the form state. We are debouncing the form data. Okay, now inside the use effect, first let's create the date filter. const date filter equals, it's an object. We're going to just set the start to spot to debounced dot start time and end to debounced dot end time. Okay, so I changed the use effect use watch to the watch again, and we are just creating this date filter. We're getting the start time and end time and assigning to the start end. We are just, that is just an object. The next one is the location filter. That is going to be of type. We're going to get that type from here equals. Let's rename this to location bounds, and we'll use it here. And the other ones, the slot filter and the garage filter, we are only going to have the pagination for the garage filter. Let's look at the slot filter. The slot filter, we're going to need length, width, height, price per hour, and the type. All these 5 things. And the filter is going to be a bit complicated. So I'm going to create a helper function. util.ts. So this is the helper function. We give the data in a tuple format, and it's going to return back in this format, be greater than or equal to. So this is going to be the return type. Okay, that's how we filter a range. Let's use that. I'm going to create a function called create slots filter, and these are optional filters, right? Let me just copy paste that. We have to look for the dirty fields there. So how do we get the dirty fields? Field names marked boolean when we pass a type of the schema. So we are going to pass the dirty fields and the form data, and we're going to compose an object. If the dirty fields dot length, yeah, so if the length is there, dirty fields dot length is going to be true, right? If it is true, then I'm going to assign this object, okay, greater than first number, less first number. So we do that for all 5 times, for all 5 fields. It has to be dirty, and if it's dirty, we will use it. And the type is different, so it needs an in followed by the type, and this type is actually an array. Maybe I should change this to types. Okay, types, and here types. Okay, fine. So that is the filter function. So here I'm going to create a use that create slots filter function to create the slots filter equals create slots filter. I'm going to pass the dirty fields we got from this form state, the use form context. Also we have to pass the form data. I'm going to do that. Okay, those are the relevant data. Similarly, I'm also going to have a garages filter. So this is going to get the skip and take. We may add more if you want to have more things to filter based on the data in the stored in the garages table. If the skips and title take or dirty, then we are just adding that number. Okay, so let's create the garages filter as well. So those are the 4 types of filters we use. Create garages filter, and we are passing the dirty filter, and let's also destructure the skip and take, and we'll pass it here. Now we have 4 types of filters. Let's save them into one filter, and we have to set the variables. You can also do this. Okay, so basically we created these 4 filters and we are assigning that to the filters. So now we can just export this and can consume that from that component. So here all we need is the debounced. Wait a minute. Let's call this debounced form data, and we will destructure from the debounced form data, and we will add the debounced form data in this dependency array. Okay, that is the hook. I'm going to go back to the search garages page, show garages component, and instead of doing the this thing here, I'm going to simply use the hook from the form slash adapter slash search form adapter. This hook is going to give back the variables, and we can just pass the variables there. Okay, I think we don't have to rename this and assign it again. Okay, this thing will work. We just get the location filter directly from the form data, and we attach that to the variables. Now here it is saying that null is not assignable to the this thing. So basically we assign variable to search garages where query variables are null. Okay, because initially it's going to be null. So I'm just going to look if the variables is true the. Okay, if it's true the, then I am passing that. Okay, I think we are good. Now the page, let's first check the geo querying. That's the only filter which works right now. The network, we have it. When I scrolled it, we get nothing because we have only one garage and it's not inside this bound. I move back, now we get that garage. Fine. So basically the variables thing is now working. Let's also quickly see if I think the start and end time is also matched perfectly. Fine. Now let's start working with our filter. It's going to be a sidebar. We're going to have these filters, the slot filters. Let's work on that. So inside the search, I'm going to create a filter sidebar.tsx. This is going to be a sidebar. We're going to manage the open and set open ourselves. And then I'm going to use the use form context. Also the types. Because we have input elements, we have to actually make it work together. And I'm going to return a fragment here. First, it's going to be the button. So remember the sidebar we already have. We only expose the button, and on clicking the button, the dialog or anything will open. Here we will be using the sidebar component. The icon filter comes from the tabular UI, tabular icons, pulsing dot. Okay, so let's create this. It's a simple component. Basically, it's a pulsing dot, and we use this dot to show that a particular field is dirty or not. I mean, accessed by the user or not. I'm going to get the base components types and get the children. If there are children, I'm going to just pass it. We don't have yellow, we have primary color. So if we don't have children, it's going to be just width to height to. Actually, the rounded full has to be here, and it's going to be an absolutely position top 0, left full, and we have that animate pulse. And if we have children, then we have almost the same thing with some padding. Yeah, the same location, absolute top 0, left full. That is the pulsing dot. So if the dirty field is if the dirty field dot length. So if any one of the if the dirty fields is at least one, we are going to have the pulsing dot in the button itself, showing that the user has modified something. But actually, I did a mistake here in my practice project. I was thinking that if the dirty fields dot length is there, I thought it's the a number of items inside that, but it's actually a field. So basically, we have to do object dot values of. So this will convert this object into an array, and then we will take the length to be truly, that is not 0. Okay, so that is the one. And then we will create the sidebar. This is the exact sidebar we used in our header also. We're going to have a flux. Okay, I think we have a small problem here. We need to keep the set to open outside. Okay, we have to update the header also, header component, and then we're going to pass the, let's make it open and set open. That's simpler. In the sidebar, we're going to update the properties to receive the open and set open states. Okay, so let's modify all these things. Okay, so actually on clicking this, we need to switch the state. Okay, I think we are good. Okay, what happened here? Okay, so we need to update the set open state type to use this. So how did I come up with this property type? So I just hovered over this, and I got this type property, and I'm using the type as the property. Right now we can switch it. That's a change I had to. Also, I have to pass the open and set open states, set open properties in the header. Similarly, we will do the same here. Okay, and let's just have a look from the search page. I'm going to have another panel. This time it's going to be right top. Let's copy paste that and then modify the right center to the right top. Then I'm going to have this filter sidebar. Now, okay, so I simplified, changed a few things. So first one, I created this nav sidebar component. So basically, I put this button with the icon menu and the sidebar and all the menus inside. Okay, I simplified the sidebar. Right now, sidebar gets this open set open. It won't expose any buttons. Okay, it's just the transition. I just divided that into two things, because in the filter sidebar I already have a button here. Okay, now this is what we have. The sidebar works, and this is the filter. We're going to have more. we're going to have the sliders and everything inside it. We have to create a filter heading, basically that gets a title and dirty boolean, and we use that. We also use the pulsing dot to show that the filter has been touched. So filter heading .tsx. So it gets a title and dirty boolean. We are rendering that. It's going to be a relative, because it has to be relative because the pulsing dot is absolute. And okay, yep. Let's build the filter sidebar. Let's start with the first one, the type. So for that, okay, we have to actually create the range slider and the toggle button group, and then we will come back here. So inside the molecules, I'm going to create a range slider .tsx. So basically I'm getting the slider and the slider props. This component is going to get the slider props. The whole thing lives inside a div with the width full with some padding top, padding left and right. And we are having some opinionated styles here with the value label on. And then I have some styles. So this we already did in the autocomplete component also. We configured the component using Tailwind by pointing to this individual pieces of the component. I did this also. You can modify this. That is a range slider. The next one is radio group, toggle button group. Actually, let's create that. Again, I'm just re-exporting it, right? I'm renaming I'm renaming the toggle button to toggle button MUI. I'm re-exporting that by having some styles here. Okay, I'm giving some margin top, making it block. Similarly here also, I'm having some styles, and then I'm having some opinionated props like disable ripple, disable touch ripple, and focus ripple. So these are the two components. Let's import them from the filter sidebar. Fine. So the first one, you're going to create a type toggle buttons. You're going to have this is a controlled element. I'm going to use this controller from the React hook form, and I'm giving the type. And since I renamed this to types, it is complaining. So when I change that, it is fixed. I have to pass a control from the use form context to the controlled element, and now we get the values here. Values and that particular. So we get this dirty fields collective that has everything, but it has everything, right? Booleans for each field we have in the form schema. But inside a controller, it's a controlled component, we can get is dirty. That is going to be true if the types is dirty, I mean touched by the user, modified by the user. You can also get the default value on change. So we're going to have the filter header. We have imported the toggle button group, and okay, so basically in the on change, when it changes, actually I have to get the value from here. What do I get? Oh, fine. So I was not importing that correctly. So it is two-step out. Fine. Now the toggle button group will work. Basically, on change, I'm going to get the first one is going to be event, and the second one is going to have the value and that's what I'm going to use. We don't need to get the value from here. Okay, sorry, I have to set this here. Okay, we are setting the value here, and then this value is this value. And then I'm going to proceed to display all the, so I have this icon types it's an array. Basically it returns back an icon based on the enum type. Okay, for the bicycle I am using icon bike, motorbike, car, and this is for the heavy vehicles. Okay, let's have a look at the filter now. Okay, that's because the default values we still, I did not fix that type to types. Now I have fixed it. Now we get the vehicle types, and we can toggle, and when we toggle we see this dot, which is not a dot. So let's see what's wrong. So I have this rounded full thing, it's absolutely positioned. What's wrong? Rounded full. Okay, you might have seen that, but actually I'm setting the color to the parent. Okay, sorry. So now we have the dot which is animating. Also, yeah, so I'm going to keep the animate here, because if I add some more children, everything has to animate the pulse. Fine. That is one filter. Now I need to see. Oh, you saw that? The filter is actually working. You can also see the network cycle. You remember our garage actually has a few slots for bicycle and car. Okay, one car and two bicycle. What happens if I toggle the cycle? Okay, the network call did not happen because that combination of variables is being cached. Let's try that again. Okay, so we get the GraphQL. In the payload you can see that the slots filter the types, the ones that are there, right? If I check the bicycle again, actually it did not make the API call because we already did that. We already did that very query with all these combination. Let's try with the car. Okay, deselect the car. Now we get this, and I'm actually trying to demonstrate that when everything is selected, which is this, we are not going to see the slots filter at all. That's what I wanted to show you. And when I update that, you will see the slot filter with the selected ones. And also you can see the dirty marker, the dot being, and also this is client side caching. Okay, so it is going to save a lot of performance. So let's create other ones with a slider, range slider. Okay, let's add the other ones. The second one is price. It is also a controlled component. Let's hide that. This is also a controlled component. I'm using the controller, and it knows what values it can get. It's a tuple, an array with two items. I'm passing the control again, and inside the render, the props, we can get the value, on change is 30, default values. And in the render, I'm going to return a div with a filter header with the title and the is30. I'm going to get the is30 from the field state. This field state, this is30 belongs to the price per hour field. And in the range slider, I'm setting some steps. So this depends upon the range, right? we can have some other field which can be in thousands. For those fields, we cannot have the step as 5. So it's going to be a lot more granular and we will be doing a lot of API calls. So I kept the steps outside. You can also have some properties set here. Okay, if you think all the range sliders will be using the same properties, same value for the particular property. I'm also making the min max from the default values, setting the value and on change as it is. And I'm also adding rupees, but actually I'm going to make this a dollar because this is a New York related product. So dollar. Okay, let's have a look at that. So this is the range slider. So the maximum is 200. That's what we gave. The tick is 5. I'm going to change this to 10. Okay, 5 would work. This is cached as well. Okay, so I drag. When I'm dragging, the network call is not happening. So it is waiting for me. Okay, maybe I'm dragging. Okay, actually it's okay. It's just a debounce. Okay, it's not waiting for me to remove my mouse pointer from that. It's just a debounce that we set up. We have a debounce for 400 millisecond. Okay, when I'm doing this, no network call is happening, but when I stop, it happens. Fine. And I wanted to prove that there is caching going on here. Here now we get the price per hour also with a less than 125. When I move this and come back to the 125, nothing happens. But when I do the 130, we do the API call. Okay, so I think you get the point, like debouncing, like debouncing and local caching. I keep explaining that. Let's do the other ones. It's going to be very similar to the price per hour. Also, you can see the dirty ones. Okay, dirty fields. The third one is width. It's going to be very similar to the price per hour. So width, get the control from the use form context. We get the value on change state is dirty, default values, similar one. Maybe I think we should get this make this a component, but fine. We are getting the min max from the default values where we're passing the value and change as it is, and here we are going to add feet. Okay, and step is going to be 2 because the range is smaller here. Going to be, I think, 0 to 20 the width. Okay, so the step is 2. Fine, and also we have the caching going on. If I do this and get back to the 0, you don't do any network calls. When I set that to 10, the network call happens. When I move this to get put back to the 10, nothing happens. Let's do the for the height and length. They're going to be very similar to this width. Okay, again we are getting the setting the height, setting the control, getting the value and change from the field dirty default fields. This component we are passing the dirty and title to the field header. We are setting the min max from the default values, value non change from field, and same feet here. Step is 2. Same thing goes for the length also. That's it. We have one more thing to do, which is a reset button. Here in the use form context, it also gives us this reset. Say the form state, I think. There is the reset. Okay, I have already destructured it. I did not see that. So let's create the button. Under all our filters, I'm going to place a button. In the reset, we have to reset back to the default value, right? So this get values is an alternative for the watch and the use watch we used. It basically gives the values of the form. Actually, I'm confused why I added this. I'm going to remove this for now, and we will see the reset button in action. You can see that our pulsing dot is there. That means that we have one field, at least one field dirty. Go back here. Not there. We can also use the reset to reset the form state. When I click this, it resets. So we have all the data set in the default values. Okay. Yeah. The point is we want to retain the location data and the time data, right? So that's why I had to also give the get values. This get values is going to have the date and the location filters, and the default ones have the price. So these are the things are going to be reset back to the default values, and we will retain the start and end time and location filters. Okay, now I'm actually thinking I should only have the reset button when there are dirty fields, right? So the filter sidebar, we already get these dirty fields here, and let's use this object dot values dot length. If there are any dirty fields, I'm going to display that, or else the reset field won't be there. Okay, we don't have a reset field now, and now we have the reset button. On clicking it, it will disappear. You can also, instead of just removing the button altogether, you can also disable that. The length is not truly, then we will disable the button. Okay, now it looks like this. Also, we have some hover animation going on. To fix this, we can add this enabled hover the color. So now we won't have that hover animation if the button is disabled, but we will have the hover if the button is enabled. And I think we have we have to add it to the other buttons as well. Okay, that is the filter. Now we are doing we can filter the results. Now the garage is gone. Similarly, the garage, we don't have any slots that are bigger than 10. So that is also, every filter is working. Okay, yep, every filter is working. The reset button is working. Fine, that is the advanced search filter using the React hook form. We'll see in the next one. Okay, so in this section we are going to we're going to build the booking slot flow. So basically we are going to get the start and end date from here, end time from the form, the search garages form data, and we are going to have another form schema here. We're going to have a booking form inside here, right? So we will transfer those information into this, and we will let the user select the type of the slot, and also we have something, a Valet Management section where people can optionally add valets for picking up, dropping, or both. Let's get started with the schema. So inside the form schema, I'm going to create a book slot.tsx. So the form schema book slot, it's going to be an object. This is going to have start date and end date, start time and end time. vehicle number and phone number. Okay, so I kept the validation to a really simple one. Here we are just checking for that the phone number has to be at least one character, but we can have more. We can further strengthen this validation. And we are going to get the type of the slot, because that garage can have multiple slot types. So that's it. And then we're going to have an internal, a nested object here. So this nested object is going to have pickup info, drop off info, and different locations. It's a boolean. And let's get the location info. The location info is going to have lat long, the distance. We will calculate this distance at the time when the user picks these locations. We calculate the distance and we will store. Yep. Also, optionally, we have the nodes. I'm not sure if we will use it in this project, or I mean, the nodes is for the delivery nodes in the food applications, right? We have nodes. I added this in the schema, but I did not implement that. Fine, this is the schema. And as usual, I'm also going to infer the types using the z.infer and passing the schema here. We get back the type, form type book slot. And also I'm going to have, just like how we did in the search garages, I'm going to have a further validation here using the refine sort schema.refine. Here we can actually pass a function. You might remember we already used this a similar thing in here. Okay, I'm going to reuse these functions. I'm going to copy this, put inside the util.ts. We also have to export. The problem here is previously I kept the type of the data to the form type search garage, but this time it is different here. This is form type book slot. So I'm going to get only the required data, which is start time for the start time valid function. And here I'm going to actually pass an object because we have more than one argument, so it's going to be confusing. Start time and the end time. And we destructure that. Oh, what? Start time, end time. So those are the two functions. First, let's fix the search garages. First, I have to import this. And also TypeScript understood that that types don't match. Okay, so we can basically get the values from here. And I will pass the start. So the first one only requires the start time. The second one requires both. Fine. Similarly, yep, we can just copy this, paste here. Different schema. Fine. Let's also import those functions from the util. Okay, so we have created the schema. We also added this custom validation using the zod.refine. I'm going to create this use form. This we have been doing for a lot, for everything, right? So keep doing this. We use form. We pass the type as a generic. So we use the zod resolver from the hook form resolver / zod. We pass the schema here and we get the form management hook. That's what we are doing. But additionally, I told you, right, we have to actually somehow pass the start time and end time in the form search garage schema to the form book slot schema. That's why I'm getting the default values here. Okay, and also I'm going to create the use of the form provider book slot. This is going to get some children and the default values. Fine. Now Remember, right now we have what? Okay, right now we are just displaying the garage ID. We will go back to the garage card, garage marker. This is the dialog. Here I'm going to use my provider, form provider book slot. Not helping me. I need to import it myself. Book slot, form provider. And here I'm going to create a, we have to do two things. One, we have to pass the default values. The default values are going to come from here. We're going to use the use watch from the React hook form. And we also have to pass the type. This is form type search garage. We can get the end time and the start time. And we pass both the values as default values here. Fine. So we need to have some children. Okay, TypeScript is happy. Now I'm going to create a component called book slot popup. Inside the organisms, I'm going to create book slot popup.tsx. So this thing gets the garage information first. The garage information the type we get from the search garages query, because this is exactly where we are using that book slot popup. Also have to pass the garage. The garage information we get to the garage marker is named as marker. I'm passing it. And okay, I have to at least return something here. Return null. Fine. Now the TypeScript is happy. Let's continue to build here. I'm just pasting that. Let's use a pre tag, and we will display the whole JSON. Garage it's two places. When I click here, so this is the garage information. Okay, we get the address. Here the available slots. We have the car, bicycle. We have two slots for bicycle. One car. We don't have any images. It's not verified. Okay, so that's the information. Okay, so we are inside. So both you may think like we are inside two form providers. We use React hook form for managing the states, the filters, and so on, and we have this form provider for the book slot. But the thing is, the form provider exists inside the dialog. So basically we cannot access this use watch with this type inside this dialog. Okay, so it's a different context. Okay, so here I'm going to start using the use form context. Okay, so we just got the control register, handle submits, set value, errors, everything for the book slot form. And let's match we have the set value, we have the start time and end time, and I'm going to use a use effect to sync those values. I think we don't have to do it. We already have pushed it. I'm confused. Okay, this is not required. Let's create the form. I'm going to have a flux box with some gap, text left, with some border, with some background blur, and so on. Let's create a, I think we can delete this. Get the form. So in the top, I'm going to have some information about the verified state and the garage name. Need to add the display name from here, and also let's start the network. Let's run the code in the network, and fine. I can get the display name from here. We also have to create the simple badge component. Let's do it. Inside the organism, I'm going to put the badge component. So basically, it's a span element, and we have some variants here. Basically, we get the variant here, and based on the classes, we assign that. Okay, that is the badge component. And we also have this union types. We cannot pass any other string other than what we have here, and that helps us really manage this. Let's import the badge from the atoms. Now we get this information. Okay, we get the garage name and the verified or not verified state. After that, let's have the address. Okay, 123 New York. The style looks a bit weird, but I'm going to just go with that. Maybe we can reduce the size. And I'm going to have a simple carousel here. I wrote a simple carousel. Auto image changer. That's what I'm going to call this carousel. Auto image changer.tsx. We're going to get a string of the images, duration per minute, aspect ratio, or no auto change. Let's export the component. So I store this current image index in use state. And inside the use effect, I'm going to have a set interval. Use set interval to change this index. So basically, we know the length of the images array, right? So basically, I increment it, and then I use this modular to reset it, right? If there are 4 images, we want the index to be 0 to 3. When it goes to 4, this will reset that index to back to 0, so that the image will keep changing, keep looping through. And if there are no images, I'm going to just return no images with a photo cancel icon from the tabular icons. That's it. And I'm going to return if the images array is not empty, I'm going to return this. So basically, this is the image we're going to have. We are going to get the current image using the current image index. We are giving that, and we're going to have the arrows. Yeah, so this is the dots we have in the carousel, right? On clicking it also, yeah, so this will show which index of image is actually currently is showing. And then we have 2 arrows, the chevron left and chevron right. On clicking it, we will update the indexes appropriately. Both are buttons, absolutely placed buttons. That is a simple carousel. Now let's go back to the book slot pop-up, and we will implement that. So after the address, I'm having the auto image changer. We are passing the images, and also if there are no images, we are passing the empty array. The duration per image is 10 seconds. This is in milliseconds. Okay. And the aspect ratio is aspect video. Here, if we put a square one, it will take a lot of space. So I'm having a landscape dimension mode landscape aspect, and no auto change. Wow. Okay, maybe that's distracting, I think. So if the auto change is disabled, the arrows will still show up, and the customer can navigate between other images, right? And if it auto changes in the booking slot, it's going to be distracting. So I have disabled the no auto change. And I'm also going to create one more component which is called date range booking info. So this component will look at the start time, end time. It gets the difference. It sets the duration. The duration is the difference. Okay. And we have a flex box here. First we have the start time. We're going to we'll show the time format time with a larger text and font bold, and the date says will be smaller with a muted color. We need to create these functions. Let's create that. We are going to use date fns. So inside the util, I'm going to create a date. We already have it. Let's add the format date. Is going to use this format is going to come from the date fns. So let's install that library inside the utils library. Also we can use the form time. The difference is the format we pass in. This is the format of the format date. This is the format of the format time. Now let's import the date fns from the format from the date fns. And we also have to get the difference in time. Okay, so this we're going to use a switch case. Okay, so we get the difference in milliseconds and we will generate. Okay, so based on the required unit, we are returning that. Okay. And the last one is get time units. So this basically returns, you just get the time, I mean the time in milliseconds, the duration, and we will return number of days, hours, minutes, and the final time string. Okay, and also for this we need to use the pluralize library. Let's also import the type definition for that as a dev dependency. Okay. I did not add the ts config for this project. Let's add that. I'm going to copy some configurations from the forms library. Maybe we don't want that, but we want to add the ES module interop. True. Okay, now. Okay. Right. So now we have all these date manipulation functions. We wrote a few things. We got help from the datafns format. So basically, this gets the start time and end time. It gets the difference in time, and it sets the duration here. And we have a flux box. We have the start time, where the time will be bigger here, and this is format time and format date. Then the date will be smaller. We'll be having an arrow here with the duration and the end time. Let's display this in the booking book slot. After the auto changer, I'm going to just place it passing the start time and the end time. Now we can see this. Okay, that this is the component. So it automatically identified it the duration as 1 hour. So we can have, I'm going to change the end time. Now it says 2 hours and 4 minutes. It also shows the time, date, time, end time, and the end date. Okay, now let's have our form information. First one is selecting the slot type. We already did this, the radio group, with the form filter while selecting the types of forms. So this is again we are doing controller. Okay, so this time I'm using the radio group. directly from the headless UI. So basically, this is a controlled component. We are going to pass only one type. The last filter form we used types. We were able to pass an types inside an array. This time we are going to pass only one type. This is for the booking information. So we get the control. We pass the control to the controller. We get the on change and value here. And in the radio group, we pass a on value and on change just works as it is. And we get the available slots because we want to display only the slot types available inside that garage. And then inside the radio, so this is the component sample one. Okay, so we wrap the entire thing with a radio group and we will create radios. Okay, those are the like options. And I also we can check this is it's a render prop where the radio passes properties like checked, autofocus, disabled, focus, hover. And based on this, I'm changing the style here. I'm also rendering the slot price per hour, and you also rendering the different icons based on the slot types. That is the radio group. I'm also giving the number of count we have. Now that is the component. Okay, I think we are passing the different color here. Yeah, we don't have the border yellow color. We will use the primary one. Okay, when I select, that is the component. Also, I'm going to listen to the values. We're already doing it. Let's console log it so that we will know that we are actually writing to the form management state. Wow. Okay, so I actually found an interesting thing. So if I console log these values, I'm getting an infinite loop. Okay, this is a bit weird for me, but if I comment it down, comment it out, the infinite loop stops. Okay, I need to open this. Okay, the infinite loop stops. Okay, that's something is new for me. Okay, I'm not changing anything. I'm just putting a console log, and I don't understand. I don't know why that happens. Let's keep moving. Our dialog has plot type, and I'm going to add the time also because people use this to search the start time and end time. They come here, they will see this exact same time from here, but still I'm going to also have a start time and end time input boxes here so that people can change their decisions later. Okay, also I'm going to have a custom error message here because a lot of time I come here, I come open the dialog, and I forget to select any types. Okay, actually we can have the other form elements to depend upon this value, and we may design this flow in such a way that none of the other form elements show up until I select the type. But I want to simplify that. I'm going to just have a simple form error component, which is just some exclamation circle and create text, ready text with an error. Okay, just the exclamation circle has a red text, and the error message is going to have the gray 900 if there is error. So basically, if the title type is not there, we get the type from the use swatch, and if the type is not there, I'm going to have this error, set type. Okay, when I select it, it goes away. Let's add the dates now. That's the times, start time and end time. We need to get the HTML input to localhost ISO string. So basically I set the type as the date time local. Okay, and these are not synced. When I change this date is not going to, we don't have any connection there. The connection happens only when we open the dialog. When you open the dialog, the dates are all synced with what we had earlier, and when I modify this, it won't actually go back and modify this. Okay, that's how it is. And then I'm going to get the phone number and the vehicle number. I'm going to have these two. I don't understand, why do we want this okay, start time, end time, vehicle number, phone number. Also we have to set this type. These are basic form elements we have seen a lot of times. Title, error, and we are using the register function to register this phone number. Similar thing happening here. We are making sure that the minimum is not below the current time. It cannot be in the past. Other than that, we just have some class names. And I think that the class names, I don't know. This works fine as well. And then I'm going to create a simple cost title value. This is going to get the title and the price, and it will just display along with the dollar symbol. Then we will need this component, title space dollar, and it's a flex box. It's going to be justify between, and we will use this. Okay, so we have our input elements. We have the date, the duration, the number, and then we will have also create a Valet Management in the upcoming section. Now we have to display the total value, and then we will start working with our Stripe payment button and so on. Before that, I'm going to create a hook to create prices. So this is the type. We're going to get the price per hour. We create a hook called use total price hook. And I'm going to get the Valet start time and end time. Okay, so again, I have some difficulty importing the JSX that has a provider actually. So I have to configure the JSX in the util library also. The JSX is equal to React JSX. Now the TypeScript error will go away. So here we are going to have a couple of 3 parking charge, valid pickup charge, and valid drop charge. First, let's generate the parking charge. So we have parking slots have charge price per hour. So basically, we take the start time, end time, we calculate the difference in milliseconds, we calculate the difference in hours, and then we just calculate the price parking charge, and we set that here. Difference in time comes from the date here. We already used this function in another place here, right? Date range booking info. We use the same thing to create the difference, and we display here. Same function we are using to get the millisecond difference in millisecond, and we are just calculating that to the price. And the second use effect, we are calculating the Valet charge. So this has to be saved in a constant. We already have a constants file in the util. I'm going to place it here. So this is the charge I came up with. Okay, so this is Valet charge per meter. that is $5 per kilometers. Fine, let's import that. That's it. So after these two use effects, I'm going to just return the parking charge, valet pickup charge, and valet charge drop off. Now in the book slot pop-up, I'm going to use that hook. Okay. Let's also restructure the price per hour from the use effect. Oh, sorry. So the price per effect comes from the garage value. Garage, that is in the properties dot price per value. Oh. Okay, so actually the slots have the price per value, which is we calculate that by going into all the available slots, and we already have this is the picked type. Okay, so we find inside this garage available slots array, we are finding one item based on the selected type, and we are getting the price per hour from that, and we get the total price object that has the parking charge, valet charge, drop off, valet charge, pick up. Now we have all the required stuff to display the total price. So after this, I'm going to, we already created this use cost title value, passing the title as parking, valet pickup, valet drop off, and I'm passing all the charges there. Let's also calculate the total price. After this, I'm just counting everything. So let's look at the interface. Nothing is showing up. Why? Okay, because we haven't set type. When I click the type, it is 17 days and 1 hour, $10. If it's for the bike, it's $3 and let's keep this starter. Okay, so it's 25 hours and it gets $75. It is $250. Okay, so for the first iteration, I'm going to just continue to work with the Stripe and the payment, and then we will come back here and we will create the valet setup. Till that, it's not even showing the valet cost because we don't have a valet. Okay, so I have to, let's fix this, finish this booking. Yeah, so we need to create the mutation. Okay, actually we are going to do the booking through a REST API endpoint. So we need to manage the booking status ourselves. So here we are not going to use Apollo client, so we won't have the loading error states. Okay, now we have the booking. I have to select that way. We see the parking charges. Clicking. Okay, so we have not set up the on submit here. On submit, use the handle submit. That gives the data. Let's just console log it. Okay, let's look at that. I have the dates. On clicking. Okay, so the form did not submit because I have to enter the vehicle number TN0001. Now there appears to be an error, still an error. Let's look at the errors. Oops, okay. So I select this, we have the, okay, so again we got the infinity. I have to set this values form schema as optional. Now let's try that. Select the type. We already have the, give some vehicle number, some phone number. We already set the start time and end time. On clicking it, we get the form data. So the form is getting submitted. Now we have to collect this. We are going to hit the REST API. Okay. So we will set the REST API in the backend, and we will come back here to continue with the Stripe payment. So before, we need to first install the Stripe requirement, Stripe package in the backend. Now add Stripe. In the models, I'm going to create a Stripe module, stripe.module.ts. So we're going to have a Stripe controller, just like the resolver, and then we will have the business logic, the code in the service file. And also we are getting the booking service. We are adding the booking service as a provider because we are going to actually hit that when the payment is successful. We are going to use the booking service to create the booking. This is the module. Let's compose the controller, create the controller. Let's create the controller, and I'm going to decorate that with the controller decorator. I'm going to call this Stripe. Import the controller from the next command, and I'm going to, let's also quickly create the Stripe service .ts. So this is an injectable. Let's import the Stripe, create a public class property, and in the constructor I'm going to initialize the Stripe. Okay, so you need to set up the Stripe. You create a Stripe account, and you, in the environment variables, you have to create these environment variables, right? Publisher key, create the, copy that, paste it here, get the Stripe key from your Stripe account, secret key, and then the success key is going to be 3000/Stripe/success. We will be passing this checkout session ID to the Stripe/success route, okay, endpoint, and from that we will retrieve the session information, and then we will, if the session information is valid, then we will actually go ahead and create the booking. Also the cancel URL booking failed, we will create a simple page in our front end, 3001/booking failed, and that will render the failure message. So go ahead and do this. Okay, let's have a simple get route for the URL /3000/Stripe, localhost 3000/Stripe. Okay, so I have to add the Stripe module in the app module. Now we get the hello Stripe. Okay, so that's working. Let's create the other routes. We're going to have a post route that will create the session. So basically we're going to hit the same thing with the post route. Let's get the create Stripe DTO. Inside the Stripe, I'm going to create this DTO folder. We're going to have this UID, total price object, and the booking data. So we need to have the total price type, which is this: parking charge, valet charge, drop off, valet charge, pickup, and that's a DTO. This is the information we are going to call when we hit the, we are going to pass when we hit the Stripe post route. Get this? Now we have to create Stripe session in the Stripe.service. So we create this method. We destructure the total price object, UID, and the booking data. Now we can start the session. So we get the stripe from the here. .checkout.session.create. I'm going to add the payment method as card. And the line items, I'm going to the object. This is an object with three keys, three properties, like the payment, the parking charge, valet pickup, and valet drop charge. I'm using object or entries to convert that into a key value pair of arrays. The first thing, I'm going to filter that the price has to be greater than 0, because we can send a valet charge of 0, and we don't know, I don't want to show that in the payment page. And then I'm going to loop through using a map. I'm going to get the name and price here, and getting the quantity as 1, product data. So I'm going to create the say the common. I'm going to create a util file here, put this title case. So this thing will just convert the string into a title case, that all the beginning words, the first letter of the beginning words, will be capitalized. The currency is USD. The unit amount is price into 100. Okay, the mode is payment. Here we are going to set the success URL and the cancel URL, right? Just to remind, you have to use this so that Stripe will be redirecting, calling the success route along with the checkout session ID and the session ID. And then I'm also going to set up the metadata. This is the data which we will pass, and in the success route we will get this data, and we'll create the booking. That's it. So we create the session, and then I'm going to return session.id. So that is the create session. Now it's almost ready. The backend is almost ready. We can create a session. We'll come back here to handle this success one. But before that, I'm going to go back to the book slot pop-up, and we will set up our Stripe in the front end. So in the UI library, that's where we have these components. I'm going to install the Stripe at stripe/stripe.js. And in the book slot pop-up, in the on submit, we have the data that form was getting submitted properly. Now I'm going to create the booking data. The object. So we're basically getting the, okay, we need the UID. So this is a client component. We have to mark this as a use client, and we can access the use session from the React Next-Auth /React. So from this we can get the session.data.user.uid, and this UID can be undefined as well. Okay, fine. Now conditionally I'm going to add the valet assignment. Okay, so we have seen the syntax. I'm spreading it, and only if the payment info is valid. Payment info and drop off info are valid. If both are valid, I am passing the information here, and I am spreading it. If not, we are going to just assign the empty object, or we can even do null. When we destructure null, we will get nothing. Okay, so that's how we generate the booking data. Once we generate booking data, I'm going to manually, everything, okay, it's inside a program, but still we are handling it ourselves, right, in the inside with our logic, handling the loading state. So here we are going to call create booking session. We are going to generate the booking session. Let's write that function and we'll come back here. So I'm going to just keep the function under the component, the same file, total price. We need to use the total price from the util/types. Okay, so this is the type we are actually using in the backend also. Booking is coming from the generator one, create booking.input. First, let's just hit the REST API we just created, right? API URL /stripe a post. Okay, that we did here. Stripe controller. We have a post route. We can hit the create stripe session, and we also know what the DTO is, UID, total price object, and booking data. So basically we are hitting that REST API using a fetch, and I'm also passing the body by stringifying it. Once we get that, we are going to assign that, get a session, checkout session. I'm going to assign the publishable key from the next public type publishable key. So you have to save your publishable key in the environment variables of the front end. The backend requires both the secret key and the publishable key. The front end only requires the publishable key. Okay, so let's load the Stripe now. Load Stripe comes from the Stripe package we installed. I don't know why I have. Let's do this. So I'm loading the Stripe there, and then I'm going to redirect the checkout. So this checkout, remember, this returns back a session ID, right? So since we are handling with the REST API, we don't have any type safety. We don't know what this session is going to have. It's any. And then I'm just going to return the result. Fine. Now let's go back to the on submit, and we will continue the process. Here I'm calling this create booking session. We can mark this as async. The booking data has a problem here. Slot 18 status. Okay, so we have to modify this. Okay, initially we have like we added everything other than the created it, updated it, and ID. So we need to modify this. So I'm going to use the pick type. I'm going to pick the customer ID, end time, start time, and vehicle number, and I'm also going to add the so phone number. Okay, so we are also creating the slot, right? We also need the slot information. So I'm going to, this is the custom create booking input. Okay, so we're getting the customer ID, end time, start time, vehicle number, phone number, garage ID, type, price per hour, total price per hour. So I have updated that. Now we have to, okay, so now the booking service is creating a problem. Since we updated the create DTO, it does not have all the type, vehicle number, phone number, etc. Right? So I am going to destructure the values here. These are the values we received from the DTO. First, I'm going to make sure if the customer, it could be, it is possible that the customer is doing it for the first time. Probably we have to do something like this in the onboarding page. And after the user registers, in the onboarding page, we may have to allow customer to create a customer account in our database. But we have some rough edges in this project, so I'm making sure that we have the customer here, or else I'm going to create a customer entry for that UID. So once the customer is created, I'm going to generate a passcode. So I wrote a simple function for this. Let's put that in this util function. Util file, it basically is the random of this, and we will get the floor. So it generates a 6-digit number. That's what we are going to use as a passcode. And then we get the date as start time as string in the DTO. So we have to convert that into dates. Then I'm going to we need to create a we need to find a slot, right? The user only mentioned the garage ID. Now I'm going to create a function get free slot which gets a garage ID, start time, end time, and type. Here we are going to look for find first. Okay, this query is going to return a lot of slots. We are going to get the first item. The conditions are it has to be from the same garage ID. It has to be the type the user mentioned with no bookings overlapped with the time that the customer mentioned. With these 3 checks, we get the get free slot method. Let's go back here and continue the process. After we manage get the start and end dates, we're getting the free slot. So this slot has this ID. Okay, that's the picked slot. If there is no slot, if something went wrong, meanwhile, when the user is booking, someone else booked already, then we are going to return this error, no slots found. That's it. Now we can proceed to create the booking. I'm going to return this the promise of create booking. I'm just passing the end time, start time, vehicle number, etc. All this information other than the slot ID comes in the DTO. And we find a free slot ID and we are just storing the ID here while creating the booking. That's it. Now everything should be working. Still the booking ID is complaining. Okay, so the UID, it is expecting a string, but here I'm having the UID that is a string or undefined. Okay, so if the UID is not truthy, I'm going to just open an alert. Okay, you are not logged in, and I'm going to return that. Now the error will go away. Type or undefined. Wow. Okay, let's go here and see. So this is interesting. Like the type is required in our schema. Here type is required. We are not making it optional. Everything is required by default and we are not making it optional. If I make it optional, then the error makes sense. Like it's saying the slot type slash slot type union undefined is not assignable to type slot type. So this when we get to this point, this data type is slot type. Here also the type is slot type. Yeah, so I was actually getting the type from here. Yeah, so type from the use watch. Okay, got it. Also everything else must come from the data, not the watch data. Fine, everything is fine. Now let's do it. I was actually trying that. from the localhost 3001, search. Let's do the booking. So car, let's do the cycle one. It's for 3 hours. There is one more problem here. -27. Okay, so even though we can select that and it is giving the wrong value here, but when I click it, we get the validation there. Okay, so at least we cannot submit the form with this data. I update that maybe 2 hours, $6. I'm clicking the book now. We get to see this. Okay, and let's give some user. We have not yet created the we have not created the success endpoint yet, but still I'm going to just give it a try. United States of America. Fine. 001. Clicking, it's processing. It's successful and it's going here, right? 3000 stripe / success and the session ID. We are getting this. Now what I'm going to do, we're going to set up the success endpoint in the Stripe controller. Here we have to set up the success, and inside that we will validate the session information, do the booking, and redirect the URL, all those things. And we will set up that, and we'll come back here. We can just refresh this URL, okay, so that everything will just go on. The session ID will carry the cycle booking information. Okay, let's build it. The controller, I'm going to create this. The success, it's going to be, it can be called like URL /stripe/ success. It's a get route, and we can get the retrieve the success ID, the session ID, by this query parameter. Also we get the response. If there is no session ID, I'm just going to throw an error, and I'm going to retrieve the session information. So that is happening by getting this stripe where class variable checkout sessions.retrieve. I'm passing the session ID I get from here, and from inside the session ID I can get the UID and booking data from the session.metadata. Let's then create the booking input. I'm going to type this using the create booking input. I'm going to parse the booking data we received, and then we can create the booking using the booking service.create. So we just wrote this service, right? That generates this passcode. We make sure that the slot is available, all those things. So once we finish the booking, we are going to redirect the bookings redirect URL. So create this inside the environment variable of the backend. So this is where we are going to redirect to the bookings page. Okay, so we have to import the response from the Express, okay, so that we can do the restart redirect to the URL. I have already saved it. Now we go back and okay, let's just create a simple page for booking. Bookings / page.tsx. Create a dummy page, and then we will come back here to fetch all the bookings for the user, and we will display that. We also need a booking failed. booking failed. We will also quickly test that page, booking failed. Okay, so we have both these dummy pages. Now I'm going to, let's also look at the database quickly so that we can see the data getting populated, the booking information. Right now we don't have any bookings. Okay, I'm going to just refresh. This session ID is going to be still valid. So I'm refreshing. Fine, so we are directed to the bookings. That means that the booking has happened. Price per hour 3, total price 6, start time, end time, the vehicle number, the phone number, passcode, status is booked, the slot ID is 2. There is no valet assignment here. And also I wanted to show one more thing. Now when we go back, click this, we are going to see one car and one cycle opening. Previously we had 2 cycles open, right? I booked one, and within this period there is a overlapping booking here, and hence the count has reduced. This count has reduced to from 2 to 1. Okay, let's quickly check the booking failed. Okay, so I click this, the remaining yeah, and also one more thing. Did you see the previously the cycle price was 3, right? Because that is the minimum cycle slot available for the customer at that time, and that is booked now. Now the minimum price is $4 per hour, and that is getting fetched now. Okay, that is a business logic that we are going for. Okay, so I'm going to book that. Do cycles have vehicle numbers? I'm not sure. I'm just going to give it a number, give it a phone number. I'm going to book this, and then I'm going to cancel the booking. Back. Now we get to the booking failed page. So here we can show some messages like, wow, the booking has failed, or something like that. You can book it again, you can search for again, you can have a search link, other things. So we just successfully did the booking, we went through the payment. The upcoming sections, we will we actually have to introduce the Valet Management section, and we will set up the bookings page and so on. Okay, so we can now do the booking without the Valet assignment. Yeah, we are going to do that. But before that, the parking slot I created exists in the water. So I'm going to go to the address, and so I manually created this. So basically we just have to hn -74, we have to increment that maybe a bit. Let's increment up further. Okay, so that's our parking slot. And also I forgot to add the loader on the search page. Show garages. Here we have the loading, and we have to manage that. Let's create a component called loader. I'm going to create that inside the molecules. So basically I'm going to icon rotate clockwise. Okay, so I'm exporting two components from here. One is just the loader, which is the icon with the animate spin, and the other one is along with the panel. The alert section is again just a box with a fixed height, with a background, with some flex box for the children, all those things. Just a layout component. We can also optionally we can pass the title, and the body has a fixed height as a PG white. Flex call with item center and justify center, height full. Okay. So when it's loading, so we have to keep that inside the show garages. When it is loading, if it's loading, I'm going to use a panel from the map panel. The position is going to be center bottom, and I'm just going to add the loader, which is the icon with the animate spin. Okay, so it's happening quickly. We are not seeing that. Also, I'm going to add another condition here. If there are no results, I'm going to return early. I'm just going to use an icon info circle along with the message no parking slots available if the data.searchgarages.length is 0. Let's import that from that tabular icons. Now when I move somewhere else, okay, now when there are no markers available, we will be showing this error message. And also there is a loader which quickly happens. Okay, yeah, so with that, let's move on to managing our Valet assignment. In the on submit in the book slot pop-up, I have already added this information. Okay, even though we also have the Valet assignment information stored in the schema also here, right? We already have that. We are already sending that, but now we just have to get the value from the user. So in this form, we are going to have a section here with a map with draggable markers where customers can pick the pickup and mark the pickup and drop off locations. Okay, so first we have to update our API. This is the booking input. We have to now pass the Valet assignment. So I'm going to go to the create Valet assignment input. I'm going to create a new one here. Okay, since the default number here, number scalar mode is float, I don't have to add this. Right, so this is what we are going to get. It's just the location. Pick up lat long, return lat long. Maybe I should call this drop off lat long. There is some inconsistency in the naming, but I'm going to just move on. Yeah, so we have updated the create booking input. Next we have to update the booking service. The booking service, we are going to destructure the Valet assignment, and when we create the booking here, I'm going to again use that spread syntax. So if the Valet assignment is true, I need to add this object Valet assignment create, and then I'm going to pass the Valet assignment object which I got. If not, I'm going to just do null. So basically when you destructure null, you will get nothing, but when you destructure this object, you're going to basically add this. Also see, we can do this, right? Valet assignment create. This is exactly what we are doing. So in the create, I'm just passing that the object we get, but we want to add this only if the Valet assignment is valid, the object is valid. So that's why we use this way of adding that. So backend is ready. Now let's move on to create a component called directions. So this directions is responsible for getting an origin, destination, lat long, and then we will use the Mapbox API to create a path directions, just like Google Directions. It generates that and we will render that in a map. Inside the organism, I'm going to create a directions.tsx. This is going to get origin, destination, source ID. So this is something the React MapGL's source and layer tags require. So it's like a key property. When you loop through and when we create items, we have to try to pass unique source IDs. I think we have the lat long. Okay, I'm going to create this lat long in the types. In our util, we have a types file. Here I'm going to create this lat long, which is lat number, long number. Lat long tuple is number. It's just an array with 2 items. Let's import that. Let's store the coordinates and set coordinates using useState. We also need to import the lat long tuple from the types. We're going to get the previous reference inside a reference so that it won't trigger re-renders. I'm also going to debounce the original and the destination, so that when the person moves the marker, we will take some time, which is I think by default it is 1000. Maybe let's reduce it to 400 milliseconds. So we debounce that, and inside the use effect, we are going to look for the changes in origin debounced and the destination debounced. If one of them are not set, for a direction to work, we want both the origin and destination. We need 2 points to create a direction. If one of them is not there, I'm just going to set the coordinates to an empty array, and thus I'm returning, I'm ending the use effect there. If not, when we have both the origin debounced and destination debounced, I'm hitting the api.mapbox directions version 5 mapbox walking. So that's what I'm going with. We can further tweak it actually. So we have different vehicle types like cycle, heavy, car, right, bike. So we can actually get the type and we can pass it here, but I'm just simplifying the process. That would be the right way to do actually. Based on the vehicle, we have to actually pass different in the method of directions. And I'm passing the latitude, longitude of the origin and destination. I'm also passing the access token and the steps. Yes, I need steps, and also overview simplified. I'm going to use an IFI. Okay, immediately invoked function execution, I think. So basically, you can create a async function like this and you can execute it. Okay, and inside that you can do asynchronous operations. So that's how you can do. You can use await inside a use effect. So we get the response, get the data back, and we get the coordinates. So I was like going through the documentation and doing a lot of trial and error, looking at the data, consoling log, and then I came up with this. Okay, data.routes legs dot steps dot, and we map through that, and then you go through maneuver, and then I get this. Okay, I was not, so it took a bit of trial and error to know how to get that particular information which we want for this case. We got the coordinates, I'm setting the coordinates, and I'm also getting the distance from the data. Remember, first for getting the coordinates we did all these things, and for getting the distance I'm doing this. So we already have the distance stored in the useref. So basically I'm making sure if it's different. If it's different, I'm setting the new distance. Okay, that's it. And then I'm going to create a line string, a sequence of line strings. So after the use effect, I'm going to create this using a use memo. So only when the coordinate changes, we will just return, we will generate this object. It's a feature with the geometry of line string, and I'm passing the coordinate. Okay, that is going to draw the directions for us. Okay, and finally I'm going to return a source from the React map.gl, and then a layer again from the map.gl. So in the source I have to pass the source ID as the ID and type as GeoJSON and data as data1, and then we will create the layer. So here I need to pass the same ID, the source ID. The type is null here. Have a line source. I'm going to give a name here called my data. And then I'm going to set the line color and the line width using the paint option. Okay, basically we are just creating a layer. I'm generating this coordinates into a line string geometry, and I'm passing that inside the layer. I'm also modifying the paint, modifying the line color and the width using the paint. And in order to satisfy the TypeScript, I'm going to set this as const, so we cannot pass any other value there other than this particular string. Okay, it's not just a string but a feature and line string. Now TypeScript is happy. The directions is completed, right? So we get the origin, destination, and the set distance, a callback function to return to set the distance between the 2 points. That is a calculated distance. That's not just a distance between two lat long two coordinates. It's the distance that the map box returned, distance using the directions. Now let's create a manage Valet component, which is going to use this directions component. I'm going to create a component inside the organism, manage valet.tsx. So this is also going to get the garage information from the search garages query. First I'm going to have a state called use show valet. Going to get the lat long from the garage value, and if there are no value of the garage, there must be something wrong, right? And also I forgot to add that React Toastify. So let's go and create that, install that, and we will set that up. So we have been using the alert for now, which is not a bad thing, but a toast is much more modern. In the UI, I'm going to install the React Toastify package, and inside the molecules, I'm going to create a toast file.tsx. I'm going to import the toast container, toast, and slide. I'm going to export the toast container with a transition of slide. I think we can also have other transitions like bounce, flip. I think so. So you can can go through the documentation of React Toastify to see what other transitions they have, and you can use them. I'm also re-exporting the toast function. This is what we will use to actually create the toast. Okay. And fine. So in the layout, I'm going to add this as a, say the body, I'm going to add the toast container. It is easy to set up. Inside the molecules, toast. I'm going to import the toast container. And now we can call this toast function to create that toast message from anywhere we want. So I'm going to import that from the molecule. So you can directly import that. It does not make any sense, but any difference. But okay, yeah. We need to get the set value. This is what we will set value using the use form context. So we are still inside the provider, the form provider for that particular book slot schema. So we get this. This is what we will use to set the locations, the pickup locations, drop off locations, and also we need to listen to the Valet information using the use watch from the React hook form. That's it. So we're going to have a simple box with some padding and some BG gray, very light. We're going to have a title Valet, some paragraph text. Our Valet will whisk your car away to its reserved spot and bring it back when you are ready. It's like magic, but with cars. Something like that. And also we need a switch component. I'm going to modify the switch from the headless UI. Go to the atoms. I'm going to create a switch component. Import the switch as a UI switch because I'm exporting that in the name of switch. It's going to get the label children checked on change class name. I think the headless UI. Wait a minute. Let's look at what code they have. So this is the component. This is the code. Sample switch. Okay, actually it looks much simpler. Okay. Yeah, so when I built this project, headless UI was not in version 2. Now it looks a lot simpler actually. I'm going to quickly just use this as an example. HUI switch, and I'm going to pass the checked and on change, and switch group. Do we have a switch label? Okay, so yeah, switch label is again duplicated. I'm just going to have a div here and use the label that we got. Let's give some class name to the label. So this is the component. Let's use that and see how it looks. Okay, so this switch statement will be managed with the use show Valet, the state we store here, and on change we see the value, and if it's false we are going to set the Valet to undefined. Okay, the Valet in the sense. Let's go quickly go look at the book slot here. This whole Valet, like, this is optional, so we will just nullify that when the person clicks that show Valet, disables the show Valet, then we will just set undefined to this whole part in the form data about these things. And if not, we are going to get the lat long from the garage, and we will set that to the pickup and drop off location. So when the user enables the show valet, we're going to create two markers in above the garage itself. Okay, and then the user will drag from that garage to wherever point they want. That's the manage valet. I'm going to quickly see how the switch component looks. Let's import the manage valets. And before the total cost, total price, I'm going to use that. Let's have a look at the resolve manage valets. Why? Okay, it's valets. Fine, now it should work. Here is our thing. Okay, there is a okay, so the switch button is not working properly. I'm going to copy my earlier the switch component from here, and I'll just replace it. There are a few things which are deprecated or defined. Let's define that. Oops. Fine. And the label is deprecated. Use label instead of, okay, let's use the label from the headless UI. Fine, others are looking good. Let's look at the switch component. Okay, so this is the switch component. Looks good. Okay. Let's proceed with the manage valet component. After the switch, I'm going to see if the valet is true. So the show valet is set up. We are going to display a map with directions and everything. I'm going to have one more description. Want your code delivered somewhere else? No problem. Choose a different drop off location, drop off point, and we will make sure your ride is there waiting for you. So I'm going to have one more switch component. So this will make sure that this is to enable users to select two different pickup and drop off points. I'm going to have another one here. The checked one is the valet. We are getting from the form state itself, valet dot different locations, and on change, when it changes, I'm going to just set that value. And also we have to update the drop off info based on this state. Yeah, so when I select it, this packet, we see that description and add a different drop off location. So this will actually manipulate the form data, and it will reflect in the map, the markers location in the map we are going to create. After that, I'm going to create a map. Okay, let's wrap the entire thing with another div. Let's have the map here. We're going to have the initial position. Initial view state is going to be in the lat long. The lat long is the location of the garage. And we're going to have the fixed zoom of 13. And I'm basically passing the height as 50 VH. So I want a landscape mode. First, I'm going to have the marker for the garage. So this is not draggable. Okay, I need to import the map. And also the parking icon. So this is the garage location, garage marker, and then we will create a few more markers to display a draggable markers for the pickup and drop off locations. Okay, first let's deal with the inside the map. First, let's deal with the pickup info. So if the pickup info is valid, there is a location there. I'm going to have a fragment. Inside here, we're going to use a marker. So setting the location of the pickup location, latitude, longitude, it is draggable. On end, I'm going to set the new location to the valet.pickup.lat_long. If the different location is not set, right, that is a boolean. If the user does not want different locations for the pickup and drop, I also have to set the same location to the drop off also. That is the first marker. Let's create the content of the marker. So we're going to use a user icon because this is what is a pickup location icons. So that is the first one. Let's have a look at that. Need valet, yes. That is the map, and you can see the marker here, which is draggable. When I drop off somewhere, oh, I have to add the directions also. That's why I added this fragment to have the marker and also the directions component. After the marker, I'm going to put these directions. I'm passing pickup route just a unique string, and the origin is going to be lat_long, which is the location of the garage. The destination is the valet.pickup. Actually, this thing does not have to be optional because we are already checking that here. So the destination is the pickup info, the location stored in the pickup info. The set distance is I'm passing the set value from the use form context, and we get back the distance. I'm setting that. So that is the, we are dealing with one thing now, pickup only. Yes, we need valet, we need, this thing is not it there because we only have one. Okay, that is the directions, and it has like 400 milliseconds delay, and we see the directions. So now we have to add the other marker, which is for the drop off. This is going to be very similar. I'm going to just copy this, paste it, drop off lat_long, drop off lat_long. Again, this is not going to be optional, undefined. It's going to be true, the value. Here it's going to be a bit different. On drag, we just have to set the, we don't have to set the, we don't have to set the pickup location. It is just going to be drop off. Again, we have to set this, the span, to just have drop off. Last time there is a need that if the different location is set up, I need to actually give both these things, pickup and drop off. But this time this is simple. We are only dealing with the drop off. And let's also rename the source ID and the lat_long and the distance. Yeah, I think that's all. Okay, one more thing. We also have to make sure that the different location is selected. Okay. Only if the user wants different locations, we are going to show that. Now we have like two markers overlapped on each other. We have to do it individually. The idea is, I think we should also have the zoom buttons. So inside the map, I'm going to create a panel and a default zoom controls. The panel is going to go in the right center. Okay. Now we have this buttons. I need a different location. I'm going to set the top of here, and pickup needs to be happen here. So the story is like the user is going to drop the, so it starts maybe tomorrow at 2 p.m. 2:42 p.m. Tomorrow 2:42 p.m. Come here to pick my vehicle. Okay, it's a car. Okay. So, and I want it to be delivered on 16th 1 a.m. So it is 1 day and 11 hours. On 16th 1:42 a.m. I want the vehicle to be dropped off at this location. So the customer actually won't even go to the garage. That is the idea. You can update the location if you want. Okay, and also we are looking at the charges. It is 1 hour and 1 day and 11 hours, which is 35 hours, $350 for the parking. For the valet pickup charge is $19, and the drop off is 22, and the total is $391. Let's see, enter the vehicle number and the phone number. Let's book. And also in the Stripe page also we can see the parking charge, valet charge, and drop off charge separately. Okay, fine, let's do the payment. Also remember, we have, I think we have one booking here, and that booking did not have any valet assignment. Let's do the booking. Okay, the booking is done, and we will be we are redirected to the bookings page, which is empty for now. We will create. So we are seeing the second booking here. So they have the total price per hour, the vehicle number, phone number, passcode, status is in booked. We have slot 1. This is a car slot, and we have the valet assignment here. This is the pickup location, pickup lat long, return lat long, and the pickup valet area and return valet areas are not set. So these things will be, we will set these things from the valet application. This is a different application. Fine. So that's how we do the valet management. In the upcoming sections, we will start to create these bookings. We will create this bookings application and then bookings page, and then we will move to the manager, valet application, admin application. Okay, so we are actually working. We have to finish this bookings page for the user. But I'm going to continue with creating the manager application, which is we are going to run that on localhost 3002. We will set that project. We will have some condition in the home page that only managers can proceed. So that's what I'm going to work on now. So basically, from the inside the apps, I'm going to create a new next application called web-manager. Okay. I'm going to enable TypeScript, ESLint, Tailwind, SRC, app router, and no for the customizing default import alias. Fine, I'm going to rename the package to Autospace /web manager. Fine, now I have to set up the, okay, first let's run it. I'm going to mention the port number as 3002, and I'm going to run the application. So it runs on port number 3002. Okay, let's clean up. In the page, going to clean everything. Hello. And I'm going to delete the globals.css. Remember, we did similar thing here also. We actually have one CSS file which is inside the UI library. So that's what I'm going to put inside the layout, and also in the TS config, in the Tailwind config, So we have all our source of truth about the design inside the UI and slash tailwind.config. I'm going to just copy that, and in the tailwind config, I'm going to replace the config with that. Now I have to delete this. Fine. Now we have the hello, and our styles will also work here. For example, we can have some padding and background of primary. We are going to get this. Okay, so same designs, different applications. Let's also add the nav bar and everything into the managers layout page. So there the menus are going to be different. I'm going to get this from here. We're going to have two menus for creating a garage and for managing the valets. Similarly, I'm going to just copy paste all of the Apollo provider and so on. Copy everything. I'm just using the same layout file, okay, with the different menu items. That's the only difference. And actually, we also have to manage this metadata. So right now it is saying create next app here. Okay, the title. Let's change that to Autospace manager. Here it is Autospace. And now it says Autospace manager. Okay, now we have the navbar and everything. Now let's add the auth pages. It's not going to be any different. It's the same register with the same layouts, the same components for the auth layout and the register form. Nothing changes here. Added one more thing. I have to also add this token and the Next-Auth routes. Okay, we already went through that in detail the last video. So the register page is here, then login page is here. Technically there is the same database. Okay, we have the same database for these applications and people can actually log in. Login failed. Why? Also, I'm seeing this optional for the first time. Password optional. Why? Okay, for some reason okay, maybe I was testing, playing around. Okay, that is gone. Now what I'm thinking the problem is I miss an environment variable in the manager application. That's what I'm guessing. Okay, so I'm going to create a .env file in the root of the manager application, and I'm going to create these environment variables. API URL is still 3000. Next-Auth URL is 3002 for this application. Next-Auth secret is secret. Okay, so this is local development. So when you push to production, you have to be careful, mindful about having a really complex, strong secret. So that done, I'm going to try to log in with the user that I created in the previous application. Okay, I'm logged in. You can see the image is missing because I have to populate the public. That is, we don't have a user image. This is the fallback image. I'm going to copy that into the public directory, and now when you refresh you will see that image. Maybe I should work on this. This guy is that is the basic application that is ready. Now let's work on, we're going to work on something called a render props. We're going to have a component. So let's first create a component called is logged in. That is the component name. So the is logged in is going to block, is going to have render a fallback component when the user is not logged in. If the user is logged in, it will continue to render the children. Let's go to the organism in the UI library. I'm going to create that is logged in.tsx. Okay. This is the props. I'm going to first create the render prop child. The children is going to be either a React node from the React or the React prop child which we created here, which is a function which gives the UID. Okay, you will see it in action in a bit. So inside the component, I'm going to use the use session from the Next-Auth. So if the status is loading, okay, you can see these three statuses: authenticated, unauthenticated, loading. If it is loading, I'm going to just use the loader panel which we created in the last session. Okay. Next, if the data dot user dot UID. Okay, one more thing. We will face an error about this UID. Okay, remember that. TypeScript is going to complain. And inside that, so this condition is the user is not actually logged in, but we are also we can have a fixed component here, some JSX. We can return some JSX saying that, wow, you're not logged in something, but I am getting a property here. Okay, it is optional. I'm going to make sure that we render that component if the consumer of this component passes that. Okay, else I'm going to have the default JSX using the alert section. Alert section, it is you're not logged in, and we are just giving the link for login page. So we have handled the not logged in state. Now we can proceed. I'm going to return a fragment, and inside the fragment I'm going to test the type of the children passed. The type of the children is function. Okay, if this is a function, if that is the children which got passed to this is logged in, then I have to put this inside the curly braces. Okay, so if the children is function, I'm going to pass the children and pass the UID. The children is the function here, right? Basically we are invoking the children like this. Okay, we can do that. So when we invoke the children, this UID will get passed to here. Okay, so I'm going to keep the assertion there as render props, and this is the is logged in. So how to use that? In the page of the manager, I'm going to use that is logged in. Now let's just test that. Okay, we can do this. Here I'm going to get the UID and I'm going to render the UID. Let's see. Okay, so I have to mark this as a client component. Okay, I think we also have to mark the page use client. Also, the manager homepage is not static, or it's not static, so it's going to have a data dependent upon who is accessing. So that's also a client component. Now you can get the UID there. How cool is that? This UID is passed by the is logged in component, and we are rendering that in the children. Fine. So I have a similar component again. Actually, I don't want to get the UID here, but I just wanted to show you the example that we can actually pass properties like this into a component, into the children. Okay, so I'm going to create a similar component called isManager. So just like how we use the use session to get the user information, in the isManager component, I'm going to hit the backend to see if the manager has a company. So first, let's go to the company resolvers. I'm going to create a query called, this is going to be authenticated. I'm going to write a query called my company. This is going to return a company. Sorry, this is at query my company. We're not going to get any arguments, but we're going to get the at get user. So when you use this auto authenticated, you can get access to the authenticated user information. So that is going to be of type you get user type. Here I'm going to just return this dot Prisma dot. You can also use the company service. Let's use that company service dot find one, and I'm going to pass the ID from the user.id. So this ID gets, oh, I'm sorry. Actually, yeah, so this ID is received from the header, so it is reliable. The header, the token, we did everything in the auth guard, right? Okay, so the company service find one is not that, is a bit constrained. So I'm going to directly use the Prisma client here. So this dot Prisma dot company dot find first, I'm going to pass the manager, where managers some UID is the user.uid. So we are going to return a company. Okay, so backend, the API is ready. Now let's generate the code for this. Okay, so my company, I'm getting so actually you can use the Explorer Apollo to create this query, to compose this query. Basically in the my company, I'm getting the ID. Inside the garages, I'm getting a few things. So that's how I compose. You don't have to pass any variables in this query. Also, let's run the Codegen in the network library. That's it. Now here, let's import the generated code from the GQL/generated. I'm going to get the my company's company document. That's it. So the manager is just going to get the base component, and I'm going to import the use query from the Apollo client. I'm going to get the data. If it is loading, I'm going to render a loader panel loading company. If there is no data, I'm going to return just a alert section with saying that you don't have a company yet. So here we will come back to have a button that will open a dialog that gets some information for the manager to create a company, and then it will create a company. If everything is successful, we are going to we will show the children. So this is a bit simpler than the is logged in component. Okay, here we are doing a lot more. I wanted to show this. This could be a useful pattern in some situations. This is a simpler one. We are doing this, and we are rendering different things based on this query result. Fine. Now let's go back to the manager page, and is logged in. We don't want the UID into the component also. I just wanted to show you that. Hello manager. Fine. Now when I go back to the manager page. And this should not happen actually. Something is wrong. Okay, so this guy is already a manager. Okay, so got it. The dummy garages we created, right? So I used this account to create that. Let's change that. I'm going to, let's register from beginning. Okay, why confusion? I'm not logging. So this is the is logged in page. Okay, one more thing I wanted to do in the layout page. I'm going to add some background color, which is a very light PG gray. Okay, so I like this. When you have white cards on top of it, top of a mildly gray background, I like the style. So I'm going to do the same thing for this one also, for the user. Okay, yep. So we will come back. Actually, I left the background transparent for the form, but actually we will have some 3D scene as the background in the login page for the login form. Okay, so here we are. I'm going to register a new one with a simple the name, email ID of manager email, manager guy. Registered, redirected to the home page. Now I'm getting this thing. Okay, you don't have a company yet. So that error message is coming from the is manager component. Okay, this is the error message. So here we have to create a dialog. On clicking it, it opens a dialog, and we will do the company creation inside the dialog. And the manager guy is also showing up. I asked you to remember that we will get an error about that UID from the use session data. That happened in the page. Thing in the is logged in. Okay, so we are getting that. The problem is we modified the type definition of the session information using this. Okay, so it had this ID. I did not like this. I wanted to make the ID to UID because that's what we call in the backend. I modified it in the front end. I imported that type definition like this. Okay, this is the UI library. The web also, the app/web also, I added this. So basically you have to just copy this and paste it in the manager application, and now when you do the yarn validate, you are going to not get that error. Okay, now let's continue with creating the company from here. Before that, we have to set up the, so this is like we are combining two mutations. Okay, we are going to pass the manager ID along to the create company mutation. Right now we are only getting the display name and the description of the company. I'm going to modify this. Okay, so I'm getting the manager ID and the manager display name along with, maybe let's just use the pick type. It is a bit confusing for me. So I'm going to pick the display name, that is the display name of the company, and the description. So display name, description, manager ID, and the manager display name. Those are the things we are going to get in the company create input. And then we will create we already have created the manager, right? Okay, so this is for creating the company only. And we get the manager ID, and we just add that manager in the array of managers for that company. So this is done. Let's move on to the resolver. In the service, we are getting the reading all this information. Yeah, so we don't want the manager name, sorry, because the manager is already created here, and the manager has a name here, which is manager guy. So okay, that was a small mistake. We get the manager ID, and in the resolver, the service, first we check if the manager already has an account, is already assigned into another. Okay, first check is if the manager has a manager account. Okay, so actually this part needs some clarifications. If there is no manager, we're going to return a bad request exception. No manager account found. Okay, and then if manager dot company company ID. This is, we need to await this. I'm sorry. So if the manager dot company dot company ID, that means that the manager is already part of another company. So we cannot, that person cannot create a company. The bad request exception, manager is already part of another company. Okay. Yeah, so if everything is fine, we are just creating a company, passing a description, display name, and the manager ID. That is, we have updated that. Now let's create that mutation through this. I'm going to go to the mutation, create company. Let's return just the ID. So this has all the three information. That is actually enough. I'm going to the input file for the Codegen, pasting that. Now the network is running. Okay, so it created the create company document. That's all about the backend and the Codegen. Now let's focus on the UI. First, I'm going to create a form schema. Let's call this create company .tsx. TS is enough because we are not going to have a provider component here. So I'm importing the use effect from the React hook form, Z from the Zard, and the Zard resolver from the resolver Zard. And the schema create company. So we're going to have the company name first. So we make that mandatory by making it minimum of 1, adding that validation that the string has to have at least 1 character. And the manager ID, which is again z.string, and it needs to be not null. There used to be conditions, functions like not non-empty and so on, but they were deprecated. So we have to follow this route. Message manager ID is required. Fine. So that is a schema. I'm going to infer the type from the schema using the z.infer type of. I'm passing the schema name, and then I'm just going to create the use form create company, use form create company. I'm passing the type as a generic. The resolver, I'm using the Zard resolver and passing the schema here. Just for the naming convention, I think all the schema starts with form schema. So I'm going to add that form schema create company, and then we'll rename this. So that is the form schema and the use form hook. Next, I'm going to create an organism, a component called create company.tsx. Export const create company. I'm going to import the form, the use form hook, use form create company. Let's import that use form create company and get the register, handle, submit, form state, errors, set value, etc. So now before continuing, I think we already have the dialog component, right? So let's set that up. So we manage the open close states for the dialog, and inside the div, let's return a div. We're going to have a button first that will open the dialog. This is just a default primary button. And then I'm going to have the dialog here. Right now, let's just have create company. That is the content of the dialog. I'm going to import that from the atoms. Let's also import the use state. Now let's use it in the page. Here, instead of this, I'm going to, oops, actually this is inside the use manager. Okay, here we have to use the create company. Take that, remove that to do. Now we get to see, okay, so we get to see that, and on clicking it, it opens a dialog. Okay, so now let's continue working with the create company dialog. First, we need to have a form. First, let's get the company name using the HTML label and the HTML input. This gets the company name, and also the register is fully type safe, so we can only assign the properties that we have mentioned in the schema. Similarly, I'm going to also add the HTML text area. I think we have not created the HTML text area. I'm going to create this HTML text area.tsx. Again, we just have some opinionated styles here, and then I'm just forwarding the ref. Okay, this is what we did for the other components as well. The label is a bit more complex, that we are getting this optional boolean, getting a title, children, and the form error and so on. But yeah, text area is a bit simpler. So we have created these two now. Now I want to talk about one thing, like in the company resolver. Here we are actually getting the manager ID, right? But actually we can get the manager ID from the, so here how do we get the manager ID? From the token, right? This is the decoder information of the token. We get that from through this, but here I wanted the user to send the manager ID, so that if an admin wants to create an account for a manager, the admin can do that. If I just rely on the header token, when the admin tries to create a manager account for some other guy, the account will be created for the admin, right? The admin's UID will be there in the token. So that's why we get the manager ID. And also we have to do some checks here. So we get the manager ID here. We will make sure there is a function here called row level permission. Right. Yep. This check row level permission, what it does is it gets this is a decoder information from the token. This is the requested ID. Okay, if the admin is there, we are going to bypass. We don't just bypass that. Admin can bypass this function. So we have to get this. This is auto authenticated. We have to get the decoder information from the token, and then we are going to pass this and the manager ID. Okay, if a non-admin user accesses this token, access this mutation, the ID inside the user and the manager ID are going to be same. If the admin accesses it, admin calls this mutation, the IDs are going to be different, but the request is an ID, so that request will get bypassed. That's what happening here. Let's focus on the create company. We got this, but I'm not going to ask the user to type the UID, right? So we need to intelligently populate that, because we know that this is the ID. On session equal to use session. Use session comes from Next-Auth React. Okay, so the UID here is session dot data dot user dot UID. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to use a use effect, and when we get the UID there, I'm going to use this set value. So only if the UID is valid, I'm going to use a set value. So everything is typed, okay, and I'm going to pass a UID there. Now I will make the other one read only. Okay, we'll do that. I'm just going to copy the first one, and this time it is manager ID. Okay, manager ID. Okay, so it's manager ID. This is manager ID, and I'm going to make this read only. Okay, now let's look at the. So this is already is populated, but the user cannot modify that. Okay. Okay. You can either do this, or you can just remove this from the form schema. You can remove the element, and in the on submit here, you can add the manager ID directly to the mutation. But this is more transparent. The user can make sure that, wow, this is my ID. Okay, it is here. And yeah, this increases some transparency. That's it. Then let's just add a button, create company. The button type is going to be submit. That's it. Let's just do submit, because the user already clicks this create company, and submit makes sense here. Okay, so now let's do the mutation. To get the use mutation from the Apollo client, and I'm going to pass the create company document. That is going to give back an array. The first one is going to be a mutate function. The second one will have this loading data and so on. Let's assign the loading to the button. Loading equals loading. Okay, so let's use this create company in the on submit. In the on submit, we already get the data here. We can also destructure it, but that is fine. We can simply pass that. Let's make it asynchronous, because we are going to do an asynchronous operation. Await create company. The variables, I'm going to just pass the data. Not working. Oh, it's okay. Now, yeah, now it's working. And we also need to refetch that, right? When I submit this, when the mutation is successful, I want the data behind this data to be refetched and refreshed, right? Let's do that. Refetch queries, and then we can I also added this plugin, right? Codegen plugin called named operations dot query dot my company. Now everything should work. Let's try that. The parking company description. I'm going to use AI to write that. Okay, so I have AI randomly came up with this name, Big Apple Parking Solutions. The description, Big Apple Parking Solutions. Solutions is your trusted partner for affordable and convenient parking in the heart of the New York City. Okay. Let's submit. Before that, I want to see the network tab. Submit. Oops. Errors. Got an invalid value. Company name. Description. What is wrong? Did you mean display name? Oh, okay. But I did not get any error in the, when I'm doing this, I'm not getting any error. Okay, so I have the company name. This should be display name, but I have that as a company name. Display name, description, manager ID. But in the forms that create company, I have the company name, description. So this has to be display name, but nowhere I got the type error. So in the Codegen also, this is the create company document. Okay, so Codegen has the right display name. So actually I expect a compile a TypeScript error here. Here we get the company name, description name, and the manager ID. But the company input requires the display name. So previously it was not complaining. Okay, I'm a bit confused there. Okay, so basically I'm going to go back and I'm going to rename this to display name, because the name says it's create company, so display name, the name should belong to the company. Now we get type error here, right? Let's rename everything. Now the mutation has to work. Big Apple Parking Solutions. This is read only. Oh. Forbidden resource. Okay. The create company, the company.resolver has, okay, can be accessed by the manager, but this guy is a manager. Let's just fine. So actually we are combining both company creation and manager creation within that one mutation. So I have to, here I also have to create a manager. Okay, let's do it here. So clearly this flow needs to be we have to probably should do something like is logged in, is manager, has company, so we can have those three nested checks, and we may actually create a manager in the second step. Okay, it could be like an onboarding process. Based on the stage, we will render a different page. But here I'm going to simplify the process. So basically I'm going to get in the create company, I'm also going to get the manager name. Manager name, maybe it's optional. And in the create company, I'm going to have one more field here. This is manager name, but this is not read only, because the manager has already has a name in the user, and the manager may want to use a different name for the manager account. This is the manager name. Fine. And here I'm also going to get the display the name here. So this is the name of the logged in user. Call this manager name. Fine. And here set value manager name. Yes, actually manager, I have to mention this as optional. What? Okay, null. So optional will make the string or optional. We also have one more thing called a nullable. Now this is happy. Well, let's look at the dialog now. Now we can see the manager name. That's not read only. They can update that. The manager ID is read only. And okay. Now in the company resolver, we have to change this. Okay, I'm going to make anybody can create a company. Anybody logged in can create a company. That's what we are going with now. As I told you, this flow has to be further strengthened. It could be an onboarding process with more calls to the backend, and in an actual product, in an actual company, we may also have to verify that. That means that a company representative has to give some input, do some mutation from their end, so that the manager can proceed from the create manager page to create company page. All those things, but I am simplifying this process. Now let's go to this service. First step, we know that the manager in this flow, the current flow, we know that we don't have a manager. So we are going to straight away create the manager. You can also get the manager name from here. Okay, we need to update the DTO also. So we get the manager ID, manager name. We get the manager name here, and we are going to create the manager. Okay, for this we need to pass the UID is manager ID, and the name, display name is manager name. That's it. So we have created the company, and then actually we can do in one go. Like here we can create the manager, pass the display name, which is manager name, and the UID is manager UID, manager ID. If we don't want anything here, we can just delete them. Okay, now let's try the mutation. Big Apple Parking Solutions. Okay, this is read only, this is manager name. Good. Now it is successful, and hence we got this hello manager message. You can see that the newly created company is here. We have created the manager, this guy. The manager also has his company, the Big Apple Parking Solutions. Fine. Okay, so here let's list the garages that belong to the manager, and also we will have buttons to this create garage page. Okay, so I'm going to create a new component called list garages inside the organisms. I'm going to create this list garages.tsx. The list garages is going to get the company ID. So basically the is manager, I decided to actually make this use the render prop child concept. Here the child can be render prop child, which is here. This is a function, right? We exactly did this in the is logged in component. So it could be this or a simple render React node. Now everything is same, but when we return the children, I'm going to return like this. Okay, and we get the company ID here. Instead of this, let's return the mycompany.id. Okay, so that is a change I did, and that's how we pass the company ID here. Let's do it. In the manager page, here we are going to use the we get the company ID here from the isManager component, and then we will just pass the company ID like this. We'll finish the list garages and we'll come back here. Okay, so we're going to do some pagination. I'm going to create a simple component called show data. Okay, that is going to get the error message, data, loading state, and that component is also going to manage the pagination. We're going to use the pagination component from the MUI. So we'll keep it here, and so we will create that show data component, and we'll come back to the list garages. Show data.tsx. This is the property. This is the property type. We're going to get the error as a string. It's optional. Loading should also be optional. For pagination, I'm going to get the set skip, take skip, skip take, result count, total count. Okay, all this information are required to do the pagination. So we are going to use the pagination from the material UI. MUI pagination. Okay, so this is the component we are going to use. Let's get the props. Error loading, pagination, title, children. And I'm going to destructure the set skip, set take, result count, and total count from the pagination. I have a function here, handle change, page change. We're going to get the event and page number, and we are just okay. This is how the pagination, the on change in the pagination component works. The on change here, this handle change. Okay, so that's how it works. So it gives an event first and then the value, and we set that page like this, and in here we are actually making the first page into 0, right? 0 into take. So first page has to be 0, and for the first so for the first page it has to be 0 into take. If the take is 12, for example, first page where it's going to be skip is going to be 0. Second page is going to be 2 minus 1 into 12. That number of results we need to skip. So that is the logic here. And let's calculate the total pages. So we get the total count from here, and we calculate the total pages. For example, if there are like 337 garages, we divide that by 12 and we calculate the total pages. That's it. Now we return the div. I'm going to have a title here with some text large, margin bottom, and so on. And for the loading, I'm using the loader panel, which has this alert panel and alert section with the loader. So if it's not loading, if the error is undefined, but if the result count is 0, I'm going to give there no results. So let's create that no results. It's a simple component. Let's create in the molecules no results.tsx. Basically it's a flux box with everything in the center, item center, justify center, with a background. I'm having this icon box to show empty, no result. So no results. Let's import that. We are basically I keep doing this for whenever I fetch information. So that's why I decided to create this component that manages a loading state, no result state, also the error state. Okay, if there is an error, I'm using this alert section. This is development purpose, right? I am actually printing the error there. Okay, oops, something went wrong, and then small text, we're going to like do this and then tell the error. You can comment this, and then I'm going to have grid calls 3 and gap 3. I'm going to render all the children. We can further work on that. We can make it responsive. Maybe let's do it for a smaller screen. Let's have like grid calls 2, and then for the mid screen we'll have grid calls 3. For extra large, let's go for grid calls 4. So that's sufficient. I think that will work. Finally, in a flex box of justify center with some margin top, I am going to use the pagination from the MUI. Okay, yeah, let's pass the count as count equals total pages, that is the number of pages. I'm going to enable the show first button and show last button. The pages skip divided by take plus 1. Yeah, right. So if you are like skipping 550, the take is 10, then the page is 5. And in the on change, I'm passing the handle page change. That is the show data component. Now let's go back to the list garages, which is here. The list garages is going to use the show data. Let's pass the error message, loading message, loading state, the pagination. Okay, one more thing. I'm going to create a hook. So in the hooks, I'm going to create a file called pagination.ts, and this is the hook. A very simple one. I am tired of using the 2 lines in every component which requires pagination. So I just create 2 use states. We return everything in one go so that we can get everything in one go. So in the constants, I'm also saving the take count, which is 12. Here I'm going to use the use take skip. The use take skip comes from the util hooks pagination. Fine. So this guy gives back the all the pagination related stuff. Now we need to write the garages query. In the GraphQL input, I think we don't have the garages query yet. We have search garages. Okay, let's create the garages query. Always use this while composing a query. If we have this garages, I'm going to enable all these things: filtering, sorting, distinct, cursor even. And I'm going to add the ID, display name, description, images, verification, verified, address, which is ID lat long address. Okay, so I'm going to paste it here. Network Codegen is running, so that will generate the code for the garages document. So I'm going to add a few things for that query. We need 2 things. One, I'm going to get the slots count. Basically, we are going to group by all the slots that belong to the garage ID. Basically, I want data like cycle 7, car 14. So how many slots, total slots available in that garage? So I'm going to create a resolve field, the garages resolver. I'm going to create a resolve field called slots count. We need to also create an entity for that. I'm going to create an entity here. in the garages entity file. Slots count type is going to return back the type and the count. Okay, this is cycle, bus, like car, bike, heavy, along with a number. And this, let's create the resolve field. So this resolve field is going to return back an array of slot type count. So this is a resolve field. So we get the parent information here, and I'm going to use group by. In the group by, I'm going to group by type, where we can filter based on the garage ID we get from the parent garage.id. And then I'm also I need the count based on the type. That's it. Now I'm going to go back here. I'm going to add that slots count. Okay, so basically we get an array of type and counts per garage. That's not it. We also have to do pagination, so we need the total number of garages. So let's go back to the garages resolver, and I'm going to, maybe I think we should just return it. Okay, I'm going to create this query called garages count. It's an async one. So we get the where condition, because when the user filters, we need to filter the total filter and get the total updated total count also. So basically I'm using the garage.aggregate. I need the count of all, and we are passing the where condition. The where condition is going to have the address, verified, etc. Fine, so those two difference I wanted to do. Now let's also add the garage count to the Codegen input file. So this where is what we get here. Okay, this is the where. We are passing that to two queries, both these queries. And the other stuff like order, distinct actually probably can be, I'm going to remove the distinct. The where reduces the total count. Okay, so we have the query ready. Now let's go back here. I'm going to import the use query from the Apollo client. Use query. I think we should use lazy query, because we are okay. Let's just stick to the use query. Later, if you are going for some searching, filtering, those kind of thing, when we have, you remember how we did with the search garages, right? Search page, we used the use in the show garages. We use lazy query because we have these complex variables going on. We were having this filter sidebar and so on. We gather all this information. So whenever this changes, we wanted to refetch. So I use lazy query. This time I'm not seeing that. Maybe we'll simplify the process. So I'm just using use query. We need to pass the garages document. Garages document generated file. Whoa, okay. So I did not name that properly. When I was composing this, it was just called query. I want to rename that to garages. Now we will get that garages document. Okay, fine. Here we get the data, loading, error, so on. Here we can pass the variables. I'm going to pass the skip, take, in the where condition. I'm going to pass the company ID. Company ID equals company ID we get from the property. That is it. Now the show data is actually complaining that we don't have any children. Let's add some children. I'm getting the data.garages. I'm looping through that. I'm just rendering a div with the garage ID. That's all we are doing. Now, when I go to the manager page, we have no results. Okay, this is the no results component, and also we are seeing this component, the pagination. All the buttons are disabled. So now we are going to have a new garage button, and we will create a new garage, and we'll come back here to view all the garages, and also we will have links for viewing all the bookings per garage. So see you. Okay, so let's create a new garage in this section. Before that, I'm going to add a title to this, saying garages with a link to the new garage page. Let's go to the list garages component. So this is what we are, this is where we are fetching all the garages that belong to that particular company, and are also doing the pagination. The set show data actually also gets this title, which is a React node. Okay, you can pass JSX there, and that will be rendered inside this. So in the title, I'm going to pass a div. It's some class name, flex item center. So we're going to have two things. One is the title garages, and then the link. So I'm just going to use the icon plus from the tabular icons, and then the link from the next link. And now we get this. No results, and users can actually create. Click this to go to this new garage page, and they can create the new garage. Fine. Now let's start from setting up the backend. So right now our API goes like, we just get the garage. We are getting the display name, description, images, and company ID. So that's what we are getting right now. That is not sufficient. We are going to, how in the last time we merged two mutation into one, right, based on the access pattern we have in the front end. We were doing the creation of manager and company together in one mutation. Similarly, I'm going to combine a few things together here. To create garage, we are also going to create the address of the garage and the slots. So let's start from updating the create garage input. Let's do the pick type, which is clear. I'm going to pick the description, display name, and images. Also remember, I am not getting the company ID. That's because I'm going to get the company ID from the manager ID that is in the header. So that's what I'm doing. And then we are also going to get the create address, get the address. So right now we have in the create address, we have address, lat long, and the garage ID, but we don't want the garage ID, right? Because the garage is getting created now. So before that we won't have the garage, so I'm going to update I'm going to actually create another address input, which is I'm going to modify the existing create address. Okay, so I'm creating address, create address input without garage ID. I'm extending that this create address input, and I'm picking the address lat and long. In other way, we can omit the garage ID, but picking looks simpler. So this is the input type we are going to pass in the create garage input. So here, let's pass this. Fine. The next one, similarly, I'm also going to get the slots here. In the create slot input, we have the display name, price per hour, length, width, etc. with the garage ID. If a garage has like 500 slots, I don't want the front end to actually pass 500 items with the height, width, length, and so on. So I am going to do some simplification there. So here in the create slot input, I'm going to create another input type called create slot input without garage ID. So I'm taking this input type, I'm omitting the garage ID, I'm also adding the count there. So basically in the resolver, we are going to loop through and we will create slots. So that's another input type. And yeah, so we can get n number of that. So this array is there because while creating a garage, users can create like 100 cycle slots, 200 car slots. So those items are going to be inside this array. Okay, car count 5. Then the next item bicycle count 12, something like that. So this is the garage input we have. Now let's go and work on the resolver. First, let's make sure that the manager belongs to a company. We're going to basically get the company ID. First, we get the user information from the token, and we use that UID to fetch the company ID. So we're basically looking for the company.find first, where managers, some of managers should have this ID, right? So we get the manager ID. And if we don't get any company, I'm going to throw this error. So here, I'm going to add company ID in the arguments, which is a number. So let's spread all the arguments, and then I'm going to add the company ID, which is company.id. So that's all about the resolver. Now let's go to the service file and implement that. First, I'm going to have a check here, slots. So let's destructure the arguments. Okay, slots.sum. So slots is an array, and sum of slot.count. We get an array which is like type cycle count 5, type car count 12. So I'm making sure that people cannot create more than 20. I'm actually planning to deploy this, okay, for public. So I'm going to have a few restrictions. In production, we can deal with this in a much more intelligent and nuanced way. Okay, so first I'm going to create the garage. I'm going to pass the address. The address information goes perfectly well here. So we just want the address, lat and long. Those are the mandatory fields, and that's what we have here, address, lat, long. So we can just take that and pass here, and TypeScript is happy. I'm passing the company description, display name, and images. So this last information, we need to prepare that to suit what the garage stake, right? Here we can create, actually we can create many here. Okay, so actually we can also create an array of stuff here, but the data we received is different. We have the count and then the type. So we have to generate that array. I'm going to create a new method. Create it here. So basically, I'm going to call this group slots by type. It gets this type. Remember, this is the input type with the count array. It's going to return back this slot create many input. So that's what Prisma is looking for. Okay. I'm going to create an object. Then I'm going to loop through the slots array. I'm going to get the count and then destructure, collect everything using the rest operator into the slot. If slots by type as a type, if you don't have that type in that object, we are going to create a new array for that. So basically the return type is going to be an array of this. Okay, we are putting the type, we are putting the garage ID, all this information inside. Then I'm going to loop through the count we got from here, and I'm going to push the information inside it, and we will return the object or values. Now the TypeScript is happy actually. Okay, the return type is now, the return type suits that return type we mentioned. The update is actually complaining, so I'm going to just remove the slots and address from there, and now it works fine. As I told you, yes, we have a huge product, and it's going to take every path, every mutation, every query needs a lot of care. So, I would say we are like doing the best 80% we can do in a product. So you may ask, then how can I change the address of the garage, right? So yeah, so we have to handle those things, those nuanced things. We are finishing 80% and we are going. Okay, now we have already created the garage. I'm going to create the slots array using the group slots by type. Basically, it returns an array of this data. Then I'm going to create the slots. So you can use the create many, and I'm passing the slots by type. That's it. So after that, I'm going to return the garage. So that's all about the backend. Now we have to again go to the front end, create the form schema for that, and then we'll create the forms and we'll proceed with that. Before that, we always go from the backend to the bridge, which is the Codegen, and then the front end, right? So let's go to the Apollo Explorer, and we will compose a query for create garage mutation. Create garage. I'm just going to get the ID. That's it. The progress, I'm pasting that, and also I'm going to modify the mutation name. And there is one thing wrong about the Codegen we use. In a few mutation or queries, I'm using a camel case like this. Okay, that is by mistake. Okay, that is, I think till now we have only one thing that is in camel case. I'm going to modify this to capital. Let's run the Codegen to run the network. It is successful. Now we have the create garage document here. Fine. Now let's move on to create the form schemas in the forms library. I'm going to create a create garage.tsx because we are going to also have a provider. Okay, actually I'm not sure if you will use a provider, so I will just stick to the .ts. Okay, schema. Let's call this form schema create garage. I'm going to import the z from the zard. So I'm going to get the display name. I make it mandatory by adding this condition here. It at least must have one character. So the images is any. So we are going to get multiple images, and using the input element, we are going to set the multiple to true, type to image, and that the type is going to be file list. And I don't know how to exactly use that type into the Zod schema. That's why I go with the any and location. Actually, we already have a similar schema somewhere. Create company, search garage. Okay. Maybe let's create a new schema. I remember using the same schema somewhere else also. I'm going to create a form schema address equals z.object lat long address, and we can use it here. And then we are going to get n number of plots. So further, I'm going to create another schema. This is create. Okay, I think create plot form schema create slot. So we are going to have the get the height, width, length, price per hour, count, and the native. I'm going to keep it 10 minimum, maximum. Let's also give the minimum to 1. Fine. And now here I'm going to add this as an array dot array. Oops, sorry. So we have to add that as c dot array, and then pass this. Now let's create the infer the type form schema create garage, then create the use form hook, use forms from the create react hook form, Zord resolver from the hook form slash resolver slash Zord. Then this is form schema react create garage. So I'm going to call this slots, and by default I want this to be an array, empty array. Others I don't want to set any default values. It's user will create them in the form. Okay, so this is the use form hook. We can further create this provider. Okay, basically it gets some children, it wraps some children inside, and then we get all the methods which include the register, set value, and so on. We get everything, and we are passing inside the form provider. Form provider again comes from the React hook form. So the problem is, I'm not sure if when we have like nested components, we need to do this. We need to have wrap the entire children with a provider, and we can use the exact register function, set value function, everything inside the children. But I'm going to start building using the hook, and when we want to nest the children, we will come here, we will create a provider, we will wrap the create garage component with the provider, and then we will use the use form context instead of this. So let's first create the page, the web manager, the pages, new garage. Inside the app, I'm going to create new garage slash page.tsx. New garage. Okay. Now I'm going to create a create garage. So the file is not there yet. You will create it. And I'm going to just return that, this page. Fine. So let's go to the templates and create a create garage dot tsx. Code const create garage. First, let's import the hook. The use form create garage. I'm going to extract all these form management functions like register, handle, submit, everything from the use form garage. And I'm going to use the create garages mutation using the use mutation that is from the Apollo client. And these two are going to come from the generated file, generated GraphQL generated from the Codegen to the network library. Fine. Now let's start creating our form. So the whole form is going to, we're going to have the map in the right side and the form in the left side. It's a 2-column grid. Let's create the form. First one, going to set the display name. Let's import the HTML label, HTML input. This is a display name, and you cannot go wrong here. You have to select one of these. You cannot give any other names. Having some title. This is the error message, a label button. Yes, error message. We will see this. I think we did not see the error message happening in the label. This has to be a client component. We have this. Let's quickly have a look at the error message. The type is going to be submit, and in the on submit, I'm going to just use the handle submit. This won't get called right now because we have not implemented the mandatory fields yet. But still, when I click it, the error message shows up. Okay. The problem here is a lot of times when I do not use the minimum one. Let's go to that schema. So here, for in Zod, if I'm not mentioning it as an nullable or optional, it is mandatory. Okay. But an empty string is still a valid string. So if I removed the min 0, min 1, right? I come back here and submit. We don't have the error anymore. You will have other errors, but that error is not anywhere. That error is not there. So if you want to make a string mandatory, before that, I told you, I showed you in the last section, there used to be something called non-empty, and they deprecated it. Okay, let's continue building our UI. Next thing is a text area. I'm adding the column 5. I'm registering the description, describe. I'm passing in the error for the description. We get 2 errors. Let's go fast. Similar to this description, we have the address here. And we're setting the error for the address. It's a bit tricky. So we are going inside the location. You may give that like this, but actually this particular field is for the inner one, the address.message. We have to be precise about that. And also here you get this suggestion. Okay, even for the nested ones like this, you can select the location.address, which is a string field. I'm having some placeholder. Okay, now we are going to create a component called image preview. We are going to set up Cloudinary, and we will upload multiple images. Let's create the image preview component. So basically, this is again like a branch component. Okay, if the user selects some sources, the image sources, we are going to render the image even before uploading. We are going to use Cloudinary. Even before uploading, it will render the images. Before selecting the pictures, we will be rendering the children, which is the HTML input element with the type of image and multiple true. And I think rendering the images before uploading is important, because if something is wrong, the user can reselect, right? We're going to get the src, which is file list, that is the e.target files from the HTML input element. And also I'm going to get a callback where we will clear the image. So there are two things possible. One is when the src is there. So remember, we had an images any property in the create garage. We have this images any. So that's what we are going to use. Store a file list image, which is an array of images. If that is true, if the length is more than 0, I'm going to just create a grid of images, render them. So that's a grid with a 2 column. I'm going to have an absolutely placed button, because this is an absolutely placed. It's going to be placed in the center. Okay, like left half, top half, and also I'm making the translate, adjusting that to the X and Y so that it will be like in the absolute center of the parent. Also, I'm making the parent relative. Let's import the icon trash from the tabular icons React. Okay, that's it. Now we get this file list. How to render that in an actual image component? Let's do that. So after that, let's just render them. Okay, here I'm going to render an image component from the next image. I'm passing the key because we are rendering, we are looping through, having some class names, which is object cover, aspect square, and taking the full height and width of the parent, whatever space available for that. Having the alt, an empty string, and then width and height. Now, how to pass this src? If I pass it like this, it won't work. The TypeScript is also complaining. That is the file, right? So in order to do that, we have to do this URL dot create object URL, and then you can pass the file. Now the TypeScript is happy. We will render the image from the file. If not, before the user selects the files, I'm going to just return the children. I'm going to have a file flex item center justify center with a minimum height. So that is the component image preview. Let's add that. Before adding that, we need to get the listen to the value of images. We get the watch and we can listen to the value of images, and then I'm going to use the image preview. This images is whatever we pushed inside the form data. And in the clear image, I'm using the reset field from the use form hook, and I'm resetting the field, resetting the field of images. Okay, here also we have some type safety there. And inside it, I'm going to have a controlled component. The controlled component, I'm using the controller from the React hook form. I'm doing that for the names, for the images. I'm passing the control from the use form hook here, and then I'm accepting the image. File type is actually file. It's going to accept the image, any type of images, and I'm setting the multiple to true so that we can select multiple images. And on change, I'm actually getting the e.target.files. That is a file list. Okay, so I can click through, and that is the file list. I'm just setting the file list into this images. And I told you I don't know how to exactly use file list here. That's why I just go with the .ini in the Zod. That's it. This is how it looks. I am also adding the border 0 because the border is a bit distracting for me. Okay, let's have a demo. I'm going to get some images from the unsplash.com, and let's give shout out to John. I'm not going to read that. I don't know how to read that. Okay, John, for this image, and then let's get this from Igor Misnik, and this one is amazing, looks good. This is from the Rabon Hijic. I think they are sufficient. Also get this one from Polo Curtis. Fine, let's test the images. I'm selecting it, and that is the image preview component. Okay, you can further polish this component. You can actually have a independent delete button for images, and I don't know how to do that even. So here we are simply using the reset field. I'm resetting the whole thing, and I don't know if I can do a particular index inside that array. It's possible if I, in the schema, if I have an array, so instead of any here, if I have z.array of string, and if I push the URL inside that, the file type inside that, then I hope we can do that. But I am cutting corners here. You can clear it in one go, and you can select them. If you want 3, you can select 3. Okay, the good thing is we have not uploaded the image yet. The image gets uploaded when we submit that. Let's rename that. Submit. When we submit, the image will get uploaded to the Cloudinary, and then we do the mutation. We upload the image to the Cloudinary, we get the URLs, and then we do the mutation. How does it look if I select 2 images? Okay, that looks good. And here also I have to add this minimum of 1. So because I did not see the error here. Okay, other 2 fields are showing error, and let's set up Cloudinary. So go to cloudinary.com and log in. It's free. We have ample free usage. And you need the cloud name there. Okay, copy this and paste it inside and create an environment variable called next public cloudinary cloud name. That is the first one. The second environment variable which we want to work with Cloudinary is next public cloudinary upload preset. So click the settings, upload presets, and add upload preset, and just copy the name. So when it asks signed or unsigned, go for unsigned. We're you're taking the easier path for the tutorial. Signed cloudinary is better. It is safer, but we are going with the unsigned one. So let's proceed. I'm going to create a hook. Let's create in the util library. Inside the hooks, I'm going to create a file called cloudinary.ts. So import the use state. I'm going to create a hook called use cloudinary upload. So this hook is going to return back an upload function, and the loading state is a boolean. Now I'm going to create a function which gets the file list. Okay, that's what we store in the form schema also. First I'm going to set the loading state. And then I'm going to start a try catch block, and I'm going to I'm creating an array from this file list, and I'm looping through that, getting individual file. And then for each file, I'm going to create a form data. First, I'm going to append the file itself, and then I have to append the upload preset which we just created, right? With this name of key upload preset. And then I'm going to use the fetch to actually push this form data into using the API.cloudinary version 1_1. I'm passing the cloud name here, image upload. This is unsigned, so it's not a safer way, but it works for the demo. So once it's done, sorry, I'm inside the catch block. Okay. If the response is okay, not okay, it has to be inside the promises. If it's not okay, I'm throwing an error. If not, I'm getting the data back, and this data is going to have, okay, so we don't have type safety here, and if you remember, we did not install anything that is related to the cloudinary. So basically we are actually hitting the API as it is, just having the cloud name and the upload preset. So there is no type safety here. And in the image, I'm going to get the secure URL. Once everything is done, I'm going to return the image URL. Now that is the promises. Now we have to await all the promises. That is going to return back. Okay, that is going to return back an array of promises, and I'm resolving them all in one go, and I'm returning the uploaded images. So this is going to basically return back an array of strings. So in the catch, I'm going to just throw an error. Something went wrong. Upload failed. And finally, I'm going to set the loading to false. Okay, that is the hook. And we're going to return the upload and loading. Fine. Let's use this in the create garage component. Let's import the hook from the util/hooks/cloudinary, and we can get back the uploading and the upload. We are going to have two kinds of two things going on. One, we have a loading for the mutation. Maybe let's rename this to uploading. Why don't we return that? Uploading, set uploading. Okay. Now in the button, we have to set this loading state. It's going to be uploading or loading. So this is for the loading state for the mutation. This is uploading that happens when we upload the image to our Cloudinary. Fine, let's continue. We have so it's a two column grid. Okay, so I'm going to have a map here with a movable marker, draggable marker. So the first item is a form. The second item, I'm going to use the map. Okay, let's import the map from the map from the organism, and the initial value from the initial view state from the constants. So that is pointing to the new arc. Okay, API access token is required to use the map.gl. We did it in the last application, right? The consumer facing web application. You have to copy that map next public map box underscore token. You have to put that inside the environment variable of the web manager. Okay, we got it. We got the map. Let's add a panel. Let's have a panel in the left top. I'm going to have the search place box. Remember, so that basically we just use the map box API. Yeah, we use the map box API to get the suggestions based on the type, based on the text we type, along with some fuzzy match. That component. Oops. Okay, this view state is different. Okay, I have to import it from our types, not from the React map.gl. Let's import it from the Autospace util types. So we have this. Now we can select Delhi. Okay, we can type anything. Okay, so this looks bad. What if I wrap it with a div? Okay, so that looks better. So the choose files was dragged for the remaining space. Fine. We are working on the map, and next one, in the same panel, inside the same panel, I'm going to add the default zoom controls. Okay, so this one, it is working, but remember I told you that we can add more buttons here as children. I'm going to add, we also have the center of map component, this one. So I'm just going to add that component. Let's import that. That is the center of map component, and center of map requires a lat long, a on click. The on click is going to give us a lat long. Okay, I'm going to just call it lat long, or okay, lat long. And we have okay, let's parse that and use a set value from the use form hook to set value, set the location.lat and location.longitude using this. Actually, I'm going to also render this lat long in the UI. Okay, here. Why am I like truncating, reducing the precision here? I'm going to actually have the lat long rendered here, and I don't want it to be too long. Maybe let's increase the precision a bit. Now we need a marker. On clicking this, basically we get the center of the map and we set that to the location.lat_long. Now somebody has to listen to that and they have to render themselves here, right in the center. For that, I'm going to create a component called garage map marker. So in the organism, I'm going to create a create garage components file. This is going to have multiple components that we need for creating the writing the create garage component template. This guy takes the initial location. It's a view state lat long zoom. It also gets the location information using usewatch from the React hook form and the form type. Okay, so I did not create the providers, right? In the create garage I did not create the provider. But we want, so this form is going to need a nested forms. We are going to have children like this one, right? The marker is going to listen to the location and it renders itself. And also we are going to have add slots component. We're going to have n number of slots getting created. That component is going to live separately as a child component of the template. So we need the provider. So yep, this is going to be similar to what we did earlier with the providers. And also here I have to do something with the tsconfig. So before that, yeah, the provider gets the children, which is a React node. We can pass anything. It's going to wrap the entire template. And then I'm going to get all the methods from here and I'm passing them inside the form provider so that we can get back in the use form context. So here it is complaining that, okay, so I have to convert that into a tsx file. Okay, now it's happy. I have created the provider. Now let's go to the create garage. First, I'm not going to export this. I'm going to convert this into a create garage content. So this is a opinion create garage content. Then export const create garage. So this is the file we are going to component we are going to export. Here I'm going to have return use the form provider garage create garage, and then inside that I'm going to use the create garage content. Okay, so this we are not nobody else can access this. We're going to export this and we are wrapping the entire thing with the provider. You can also just go to the page. You can import the form provider here and we can wrap the entire template here, but I want to like encapsulate or keep everything together inside that one template, so I like this format. Okay, now we are working with the create garage components. Also one more thing, in the create garage now we cannot directly use we can use, but it won't be remembered. We want the same state, right? The location information, for example, in the form schema has to be same here and also inside the nested components here. So we have to use the use form context instead of the use form we created. So I have to replace this with the use form context, and also you have to pass the use form type create garage. Okay, now everything should work. Let's continue with this garage marker. So we get the initial location, we get the location. We are also getting the set value because the location of the marker, the draggable marker, are set from different places. When the map moves, we get the center of the map. We want the marker to be there, right? When the user selects a city name, when the map navigates to that location, we want the marker to be there. So that's why we get this location. And this marker is draggable. When we drag the marker, we have to also let the form state know that the location has changed. So let's import the marker from the map marker, and let's return that. I'm going to use the parking icon, which is just a P. It's some BG primary border and so on. Now here I'm going to add the pitch alignment to auto, latitude and longitude from the location information. I'm going to set this as draggable, and also when the drag ends, on drag end I'm going to use the get the lat long, and I'm going to set that value. Fine. Now we can just use that in the create garage. So inside the map, this does not go inside any panel. Panel is for the overlays. The marker exists right inside the map. Okay, I also have to pass the initial state, initial location to. That does not make sense to me. I'm going to remove this. Basically, we get this marker gets the location information, set value information, and we use the location for setting the location and set value in the on drag end. So this should work actually. Where is the marker? Here is the marker. I can drag it now. But when we open the page, nothing is there. Maybe let's have a fallback. Like marker location equals location or initial view state. And then we take this. So the problem here is when the map loads, we are not seeing the location. We are not seeing the marker straight away. So I'm actually setting on load. I'm setting the location lat as lat. So inside the on load, we get the event. From the event, we can get the center using the e.target.set get center. Okay, so that should work. Now this marker gets the location, and then I don't want to do any of this. Now the marker should appear. Okay, yeah. Fine. Now when I move the map, okay, the marker goes there as well. I don't precisely remember how the marker went there, because I only added this on the on load. I was expecting to do some on zoom end, on drag end, and on move end. I did not do anything, but okay, got it. So I actually do the same thing here in the on location change of the search map box, search place box. So it gets a callback, and we set the location lat long there, and hence when we move somewhere, like let's go to Paris, the marker already waits for the user, and then user can drag this, get wherever they want. And one more thing is that we can do something like when the user types the address here, we can technically do it now. We can hit the Mapbox API and get the lat long for that address. That would be impressive, but I cut that corner for the project. And now we have the location, we have all the important stuff. We have the images. The next one is slots.